If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 56, Dinner Invitation. Mathilde Fairmora settled into her seat on the exhibition hall's balcony, adjusting her dove-grey robes with a casual flick. Platform 3, a massive marble stage where Harry Potter and Master Chen were setting up, floated above the grounds outside the enchanted windows. The balcony was perfect, a civilized escape from the outdoor crowds, offering a clear view of the platform and the other observers. Near the refreshment table, a woman in traditional Chinese silk moved with an effortless grace that spoke of ingrained discipline. When their eyes met, Mathilde raised her champagne glass in a silent greeting. "They've really outdone themselves, haven't they?" the woman said softly as she came near. "The way they've enchanted these old European buildings. The marble work is impressive, isn't it?" Mathilde agreed. "I've heard the Imperial Academy has even more refined examples." The woman's expression warmed, just a little. "Oh? You know about our architectural traditions, then?" "Among other things," Mathilde replied, letting her mental shield soften enough to seem open, while keeping her deeper barriers in place. "I'm Mathilde Fairmora. Yu Wei." A gentle mental probe accompanied the introduction, testing Mathilde's surface thoughts. "What brings you to watch young Potter's demonstration?" "Professional curiosity about his innovative techniques," Mathilde said, carefully offering some academic-related memories. "Though I suspect many are here for the same reason today." "Indeed." Yu Wei smiled, a genuine warmth in her eyes. "I must admit, the artistic applications fascinate me most. Our academy has some promising theories about emotional magic in art." Another probe was mixed in with her words, and Mathilde allowed some surface-level memories of academic papers to drift through, while keeping her deeper barriers firm. "Research into magical art theory, nothing classified, nothing suspicious." "Ladies," a smooth voice interrupted. A man in perfectly tailored dress robes approached, a sketchbook tucked under one arm. "I couldn't help but overhear. You share my interest in magical art theory." His accent was vaguely German, though Mathilde couldn't place it precisely. His smile had a warmth that seemed to embrace them both individually. "Please, join us," Yu Wei gestured to an empty chair. "I'd love to hear a Western perspective on young Potter's techniques." "Max," he said, introducing himself with a quick bow to each of them. "I study magical art preservation. Though my true passion is understanding the deeper principles behind it all." He opened his sketchbook, revealing detailed analytical drawings. But when Mathilde tried to get a better look, Max shifted the angle, his eyes holding hers. "We could talk more about this over dinner? I know a nice place not far from here." Yu Wei laughed, a light, musical sound. "How forward of you, Max. But I must admit, the offer is intriguing." Mathilde allowed a smile, playing along. "A discussion of artistic theory would be delightful." "Wonderful." Max's charm seemed to intensify. "I find intellectual discussions flow much more freely outside of formal settings." Below, Harry Potter raised both hands toward the massive marble blocks. Azure flames spiraled around his fingers before spreading outward, wrapping around each block like bright blue serpents. The marble began to soften and flow, transforming into miniature mountain ranges that grew taller with each passing moment. Master Chen's wand swished through the air, and cities sprouted along the mountainsides, each building perfectly detailed down to tiny window frames and roof tiles. Harry Potter directed the blue flames to flow through valleys between peaks, illuminating the marble structures from within. The light pulsed in rhythm with his breathing, making the entire landscape seem alive. When Master Chen added flowing rivers of liquid marble, Harry's flames dove beneath the surface, creating streams of molten light that raced through the crystalline waterways. Max's quill moved across the page, though Mathilde noticed his gaze remained fixed on them more often than the performance. "That's quite a talent, isn't it? His command of wandless magic at such a young age is exceptional," Yu Wei said, watching the performance. "Raw talent can reveal itself in many ways," Max replied, his eyes sparkling with genuine interest or a very good imitation of it. "It's clear the boys had exceptional teachers." A waiter appeared with fresh champagne, and something about his movements caught Mathilde's attention a little too rigid for a service worker. But before she could focus further, Max launched into a charming story about a magical painting gone hilariously wrong. Yu Wei laughed again, lightly touching his arm. Mathilde couldn't tell if the gesture was genuine. She joined in the laughter, maintaining her role while gathering what information she could. Max gestured at Yu Wei's empty glass, and fresh champagne flowed from the bottle without a wand in sight. "A trick I learned in Venice," he said with a smile, repeating the gesture for Mathild. Mathild felt a genuine spark of appreciation mix with her feigned interest. Such effortless wandless magic spoke of considerable power. Yu Wei's eyes shone with a similar admiration. "Amazing," Yu Wei leaned closer. "Perhaps you could demonstrate more techniques later." A crack of thunder cut through the air. Harry Potter thrust 2 fingers toward the storm clouds gathering above. A lance of electricity shot upward, piercing the darkness. Thunder cracked across the sky as natural lightning answered his call, arcing down in a blinding flash that connected with his outstretched hand. Raw electricity coursed through him, making his hair stand on end as he directed the power downward. Master Chen seized the moment, transforming the entire platform beneath them. Mountains erupted from the stone floor while temples rose atop each peak, their architecture shifting through dynasties, from ancient Greek columns to sweeping Asian pagodas. Rivers of liquid marble carved new paths through the valleys, carrying tiny boats and bridges in their wake. Max stared for a long moment, along with many others. The boy channels raw lightning, and Chen manipulates tons of marble like it's clay. Then, a silver mist began to flow outwards. Mathild felt something slip past her mental shields, as if they were barely there, and for a brief moment, her carefully maintained barriers wavered. She caught fragments of Max's thoughts, calculations, analysis, and something about curses. Yu Wei's surface thoughts flickered with images of a grand hall filled with scrolls. The waiter's rigid posture suddenly made more sense as. But the moment passed. Their shields snapped back into place as the mist dissipated. Max recovered first, summoning 3 fresh glasses of champagne, again without a wand. "A toast," he proposed smoothly, "to new possibilities." "To new possibilities," Mathild echoed, hiding a frown behind her smile. The glimpse of Max's thoughts suggested an expertise in curse analysis, not art preservation. But without proof. Yu Wei clinked glasses with them both. "And to unexpected pleasures." The double meaning was clear, though Mathild wondered if Yu Wei's attraction to Max was a genuine interest or a clever facade. Below, Harry Potter sent more lightning through Master Chen's marble rivers, and the old master responded by transforming the rivers into celestial lightning dragons soaring through the air. "Such raw power," Max murmured, casually refilling their glasses wandlessly. "One wonders what other talents might develop as the boy matures." "The Imperial Academy has extensive records of prodigies throughout history," Yu Wei mentioned. "None have shown such powerful magic at such a young age. Perhaps we could discuss prodigies." Max leaned forward, voice dropping to an intimate murmur. "I know several historical cases that might interest you both." A flash of crystal caught Mathild's eye as the waiter moved past. Something about the cut seemed off, but before she could focus, the announcer's voice boomed across the exhibition grounds. "Ladies and gentlemen, the collaborative demonstration between Master Chen and Harry Potter has concluded. Please join us in the main hall for refreshments." "Perfect timing," Max said, standing smoothly and offering an arm to each of them. "Shall we continue our discussion somewhere more private?" Mathild felt the champagne warming her cheeks. She knew she should investigate the waiter, yet found herself taking Max's arm. Yu Wei mirrored her on his other side, her face equally flushed. "You mentioned Venice earlier," Yu Wei said, smiling up at Max. "I'd love to hear about your studies there." "Oh, Venice holds many secrets," Max said, guiding them toward the exit. "Though none quite as intriguing as the company I find myself in now." Standing close to Max, Mathild caught a scent of autumn leaves and fresh rain, a scent that felt oddly specific, reminding her of childhood walks in magical forests. But the thought slipped away as Max's eyes met hers. Max steered them toward a secluded alcove, hands sliding a little lower than propriety allowed. Through the pleasant haze that seemed to be clouding her mind, Mathild felt a moment of discomfort, but found herself unable to step away. "Such lovely companions," Max murmured, pulling them closer. "Perhaps we might skip dinner altogether. I believe the ladies would prefer to keep their wits about them." A voice, old but strong, cut through the haze. A distinguished couple stood blocking the alcove entrance. The pleasant haze shattered. Mathild stumbled back, and the sense coming from Max suddenly transformed from enticing to cloying. Yu Wei pressed a hand to her temple, her eyes clearing. "Skies," Max snarled, dropping all pretense of charm. The Flamels stood side by side, wands already drawn. "Maximilian Schaefer," Nicholas Flamel said mildly. "Still using the same tricks after all these decades?" The Bundesamt would be disappointed. Max's handsome features rippled like disturbed water. The transfiguration cracked along invisible seams as he backed away, revealing old skin and white hair beneath. The boy's power isn't natural, Max's voice had dropped an octave, rough with age. It must be studied. You cannot keep such potential locked away forever. Pernell Flamel's wand swished through the air. The alcove walls glowed momentarily as charms snapped into place. And your solution was to abduct 2 diplomatic observers? Sloppy work, Maximilian. Diplomatic observers. Max's laugh held no humor. A Chinese intelligence operative in an ICW plant? Don't insult my intelligence, Pernell. Yue Wei had already drawn her wand, moving to flank Max. Mathild mirrored her position, cutting off the other escape route. The pleasant champagne buzz had burned away, replaced by cold focus. Speaking of intelligence, Nicholas continued conversationally, did you really think we wouldn't notice the compulsion charms in the champagne? Max's aged face twisted into a sneer. Notice? You were counting on it. Using me to flush out hidden observers while Potter demonstrated his magic. A clever trap. Not clever enough, it seems, Pernell replied. Though I must admit, your human transfiguration work remains impressive. The age regression alone must have taken months to perfect. Always the teachers, Max spat. His wand moved in a blindingly fast arc. The charms around the alcove shattered. Mathild and Yue Wei both cast stunning spells, but Max had already begun to turn. The spells passed through empty air as he disappeared with a crack of apparition. Well, Nicholas sighed, lowering his wand. That was rather dramatic. The drinks weren't lethal, Pernell said, examining a discarded champagne glass. He wanted information, not bodies. Yue Wei straightened her robes with a sharp flick. I should have noticed. The scent-masking charms were too perfect. We all missed signs, Mathild admitted. But I doubt Schaefer worked alone. That waiter. A distant crash echoed from the exhibition hall. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged glances. Go, Mathild said. We'll secure this area. The Flamels hurried toward the noise. Yue Wei moved closer to Mathild, speaking in a low voice. The recording crystal I spotted earlier, it wasn't standard issue. Eastern European design. Mathild asked, casting detection charms around the alcove. Modified. Yue Wei's wand flicked in the air. It was probably meant to analyze the soul magic. They found nothing else of note in the alcove. The detection charms revealed only lingering traces of compulsion magic from the champagne. After ensuring the area was secure, they followed the Flamels' path to the exhibition hall. The crash had come from a fallen refreshment table. Several guests helped clean spilled drinks while maintaining polite conversation, as if nothing unusual had occurred. The waiter was nowhere in sight. Nicholas and Pernell stood not far from Harry Potter, who was now walking with a young friend of his. Neither seemed aware of the earlier confrontation. Smart boy, Yue Wei murmured. Acting oblivious. Mathild shook her head. No. He genuinely doesn't know. The Flamels have shielded him well. For now. Yue Wei straightened her silk robes. That it will become increasingly difficult as his power grows should be clear to everyone. Indeed. Mathild watched Harry Potter for a moment longer. The ICW will want a full report on today's events. As will the Academy. Yue Wei's lips curved in a slight smile. Though perhaps we might coordinate our observations? Over actual dinner. Without the compulsion-laced champagne this time, Mathild agreed, returning the smile. I know a quiet place in magical Paris. 000000. Harry stood in the main exhibition hall, surrounded by family and friends. Master Chen had just finished explaining the finer points of their collaboration to an enthusiastic crowd when Dumbledore suggested they move to a quieter area. The judges seemed very impressed, Fleur smiled, falling into step beside Harry. Though, honestly, that marble lightning dragon was the best bit. Harry wanted to respond, but a flash of movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. 2 women walked away together, one in dove-grey robes and another wearing traditional Chinese silk. Something about the way they walked made Harry pause. At that moment, his green eyes darkened. Prepared leap, Final Fantasy XIV costs 100 CP, 150 CP available to spend. When people tell you to look before you leap, they aren't saying it just to waste your time. By taking a bit of time to collect your focus before you leap, you'll not only jump a little bit higher, you'll also carry forward more energy into the landing, which will only mean more damage to the enemies you strike. With sufficient strength, you'll even release a small shockwave when you land. Harry considered the offer briefly. Jump higher and create small shockwaves when landing? Even with hidden depths, it felt underwhelming compared to previous offers. He rejected it, turning his attention back to the conversation. Chapter 57, 8 years old. A few days later. July 31, 1988. Harry watched as the last knife appeared behind him, joining 999 others suspended in the air. The spell felt different from what he'd expected. Rather than forming each blade individually, his magic had simply vanished the moment his Hun soul connected with the power stored in his Po soul. Then the knives began appearing, one after another, until 1,000 identical blades hung motionless. He chose a fallen tree as his target. The moment the thought crossed his mind, every knife shot forward as one. A thunderous impact split the morning silence as steel met wood, followed by the rustling of displaced leaves. The knives had buried themselves deep, forming a near-perfect outline of the trunk. Not exactly subtle, Harry whispered, walking closer to examine the results. Each blade had struck with the force of a strong man's throw, though to his perception, they'd seemed almost leisurely in flight. I hope you're planning to clean that up before breakfast. Harry turned to see Nicholas standing at the cottage door, still wearing his night robes. The old alchemist yawned, scratching at his disturbed hair. Sorry, Harry grinned. Did I wake you? The sound of knives embedding themselves in wood tends to carry. Nicholas walked over, studying the fallen tree. New offer. A couple of days ago. It's odd though, I can't control individual blades at all. They move as one swarm. Nicholas reached out to touch one of the knives, only for it to dissolve into shadows that then popped out of existence. The others followed suit, leaving only deep gouges in the wood. Interesting. Pure magical constructs rather than stable physical blades. Less cleanup, at least. The sun was beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the clouds in soft gold. Harry could smell fresh bread from the kitchen window, Pernell always baked on special occasions. 8 years old, Nicholas smiled. Sometimes I forget you're still a child, especially when I find you experimenting with combat magic at dawn. Harry shrugged. I woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep. Too excited about everyone visiting later. Ah yes, the party. Nicholas draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, steering him toward the cottage. Speaking of which, there's something Pernell and I want to give you before the others arrive. The kitchen smelled of cinnamon when they entered. Pernell hummed while taking a tray from the oven, her silvery hair tied back in a loose braid. There you are. I thought I heard explosions. Not explosions, Harry protested. Just knives. Because that's so much better. Pernell set down the tray and hugged him. Happy birthday, dear. Now sit, breakfast first, then presents. Harry's stomach growled slightly at the sight of croissants. He grabbed one and bit into the still warm bread, watching Nicholas and Pernell exchange meaningful glances. Oh, just give it to him, Pernell laughed. You've been fidgeting all morning. Nicholas pulled a wooden box from beneath the counter. We had this made specially. Open it. Inside lay 3 white books with black clasps. Harry opened the first one, eyes widening as he read the title. Soul Magic Through the Ages. These aren't regular copies, Nicholas explained. They're from our private collection, my personal annotations included. Given how often you're getting soul-related offers, we thought you might appreciate a theoretical foundation, Pernell finished. Please don't test anything without supervision, okay? Harry hugged them both. Thank you. I promise I'll be careful. A tapping at the window interrupted them. 3 owls perched outside, each carrying letters and packages. Looks like your friends are early risers too, Pernell opened the window. That spotted one is definitely from Japan. Harry recognized Akiko's neat handwriting immediately. He broke into a grin as he read. She's coming. Her mother got permission for an international portrait. Wonderful. Pernell smiled. And the others? Charlotte, she'll be here in an hour. A&D. Harry opened the 3rd letter. Grandpa says he's bringing Aunt Min and Uncle Phileas after lunch. Nicholas poured himself coffee. Speaking of Charlotte, are you still planning to attempt the final healing today? Harry nodded, suddenly serious. The Oracle was right about what she told me about dark magic. The curse doesn't just affect her body, it's hooked into her soul through belief. If I use my soul resonance mist to disrupt that link first. Be careful, Pernell touched his shoulder. You've been pushing yourself hard lately because of the exhibition. I will. Harry grabbed another croissant. But I have to do it. She shouldn't have to carry those scars even one day longer. 000000. Charlotte arrived with her mother just as Harry finished setting up the meditation room. Mrs. Whitewood gave him a warm hug. Happy birthday, Harry. And thank you for doing this today. Of course. Harry smiled at Charlotte, who fidgeted with the sleeve of her robes. The remaining scars were located near her legs, thighs and stomach, and the small part peeking out of her white inner robe stood out against her pale skin. Ready? Charlotte nodded. As I'll ever be. I'll wait outside, Mrs. Whitewood squeezed her daughter's hand before stepping out. Harry and Charlotte settled into their usual positions, her on the cushioned chair, him standing beside her. Yellow silvery mist began flowing from his fingertips, filling the air with gentle warmth and peace. Charlotte's fingers drummed against the chair arm. Harry, before we start, I wanted to say thank you. Even if we don't finish today. We will, Harry said firmly, watching the mist settle around them. Try to relax like usual. Charlotte nodded and closed her eyes. The drumming of her fingers gradually slowed as the mist worked to calm her nerves. Harry waited until her breathing steadied before calling forth 4 spheres of silver-white flame. Ready? He asked quietly. Hum. Charlotte's voice was drowsy from the mist's effects. Harry began the delicate work of surrounding the dark magic within the lines marring Charlotte's skin with his divine energy. Like an artist working with watercolors, he let his power flow naturally into the spaces between the curse. The silver-white flames cast pure light across the scars, revealing tiny imperfections in the dark magic's structure. At the same time, he pushed his inner eye to see 2 seconds ahead. The curse writhed beneath the combined assault of revealing light and disrupting mist, showing more and more weaknesses. That feels different, Charlotte murmured. Warmer than before. The mist grew denser as he conjured even more, amplifying the positive emotions in Charlotte's soul and disrupting the dark magic just the slightest bit. His divine energy seeped into every crack and flaw revealed. 10 seconds passed by in silence broken only by their breathing. The curse's grip loosened further with each passing moment. Harry channeled more divine energy through the weakening dark magic while maintaining the albedo spheres and mist. The scars began to fade, slowly at first, then faster as the curse lost purchase on Charlotte's soul. A soft gasp escaped Charlotte's lips as the last traces of darkness dissolved. She opened her eyes, staring at unblemished skin where ugly scars had marked her body just moments before. They're gone. Her voice trembled. Really gone? Harry nodded, smiling as he dispersed the remaining mist. Check for yourself. Charlotte ran her fingers over clear skin, tears welling up in her eyes. Without warning, she threw her arms around Harry and burst into sobs. Thank you, she managed between hiccups. I thought. I was so scared I'd have to live with them forever. Harry hugged her back, feeling a bit awkward but happy. You never should have had them in the first place. That boggart. Stop. Charlotte pulled back, wiping her eyes. No more guilt, remember? We promised. She smiled through her tears. Besides, it's your birthday. You're not allowed to be sad today. A knock at the door made them both jump. Everything all right in there? Mrs. Whitewood called. Yes. Charlotte's voice cracked with emotion. Mum, they're gone. All of them. Mrs. Whitewood rushed in, gasping when she saw her daughter's clear skin. Tears filled her eyes as well as she pulled both children into a tight hug. Thank you, she whispered to Harry. Thank you so much. Harry fidgeted, embarrassed with all the attention. I just wanted to help. From downstairs came the sound of voices. He recognized Bill Weasley laughing and Tonks talking excitedly. The others are here, Harry brightened. Come on, let's go down. Charlotte wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Okay. But Harry. She smiled. Best birthday present ever, even if it's not my birthday. They descended the stairs to find the cottage's living room filled with familiar faces. Bill Weasley sat on the couch while Tonks entertained Penny and Kiara by morphing her nose into different animal shapes. All 4 wore silver visitor badges that Nicholas had charmed to temporarily bypass the cottage's protective wards. Harry. Tonks jumped up, her nose still stuck halfway between human and pig. Happy birthday! Thanks. Harry grinned as she hugged him. Nice nose. Oh. Tonks scrunched up her face, returning her features to normal. Got carried away there. Charlotte. Penny gasped, noticing her friend's unblemished legs. The scars. All gone, Charlotte beamed. Harry did it. The fireplace flared green. Pernell stepped through first, followed by Fleur and Madame Delacour. Everyone, this is Fleur, Harry made introductions. We met months ago and recently again at the exhibition. Fleur smiled shyly at the group of older students. Hello, it's nice to meet everyone. Your English is really good, Penny said warmly. Thanks, Harry has been helping me practice. Another flash from the fireplace announced Dumbledore's arrival with Aunt Min and Uncle Phileas. The tiny man offered a bright, happy birthday, Harry, before immediately engaging Nicholas in animated discussion about old charms. The Japan Port Kea arrivals should be next, Pernell checked her watch. Akiko and her mother. A soft chime rang through the house. Two figures appeared in the designated arrival circle, a woman in an elegant kimono and a young girl in a modern dress with a traditional obi sash. Both had distinctly pointed ears and multiple foxtails swaying gently behind them. Harry-kun. Akiko bounced forward, her three tails swishing with excitement. Happy birthday, Akiko. Harry grinned as she hugged him. I'm so glad you could come. Akiko's mother bowed gracefully to the room. Thank you for having us. I am Sakura Tanaka. Several gasps came from the group as they noticed the kitsune features. Tonks especially looked fascinated, already trying to morph her own ears into points. Welcome to our home, Pernell stepped forward. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Your tails are so pretty. Fleur moved closer to Akiko, eyes bright with interest. Are you really part kitsune? Akiko blushed, her tails curling slightly. Yes. My great-grandmother was a full kitsune. They're beautiful, Fleur said earnestly. Can you do magic with them? A little. Akiko brightened. Watch. She concentrated, and small blue flames danced along the tips of her tails. Blue fire. Fleur clapped. Like Harry's. But yours feels different. It's kitsune fire, Akiko explained. Not as strong as Harry's flames, but she paused, looking at Fleur more closely. You have magic in your blood too, don't you? Fleur nodded, silver blonde hair catching the light. Vila. My grandmother. That's why I noticed your flames, we can make fire too, though mine is still very weak. Really? Akiko's eyes lit up. Can I see? Fleur glanced at her mother, who nodded permission. Cupping her hands, Fleur produced a small red fireball that spun around above her palm. Still learning, Fleur sighed. Harry's been helping me understand fire better, but... Me too. Akiko grabbed Fla's hand. He showed me how to focus on what makes me happy instead of getting frustrated. Want to practice together? The two girls moved to a corner of the room, chatting excitedly about their shared experiences with inherited magic. Harry watched them with a smile before turning back to his other guests. They seem to be getting along well, Charlotte observed. Both know what it's like to be different, Harry said quietly. Even if it's in good ways. Perinel's voice rang out from the kitchen. Time for cake. Already? Harry blinked. But we just had breakfast. It's your birthday, Bill grinned, patting Harry's shoulder as he passed. Normal meal times don't apply. Everyone gathered around the dining table where Pernell had set out an enormous chocolate cake decorated with tiny golden eagles that actually flew around the frosting. 8 candles burned with different colored flames, orange, red, blue, and azure. Make a wish. Tonks called out. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Charlotte's healed scars, Akiko and Fleur practicing their inherited magic together, and all his friends gathered in one place. What more could he wish for? Still, he blew out the candles, earning cheers from around the table. Now presents. Bill declared, pulling a long package from behind his back. That's not Harry started to protest. Of course it is, Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling. We've all been quite looking forward to this part. One by one, gifts appeared on the table. A set of specialized art supplies from the Delacours. A book on Japanese magical creatures from Akiko. Chocolate frogs from Bill, because everyone needs normal presents too. A color-changing scarf from Tonks that shifted based on the wearer's mood. This one's from all of us at Hogwarts. McGonagall handed over a carefully wrapped package. Harry opened it to find a photo album. The first page showed him as a little toddler, newly arrived at Hogwarts, transforming into an eagle and then hugged closely by McGonagall. Each subsequent page captured moments throughout his years at the castle. Aunt Min. Harry hugged her tightly, tears gathering in the corner of his eyes. Thank you. We thought you might like having memories of home, she smiled, voice suspiciously thick. Especially now that you're spending more time here with Nicholas and Pernell. Open mine next. Charlotte pushed forward a small box. It's not much, but... Harry unwrapped Charlotte's gift to find a small crystal sphere. Inside, tiny figures of him and his friends played in the Hogwarts grounds, Bill practicing spells, Tonks changing her appearance to make everyone laugh, Charlotte reading under a tree. I enchanted it myself, Charlotte said proudly. Took ages to get the memory capture right. This is brilliant. Harry watched as Crystal Penny joined the scene, carrying what looked like potion ingredients. Kiara stepped forward next, looking slightly nervous. Mine's a bit different. She handed over a small cushioned platform. I noticed you like to take naps as an eagle sometimes, so I enchanted this to always stay warm and soft. The size adjusts automatically too. Thanks, Kiara. Harry ran his fingers over the warm cushion. This will be perfect for those winter afternoons in the tower. A loud crash from the garden made everyone jump. Chrissa bounded through the open door, dragging a violently struggling garden gnome by its legs. The Nemean lion cub dropped her gift at Harry's feet with a proud purr. The gnome immediately sprang up, shaking its tiny fist. Unhand me, you oversized. It froze, finally noticing the room full of people staring at it. Oh dear, Pernell sighed as the gnome made a break for the door. Chrissa pounced again, pinning it down with one massive paw. Maybe we should. Harry started. Let it go. Bill suggested, trying not to laugh. Release me. The gnome demanded. I am a respected member of the garden community. Chrissa looked so disappointed when Harry gently pulled out the gnome that he had to scratch behind her ears. Thanks for the thought. Next time maybe try bringing me a toy instead. The lion cub huffed but accepted the ear scratches, while Nicholas escorted the ruffled gnome back to the garden. At least she's trying, Kiara giggled. Remember when she brought you that live chicken? Don't remind me, Harry groaned. Hagrid still asks if I want more. The afternoon passed in a blur of laughter, stories, and several more attempts by Chrissa to hunt gifts for Harry, including a particularly disgruntled toad that somehow ended up in Dumbledore's beard. When evening approached, the party moved to the garden where Nicholas had set up floating lanterns that changed colors with the setting sun. Will you be ready for tomorrow? Charlotte asked, watching Akiko and Fleur practice making tiny flames dance between them. I think so. Harry hugged Chris's head to his chest, toying with her ears. I have a good plan on what to do. Just need to present it all properly. We'll all be there to watch, Bill promised. McGonagall's arranged a porte-carte for the Hogwarts group. Tonks nodded eagerly. Wouldn't miss it. I still can't believe you're competing against centuries-old wizards and witches. There's no age limit on art, Harry smiled. And you'll do wonderfully tomorrow, Dumbledore said, having finally removed the stubborn toad from his beard. Now, I believe it's time we let our young artist rest before his big day. One by one, Harry's friends said their goodbyes. Akiko hugged him tightly, then turned to Fleur. I'll see you tomorrow? We can practice more. Of course. Fleur beamed. Mom already promised we would arrive early. Charlotte squeezed Harry's hand. Thank you again. For everything. Soon only the Flamels and Harry remained in the garden. The lanterns cast soft light across the grass while crickets began their evening song. Good birthday? Nicholas asked. Harry nodded, feeling pleasantly tired. The best. Then off to bed with you, Pernell smiled. Tomorrow's going to be quite the day. Chapter 58, Yin Flames. Harry sat cross-legged in the exhibition grounds meditation garden. Soul resonance mist swirled around him, delicate wisps that carried pure emotions. Each strand held a representation of a memory, soaring as an eagle, McGonagall's warm hugs, painting with Pernell, studying with Nicholas. Nervous. Harry opened his eyes to find Fleur watching him from the garden path. She wore dress robes in pale blue silk, her silver blonde hair braided with tiny white flowers. A little, Harry admitted. Not about the art itself, just everything else. Fleur nodded, settling onto the grass beside him. The judges? The audience? The attention afterward? Harry let the mist dissipate. People always want something from me. After the healing accident in the first phase. Ah! Fleur plucked a blade of grass, twirling it between her fingers. That's why you're out here instead of with your guardians. Nicholas and Pernell understand. They're handling things on their end. Harry stood, brushing off his formal black robes. I just needed some quiet to prepare. Well, you have about 20 minutes before they open the gates. Fleur rose gracefully. Maman said to remind you that our family's private box is warded against reporters if you need somewhere to hide after. Harry smiled. Thanks. I should be fine. He glanced toward the exhibition platforms where crowds were already gathering. I have to go. The painting phase starts soon. Good luck. Fleur called after him as he headed for the entrance to Platform 2. The waiting area was quiet as other artists prepared for their demonstrations. Harry found a peaceful corner and closed his eyes briefly, letting his perfect memory bring forth exactly what he needed, the pure wonder of seeing the Amazon rainforest for the first time, the joy of finding a family with the Flamels, the peace of soaring through clouds. Ready? Nicholas appeared beside him, speaking softly. Harry nodded. I know exactly what I'm going to create. Good. Nicholas squeezed his shoulder. We'll be watching from the balcony. Just remember. Focus on the art itself, not the audience, Harry finished with a small smile. I remember. The final bell rang. Harry took a deep breath and stepped out onto the platform as the announcer's voice boomed across the grounds. Wizards and witches, please welcome our next artist in the permanent works phase. Harry Potter. Polite applause echoed across the grounds. Harry walked to the center of Platform 2 where a large artisan crystal floated, ready to capture and preserve his creation. The transparent crystal gleamed in the morning sun, unmarred and waiting. Azure flames burst from Harry's fingertips, crackling as they spread across the air in sweeping arcs. The blue fire formed deep currents that shifted and flowed like ocean depths. Lightning snapped between layers, creating brief moments of brilliant white that illuminated the flames from within. Then came the soul resonance mist. Harry reached deep within himself, grasping the pure joy of flying as an eagle. Golden mist poured forth, saturating the flames. The audience gasped as waves of happiness directly hit their souls. Several people laughed in delight, while others wiped away unexpected tears. Another emotion, the fierce protectiveness he felt healing Charlotte yesterday. Red mist flowed from his fingertips, twining through the golden streams. Members of the audience straightened their backs, some instinctively moving closer to their loved ones. Layer by layer, Harry emptied himself into the mist. Deep blue for wonder at discovering new forms of fire bending. Bright green for the piece of painting on the astronomy tower late at night. Purple for the satisfaction of evolving his fear mist spell to a completely new level. With each emotion poured out, his eyes grew colder. The temperature around the platform dropped steadily. Harry's azure flames began darkening as his soul responded to the growing emptiness within him. The usual brilliant blue deepened to indigo, then darker still. These new flames didn't illuminate, they consumed light. In the audience, Nicholas gripped Perinel's arm. Something's happening. The indigo flames spread rapidly, drawing in Harry's lightning and regular flames. They grew denser, almost liquid-like, yet still unmistakably fire. They spread ever more outward, consuming light rather than producing it. The effect created an absolute darkness that made several audience members shift uncomfortably in their seats. Yet within this void, pinpricks of soul resonance mist began to appear, tiny stars made of pure emotion. Each star held a different memory, a different feeling. One sparkled with the quiet contentment of reading in the library. Another pulsed with the fierce determination Harry felt while healing Charlotte. A cluster of stars carried the warmth of Christmas mornings at Hogwarts, while others held the peaceful solitude of early morning flights. The judges leaned forward, drawn by the subtle pull of the indigo flames. As they stared into the artificial night sky, each star's emotions resonated directly with their souls. Master Rousseau gripped the edge of his seat, eyes wide as childhood wonder flooded through him. Madame Lefebvre dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, overwhelmed by a star carrying the pure joy of creating something beautiful. The flames. Nicholas whispered to Pernell from their viewing box. They're affecting the judges. Not just the flames, Pernell responded quietly. Look at Harry's eyes. Harry stood motionless at the center of platform 2, eyes now completely devoid of warmth. More and more emotions poured from him into the myriad stars, leaving him increasingly empty. The indigo flames responded by growing stronger, pulling harder at the emotions around them. Judge Werner stumbled to his feet, reaching toward a particularly bright star. I remember this feeling, when I first. The other judges showed similar reactions, some crying, others laughing, all completely absorbed in the emotional constellation before them. The audience watched in confusion, too far away to feel the flame's effects but able to see the judge's unusual behavior. Should we stop him? Pernell gripped Nicholas' arm. No, Nicholas said firmly. Look at the artisan crystal. The crystal had begun to pulse with a deep purple light as it absorbed Harry's creation. The indigo flames and emotional stars were being permanently preserved, layer by layer. Soon, the artisan crystal's purple light intensified for the final time as the last layers of Harry's creation settled into place. The indigo flames began to recede, releasing their hold on the judges. One by one, they blinked and straightened in their seats, looking somewhat dazed. Harry swayed slightly as the emptiness inside him peaked. The cold look in his eyes remained, but exhaustion showed in the slight tremor of his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's voice shook slightly. The permanent piece has been successfully captured. A brief recess will follow while our judges recover. Murmurs spread through the audience as people noticed tears still streaming down Master Rousseau's face. Judge Werner kept touching his chest where his heart would be, mouth moving soundlessly. Nicholas appeared beside Harry in an instant. Come. You need to rest before the sculpture phase. Harry nodded, allowing himself to be led from the platform. While they walked, warmth slowly returned to his eyes. That was different, Harry said quietly. I've never pushed the mist so far before. We noticed. Nicholas guided him toward a private room. The indigo flames were unexpected. They just appeared when I emptied my emotions completely into the mist. Harry sank into a chair. Like my soul was compensating for the void by pulling in yang energy. They'll recover. Nicholas watched Harry carefully. Though I suspect your piece will leave quite an impression. What made you choose those particular emotions? I wanted to show them what it feels like, Harry said softly. To experience everything purely, without adult filters getting in the way. A knock at the door interrupted them. Madame Lefebvre stood in the doorway, still looking slightly shaken. Mr. Potter. She paused, collecting herself. The judges request a brief explanation of your technique. Harry nodded and followed Madame Lefebvre to a small chamber where the other judges waited. Master Rousseau had regained some composure, though his hands still shook slightly as he held a cup of tea. Judge Werner paced near the window, while two others sat quietly in their chairs. He settled into the offered seat, and considered how to explain what had happened. The indigo flames, no, yin flames, he decided, had arose when he completely emptied his emotions into the soul resonance mist. His Hun soul, stripped of feeling, had tilted toward yin, dragging his normally balanced flames with it. The resulting pull on yang energy had affected both his lightning and the judges themselves. Mr. Potter. Master Rousseau set down his cup. Would you explain what we experienced? The dark flames created a push and pull effect, Harry said carefully. They drew in energy while the emotional mist pushed outward. The combination enhanced the impact of the stored feelings. Enhanced. Judge Werner stopped pacing. I felt things I haven't experienced since childhood. Pure wonder, untainted joy. He shook his head. How did you capture such raw emotion? Harry met the judge's gaze. I wanted to share my perspective. The stars. Madame Lefebvre leaned forward. Each one held a different feeling. Yes. Memories of specific moments, preserved exactly as I experienced them. The judges exchanged glances. Master Rousseau cleared his throat. And the flames themselves? We've never seen that particular variety before. They appeared when I pushed myself further than usual, Harry said. I'm still working on my magic. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Madame Lefebvre stood. You should rest before the sculpture phase begins. Harry left the chamber, and he heard Judge Werner mutter, to think, a child teaching us how to feel again. He soon found his family and friends gathered in the exhibition hall. Charlotte rushed forward first, hugging him tightly. That was incredible. Are you okay? You looked so empty near the end. I'm fine now. Harry smiled, feeling warmth return as he saw everyone's concerned faces. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with pride, while McGonagall dabbed at suspiciously wet eyes. Flitwick was smiling from ear to ear. "My boy," Dumbledore stepped forward. "You continue to surprise us all." A crowd had gathered around Harry's displayed piece. People stood transfixed, faces showing everything from wonder to joy to peaceful contentment. Some older wizards wept openly as they experienced long-forgotten feelings of childhood innocence. "Mr. Potter." A staff member approached, blinking rapidly as he tore his gaze from the artwork. "We need a name for the piece. For the official records." Harry watched an elderly witch reach toward one of the emotional stars with trembling fingers, her face filled with remembered delight. The indigo flames pulled gently at the surrounding emotions while the soul resonance mist touched each viewer's heart deeply. "Starlight Memories," Harry said softly. Bill stood mesmerized by a particularly bright star, a wide smile spreading across his face. "This one, it feels like the first time I cast a successful charm. Look at this cluster." Tonks pointed, fingers trembling slightly. "They're all connected somehow." "Those are from Hogwarts," Harry explained. "Different moments that blend together." Akiko's foxtails swayed gently as she gazed at the indigo flames. "It feels hungry." She glanced at Harry. "Like it wants to pull something from inside me." "It's beautiful though," Fleur breathed, reaching toward a star that sparkled with artistic inspiration. "Each emotion feels so pure." Penny and Kiara stood together, hands clasped as tears rolled down their cheeks. The star before them carried the warmth of friendship, unconditional and true. "Harry." Charlotte touched his arm. "That one there." She pointed to a bright star near the center. "Is that from yesterday? When you finished healing me?" Harry nodded. "The joy of helping someone important to me." Nicholas cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should let Harry rest before the living sculpture presentation?" He emptied quite a lot of himself into this piece. "Just a moment," Pernell smiled, watching everyone experience the artwork together. "This feels important too." Chapter 59, The Grand Exhibition ends. Harry sat in the exhibition's private waiting room, surrounded by his family and friends. The judges had withdrawn to deliberate nearly an hour ago. Charlotte and Akiko stood next to him while Fleur paced near the window, occasionally muttering in French. He couldn't help dwelling on the living sculpture phase. Without storm clouds overhead, his lightning had felt weak, constrained, in comparison. The crystalline jumping tree looked decent enough, blue flames and electric arcs moving up and down to create an illusion of movement, but it lacked something essential. Real life. Real movement. Nicholas caught his eye from across the room and smiled encouragingly. But Harry knew the truth, he needed to expand beyond just flames, lightning, and mist. Perhaps if he were capable of some basic animation charms, or even elementary transfiguration. "The judges are returning." Tonks called from her spot by the door. Everyone filed into the grand exhibition hall. Hundreds of witches and wizards filled the seats, while the competing pieces stood displayed on elevated platforms. Harry's Starlight Memories painting drew constant crowds, the indigo flames still pulling gently at viewers' emotions while stars of pure feeling sparkled in the artificial night sky. Madame Lefebvre stepped up to the podium, tapping her wand for silence. The hall grew quiet except for occasional gasps and sighs from those experiencing Harry's emotional constellation. "Esteemed guests, after careful deliberation across all 4 categories, we begin with the Enchanted Painting Division." Harry's hands clenched slightly. Beside them, Fleur crossed her fingers. In 3rd place, Maurice Moreau, for The Last Stand of Ragnarok I. Applause filled the hall as Moreau approached the podium. Behind him, goblin warriors charged across a sprawling battlefield, their silver weapons gleaming with magic that could temporarily sharpen real blades placed near the painting. 2nd place goes to Madame Sayuri Tanaka for Garden of 4 Seasons. The Japanese witch bowed deeply as she accepted her medal. Her masterpiece drew gasps from the crowd, a living ink world where viewers could step inside and experience all 4 seasons simultaneously. Cherry blossoms fell endlessly in one quarter while snow drifted in another, each section bleeding seamlessly into the next. Madame Lefebvre paused, building tension. And 1st place in Enchanted Painting. Harry Potter, for Starlight Memories. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Charlotte squeezed his hand while Fleur let out a delighted squeal. Nicholas gently nudged him forward, and Harry stood on shaking legs. The walk to the podium felt surreal. People reached toward him, faces shining with tears from experiencing his emotional stars. An elderly wizard grabbed his sleeve, whispering, "Thank you for helping me remember." A young witch pressed her hands to her heart, smiling through her tears. Harry blinked rapidly as he climbed the steps. He'd poured everything into that painting, every pure feeling, every moment of wonder and joy. To have people understand, to really feel what he'd tried to share. An unprecedented fusion of flame art and soul magic, Madame Lefebvre announced over the thunderous applause. Never before has the exhibition witnessed such raw emotions preserved in permanent form. Harry's vision blurred as she placed the golden medal around his neck. The weight against his chest felt like an anchor, making this moment real. He turned to face the crowd and saw his family beaming at him, Nicholas and Pernell, Dumbledore and McGonagall, all of them smiling with pride. He barely made it back to his seat before the tears spilled over. Charlotte wrapped him in a tight hug while Fleur laid a hand on his shoulder. Harry buried his face in Charlotte's shoulder, overwhelmed by joy as the ceremony continued with magical music and dynamic dance. His attention snapped back when Madame Lefebvre cleared her throat for the living sculpture category. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation. Third place in living sculpture goes to Harry Potter for The Crystalline Jumping Tree. The applause felt polite rather than enthusiastic. Harry nodded, accepting the bronze medal while trying not to show his disappointment. He'd known the piece couldn't really compare to Starlight Memories. Second place, Jean-Paul Dubois for Symphony in Glass and Light. The French sculptor's creation drew appreciative whispers. Thousands of glass fragments hung suspended in mid-air, each catching and amplifying light into rainbow cascades that shifted based on viewers' movements. And first place. Madame Lefebvre smiled. Master Chen, for Mountains and Rivers Without End. The elderly sculptor's masterpiece dominated the exhibition floor, an enormous marble landscape that actually grew and changed. Mountains rose and eroded in minutes, rivers carved new paths through stone, and tiny marble trees sprouted leaves that clinked musically in the breeze. Master Chen accepted his medal with a deep bow. When he returned to his seat, small birds made of marble took flight from his sculpture's mountains, circling once before landing on newly formed branches. The formal ceremony dissolved into a reception as waiters appeared with drinks and hors d'oeuvres. Harry found himself surrounded by well-wishers, many still wiping tears from their encounters with Starlight Memories. "You've given us something precious," Master Chen said, approaching with a glass of water. "Those emotions, they remind us what we've forgotten." Harry smiled. "Your work was incredible as well. I didn't know a spell existed that could forever make mountains and rivers reform in different ways." "Ah, but I work only with stone." Master Chen gestured toward Harry's painting. "You work with the heart itself. Though perhaps next time, try incorporating more elements. Your lightning and flames show great promise, but they need companions." "I was thinking the same thing," Harry admitted. "I need to learn more magic before." A scream cut through the crowd. Harry spun around to see a young boy collapse near Madame Tanaka's ink painting. Black crystals erupted from his pocket, spreading rapidly across his chest and arms. The crowd scattered as obsidian-like growth spread across the boy's skin. A woman in healer's robes rushed forward, wand already moving to cast diagnostic charms. "Don't touch him. The curse might spread." Harry pushed through the panicked onlookers. The boy couldn't have been more than 5, dark hair, pale face contorted in pain as black crystals crept up his neck. A medallion gleamed from his partially crystallized pocket. "Please," a man in judge's robes fell to his knees beside the boy. "That's my son. Someone help him." The healer's wand moved frantically. "The curse is spreading too fast, I've seen this one before, there's no known counter-curse. At this rate..." She swallowed hard. "Minutes, maybe less." The boy lay rigid, eyes wide with terror as black crystals crackled across his skin. Small whimpers escaped his throat while his father gripped the ground beside him, shoulders shaking. "I can heal him," Harry said quietly, stepping forward. The healer glanced up, recognition flashing across her face. She immediately moved aside. "Please." Harry knelt beside the boy, whose breath came in sharp gasps now. Tears streamed down his face as crystals began creeping toward his eyes. "It hurts," he sobbed. "Papa, make it stop." "I'm here, Antoine," the judge choked out, reaching for his son's hand but stopping short of the crystallized skin. "Papa's right here." Harry closed his eyes briefly, concentrating his chi towards the void in the center of his dantian. 4 spheres of silver-white flame burst into existence, circling the boy's small form. Divine energy pooled in Harry's palms as he reached out, while golden soul resonance mist carried pure comfort and safety toward Antoine. The boy's desperate gasping eased slightly as the mist reached him. Harry's inner eye activated, showing him exactly where the curse would try to spread next. He painted streams of divine light around those points, containing and suffocating the dark magic. The crystals, someone whispered. They're stopping. Antoine's father leaned forward, hope breaking through his tears. Son. The black growths had indeed halted their advance. Harry pushed more divine energy through the gaps revealed by his albedo spheres, methodically cutting off the curse's anchor points. Everywhere his healing light touched, crystals began to crack and fall away. Papa. Antoine's voice trembled. The hurting is getting smaller. A sob tore from his father's throat. He pressed his forehead to the ground, shoulders heaving. Around them, many in the crowd wiped at their eyes or turned away. Piece by piece, the black crystals crumbled away. Harry guided his divine energy along Antoine's skin, following the curse's path backward to its source. The medallion in the boy's pocket pulsed with dark magic, trying to maintain its hold. Almost done, Harry murmured as Antoine sniffled. The boy's father raised his tear-stained face. The crystals, they're turning to dust. Indeed, what remained of the obsidian growths now fell away like black sand. Harry focused his divine energy on the medallion itself, and the cursed object shattered with a sharp crack. Antoine gasped as the last traces of dark magic dissolved. Papa! The boy launched himself into his father's arms. Both collapsed into fresh tears, clinging to each other as the crowd broke into applause and relieved exclamations. The healer rushed forward, casting diagnostic spells with shaking hands. It's completely gone. Not a trace of dark magic remains. She stared at Harry. How did you? Harry let the silver-white spheres fade away. Unlike healing Charlotte's scars, this hadn't drained him at all. The curse might have looked dramatic, but it lacked the deep-rooted strength of whatever had marked his friend. Questions erupted from all sides. Several healers pushed forward, parchment and quills already floating beside them. Ministry officials appeared from the crowd, badges glinting as they approached. The healer who had diagnosed Antoine raised her voice above the clamor. The implications of breaking a curse with no known counter. Perhaps we might give young Antoine some space to recover. Dumbledore stood beside Harry, blue eyes twinkling but voice carrying clear authority. The crowd hesitated. But Headmaster, a witch in St. Mungo's robes protested, this kind of healing is unprecedented. The theoretical applications alone will still be fascinating to discuss after proper research and documentation, Dumbledore smiled. I'm certain arrangements can be made through the appropriate channels. The gathered officials exchanged glances. A few seemed ready to argue, but none quite willing to challenge both Dumbledore's presence and his reasonable tone. The crowd began to disperse, though many cast lingering looks at Harry. Antoine's father finally looked up from his son, tears still wet on his face. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Harry knelt beside Antoine, who still clung to his father but now watched Harry with wide, curious eyes. The boy's skin showed no trace of the black crystals that had covered it moments ago. How do you feel? Harry asked softly. Better, Antoine sniffled, then gave a small smile. It felt warm and safe, like when Mama used to sing to me. His father pulled Antoine closer. I'm Judge Laurent. I don't know how to repay you. There's no need, Harry said. Maybe you could tell us where the medallion came from. Laurent's face darkened. A gift from a colleague. I thought it was just an old family heirloom. He glanced at the shattered remains. I should have checked more carefully. Antoine must have found it in my office. I just wanted to look at the pretty stone, Antoine mumbled into his father's robes. Dumbledore stepped forward. I think it's best we should continue this discussion somewhere more private. The exhibition's security team will want to examine the remnants. Nicholas and Pernell appeared through the thinning crowd. We know of a private room, Pernell offered, then smiled at Antoine. I believe we have some chocolate frogs there as well. Antoine perked up slightly, though he kept hold of his father's hand as they stood. Harry watched them follow the flamels, feeling oddly light. This healing had been different, faster, easier, almost natural. Charlotte appeared at his side, looking at him with concerned eyes. You didn't even look tired this time. The curse wasn't as strong as yours was, Harry explained. It spread quickly but didn't have deep roots. Mr. Potter. The healer who had first diagnosed Antoine stepped forward again, more hesitant now. I know Professor Dumbledore asked for space, but I'm part of the spell damage department at St. Mungo's. Would you consider visiting our ward sometime? We have patients who've been cursed for years. Harry stood silent for a long moment, looking down at his feet. The healer watched him with hopeful eyes, while his friends stood by his side. He remembered Nicholas' words from more than a month ago, "The world holds endless suffering, Harry. If you try to heal everyone, you'll lose yourself in the attempt." Pernell had added, "Your childhood matters too. You can't spend these years carrying the weight of every cursed person's pain." Yet Antoine's sobs still echoed in his mind. The raw desperation in Judge Laurent's voice as he begged for someone to help his son. Harry knew he couldn't ignore cases like that. But where should he draw the line? "I can't promise regular visits," Harry spoke, letting out a deep breath before looking the healer in the eyes. "But maybe we could start with the worst cases? The ones where there is no hope for the future." The healer's eyes widened, her lips curving into an eager smile. "Even that would be very helpful. We have many patients right now who..." Through proper channels, Dumbledore interrupted gently, returning to Harry's side. "Any arrangements should be made with Mr. Potter's guardians present." Harry nodded gratefully at Dumbledore. The healer pulled out a card. "Of course. Please, have your guardians contact me when convenient. And thank you for considering it." Chapter 60, Virtue Awakening. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed at the Flamel cottage. His thoughts kept returning to Antoine, the boy's terrified eyes as black crystals spread across his skin, the pure relief in his father's tears when the curse broke. That was when Harry's eyes darkened just a shade. A new offer had come. Biblically accurate, generic Angels and Demons costs 200 CP, 250 CP available to spend. Be not afraid. As an angelic being, you are in existence with the potential to embody the purest virtue in divine form. This nature means your true visage, once fully realized, would be incomprehensible to mere mortals. While most angels are restricted from accessing their true forms and are limited to more mundane appearances, this perk removes such restrictions from your being. As your understanding and embodiment of virtue grows, you gain increasing access to your angelic nature, beginning with the ability to manifest partial forms like wings and halos of holy light. When your virtue reaches sufficient heights, you may manifest your true form, an angel-like eldritch existence covered in an aura of holy light. In this form, unprotected mundane beings who lack supernatural abilities or protection may suffer mental damage or physical effects from merely perceiving you, potentially leading to lasting consequences or death with prolonged exposure. Unholy beings will feel uncomfortable in your presence and may be damaged by your holy light. Your partial manifestations, rather than damaging mortal minds, tend to calm them. Harry stared at the words floating in his mind. Angels, he knew what they were, technically. Beings of light and virtue from religious texts. But his knowledge felt academic, distant, known to him through his language comprehension. Like knowing what a lion looked like from books versus meeting Chrissa for the first time. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing as he considered the offer. The words "purest virtue in divine form" resonated with something deep inside him. What did that even mean? His mind drifted back to Antoine, to the moment of healing. There had been no thought of reward or recognition then, just the desperate need to help a suffering child. Was that virtue? Or just basic human decency? Harry shifted on his bed, crossing his legs more comfortably. The morning sun warmed his face through the window as he contemplated further. The offer mentioned partial forms, wings and halos. That seemed straightforward enough, if strange to imagine on himself. But the true form? Incomprehensible to mere mortals. Harry frowned. That sounded dangerous. He opened his eyes, watching Chrissa chuff in her sleep. The part about causing mental damage to unprotected people worried him. He'd never want to hurt anyone just by being seen. Though the offer did specify this only happened in the true form, which apparently required sufficient heights of virtue to achieve. What exactly made someone virtuous? Harry thought of Dumbledore, who always took up responsibilities on his own person. He thought of Nicholas and Pernell, who'd taken him in and taught him so much. But he knew that Pernell had her own moments of excessive pride if he thought back to what happened in Africa. Maybe that was part of it. Understanding that everyone, including himself, had both good and bad inside them. The divine healing energy he used didn't judge, it simply helped those in need. Harry ran his fingers through his hair, still uncertain. Grandpa Dumbledore didn't seem to have any bad sides, but maybe that was just something he hadn't encountered yet? Virtue, what did it truly mean? He thought back to the exhibition, to all the praise and attention he'd received. Had he really participated just to advance his magical artistry? Or had there been pride involved, a desire to show off his abilities? Harry shifted uncomfortably on his bed. Being honest with himself wasn't pleasant. Yes, he'd wanted to help advance magical art. But he'd also enjoyed the admiration, the way people looked at him with awe for something Harry had actually done. Not the boy who lived. Was that wrong? Chrissa stirred in her sleep, letting out a small grunt. Harry smiled at his lion cub, remembering how naturally she'd bonded with him. There had been no ulterior motives there, just pure connection. Like when he'd healed Antoine. The memory of the boy's pain-filled eyes returned. In that moment, Harry hadn't thought about reputation or praise. The only thing that mattered was stopping a child's suffering. His heart had moved before his mind could even consider the consequences. Maybe that's what virtue means, Harry whispered to himself. Acting because it's right, not because of what others might think. He glanced at the offer again, considering the warnings about the true form. That part sounded dangerous, incomprehensible to mortals, causing mental damage. But the offer clearly stated this only happened in the final form, which required sufficient heights of virtue to achieve. Harry doubted he'd reach that level anytime soon. And even if he did someday, he could simply choose not to use it around others. The partial manifestations, on the other hand. A halo and wings that brought calm rather than harm? That didn't sound bad at all. If anything, it might help when he worked with scared patients at St. Mungo's. And becoming more virtuous. Harry spoke softly to himself, that's good, isn't it? Understanding my own motivations better, trying to be a better person. He took a deep breath, staring at the trees through the window for a long moment. The choice felt important, weighty. But the more he thought about it, the more right it felt. I accept, Harry whispered. For a moment, nothing seemed to change. Then Harry noticed something different about his chi, an almost imperceptible presence flowing beside it. He closed his eyes, focusing inward with the sensitivity developed through years of fire-bending practice. The new energy felt pure. Clean in a way that made even his refined chi seem crude by comparison. But it was so faint he could barely sense it, like trying to spot a single star through heavy clouds. Harry breathed deeply, attempting to direct this new energy as he would chi. Nothing happened. He tried gathering it in his dantian, still nothing. Frowning, Harry switched tactics, remembering how he'd felt while healing Antoine. The memory came easily, the desperate need to help, the complete focus on easing the boy's suffering. When Harry dwelled on that moment of pure compassion, he felt the tiniest surge in the new energy. His eyes snapped open in excitement, and immediately the feeling vanished. Okay, Harry muttered to himself. So it responds to genuine virtue? But what counts as virtue? He closed his eyes again, this time thinking about healing Charlotte's scars. That had been partly out of friendship and care, yes. But hadn't he also felt guilty for not being there when she was cursed? And slightly proud when people praised his healing abilities? The energy dimmed so slightly he almost missed it. Right. Harry spoke softly. Not just good actions. The intentions matter too. He thought back to the exhibition. Creating beauty was good, wasn't it? But he'd also wanted to prove himself, to show everyone what he could do. The energy flickered again, even fainter this time. A warm weight pressed against his leg as Chrissa climbed onto the bed, still yawning. Harry smiled, rubbing her cheeks with both hands. What do you think, girl? This is all rather confusing. Chrissa bumped her head against his hand, rumbling. The simple affection made Harry pause. When he'd first met her in Greece, he hadn't thought about what she could do for him or how impressive having a Nemean lion would look. He'd just wanted to help a scared, injured cub. The new energy strengthened slightly. Oh, Harry breathed. So that's what it means. He focused deeply on his meridians. The energy felt different from chi, which responded to passion. This new force seemed to react to purity of heart? No, that wasn't quite right. More like honesty with himself? Harry thought about his upcoming work at St. Mungo's. He genuinely wanted to help people suffering from curses. But a small part of him was also worried about failing, about betraying people's expectations of him if he couldn't heal the worst cases. The energy dimmed, It's not just about doing good things, Harry realized. It's about understanding why I'm doing them. He opened his eyes, watching sunlight stream through his window. The trees outside swayed in a gentle breeze, and Harry remembered something Pernell had told him about art. The truth of a painting lies not in what others see, but in what moved the artist to create it. Maybe virtue is like that, Harry said to Krissa, who had flopped onto her side expecting belly rubs. It's not about looking virtuous to others. It's about actually being virtuous inside. He obliged her silent demand, scratching the soft golden fur of her belly while continuing to examine this new awareness. The energy remained incredibly faint, but Harry could sense it flowing alongside his chi now that he knew what to look for. A memory surfaced, the first time he'd created azure flames out of his own volition without requiring the influence of his yin-refined meridians. That too had started with understanding, with realizing how they were just one way his chi could express itself. But this felt different. Much more personal. Harry summoned a small azure flame in his palm, watching it crackle and spin. The fire responded to his passion for creation, his love of art. But when he tried to direct the new energy into the flame, nothing changed. The virtue energy seemed to ignore his commands entirely. Right, Harry muttered. You can't force virtue any more than you can force someone to be honest. He extinguished the flame and closed his eyes again. If he couldn't control this energy directly, maybe he could at least understand it better. What made it grow stronger? Pure intentions, yes, but there had to be more. Harry thought about the letters piling up from desperate families seeking healing. Some part of him dreaded reading them, afraid of failing people who needed help. But wasn't that fear itself a kind of pride? Thinking about himself instead of focusing on those who were suffering? The energy flickered, and Harry felt something shift in his understanding. Fear of failure wasn't necessarily bad, it showed he cared about doing things right. But letting that fear stop him from trying to help others, that definitely weakened the virtue energy. So emotions themselves aren't good or bad, Harry thought aloud. Krissa opened one eye at his voice, then went back to enjoying her belly rubs. It's what we choose to do with them that matters. He remembered staying with Kiara in the shrieking shack, how scared she'd been about anyone discovering her secret. He'd felt uncertain, even a little afraid, but had chosen to stay anyway. Not because he wanted anything from her, but because no one should have to face their fears alone. The virtue energy brightened slightly at the memory. Because I helped despite feeling uncomfortable. Harry wondered. Or because I didn't think about what I'd get out of it. Krissa rolled over and stretched, bumping her head against his knee. The simple, honest affection made Harry think. Animals didn't pretend, didn't hide their true nature behind masks. Maybe virtue was like that, being genuine, true to yourself and others. He thought about his divine healing. People called him special, talented, extraordinary. But wasn't that missing the point? The power to heal wasn't what mattered, it was choosing to use that power to help others. And even then, I'm not special for wanting to help people, Harry said softly. That's just human. Normal. The right thing to do. The virtue energy surged stronger than before, though still barely noticeable. Harry. Perinel's voice called from downstairs. Breakfast is ready. And there's a letter from Albus for you. Harry blinked, realizing how long he'd been sitting in meditation. Krissa was already heading for the door, eager for her own breakfast. The smell of fresh bread and eggs wafted up from the kitchen. Coming. Harry called back. He stood up slowly, still aware of the subtle virtue energy flowing alongside his chi. Should he tell Nicholas and Pernell about this? They'd notice eventually, the offer had mentioned visible manifestations like halos. But for now, better understand it myself first, Harry decided. After all, he barely grasped how it worked. And explaining something about virtue to the Flamels felt presumptuous. They'd lived for centuries, surely they understood more about being good people than he did, right? The virtue energy dimmed slightly at that thought. Harry paused halfway to the door. Oh. Taking their wisdom for granted isn't virtuous either, is it? Everyone can learn from everyone else. He shook his head, smiling. This was going to take a lot of getting used to, having his own thoughts and assumptions challenged by this new awareness. But wasn't that partly the point of accepting the offer? Understanding himself better, seeing his own pride and prejudices clearly? Harry. Pernell called again. Your eggs are getting cold. Harry hurried downstairs to the kitchen, and he smiled slightly at the scent of fresh bread, even if he wasn't all that hungry. Nicholas sat at the table reading Le Oracle while Chrissa had already claimed her spot near the stove, watching hopefully as Pernell prepared what smelled like sausages. "There you are," Pernell smiled, placing a plate of eggs and toast in front of him. "Deep in thought this morning?" Harry nodded, picking up his fork. "Just thinking about some things." He glanced at Nicholas, who had set down his newspaper. "About helping people, and why we choose to do it." "Ah," Nicholas folded the paper carefully. "This wouldn't have anything to do with the letters from St. Mungo's." Harry paused, remembering how the virtue energy had dimmed when he'd dismissed the idea of sharing his thoughts with the Flamels. That hadn't been right. They deserved his honesty, and maybe they could help him understand this better. "Actually," Harry set down his fork, "something happened this morning. I received an offer. But this one was different from the usual." He took a deep breath. It was about becoming, well, sort of like an angel. About cultivating virtue. The kitchen went silent. Even Chrissa stopped begging for sausages, sensing the change in atmosphere. Pernell turned from the stove, her eyes wide. Nicholas leaned forward, his breakfast forgotten. "An angel?" Pernell whispered. "You mean? Not with wings and halos?" "Well, not yet anyway." Harry quickly explained about the virtue energy he could now sense, how it responded to pure intentions and dimmed with pride or selfishness. "Like just now, when I thought I shouldn't bother you with this because surely you knew more about virtue than me, the energy actually weakened." Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a long look. After 6 centuries together, they barely needed words to communicate. "Harry," Nicholas spoke carefully, "in all our years studying alchemy and immortality, we've encountered many religious Muggle texts about angels. They're described as beings of pure virtue, messengers of divine will. Are you saying?" Harry squirmed in his chair, suddenly feeling very small and uncertain. This had seemed simpler when he was just thinking about the new energy and how it worked. Now, seeing the awe in Nicholas and Perinel's faces. "I don't know," Harry admitted quietly. "The offer said something about eventually having wings and a halo, but right now I can barely sense this new energy." "And?" He looked down at his plate, voice growing smaller. "I'm not pure or perfect. I get angry sometimes, and proud." Pernell moved from the stove, coming to sit beside him. "Oh, Monday Petit." She wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "No one expects you to be perfect. Even in those Muggle books, angels spent a long time learning to embody virtue. But what if I do something wrong?" Harry leaned into her embrace, voicing his deepest fear. "What if I'm not good enough to be an angel?" "Harry," Nicholas stood up and walked around the table, kneeling beside his chair. "Listen to me. The very fact that you worry about this shows wisdom beyond your years. And didn't you say the energy responds to honest self-reflection? To understanding your own flaws?" Harry nodded slowly, still pressed against Perinel's side. "Yes. When I try to pretend I'm better than I am, it gets weaker. But when I'm honest about my mistakes..." He paused, focusing on the subtle energy. "It actually feels stronger now, talking to you both about it. Because you're trusting us." Pernell squeezed his shoulders gently. "Instead of trying to handle everything alone." Speaking of trust, Nicholas reached across the table for an envelope. "Albus sent this earlier. He's always had a knack for timing." Harry took the letter, recognizing Grandpa Dumbledore's neat handwriting. "Should I open it now?" Harry glanced at his cooling breakfast. "Eat first," Pernell nudged his plate closer. "Whatever Albus has written can wait until after you've had a proper meal. Even angels need breakfast." Harry felt his cheeks grow warm, but he picked up his fork again. The kitchen settled into comfortable quiet, broken only by the scrape of cutlery and Chris's hopeful snuffling near Perinel's feet. Harry found himself paying attention to every bite, aware of how the virtue energy responded to simple gratitude for good food and family. "You know," Nicholas spoke after a while, buttering another piece of toast, "I remember reading about an old Hebrew tradition. They believed angels spent each morning singing praises, then turned to flame and vanished, only to be recreated the next day." He smiled at Harry. "I suppose blue fire isn't quite the same thing." "Nicholas," Pernell scolded, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Don't tease him." Harry swallowed his eggs, considering this. "I don't think I'll vanish into flame." The offer was pretty clear about the wings and halo part coming gradually. Though. He paused, remembering something. It did mention a true form that could hurt people just by looking at it. But that's supposed to be really far away, and I'd never use it around others anyway. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged another meaningful look. Harry recognized that expression. They were worried about him, but trying not to show it. I'll be careful, Harry promised, setting down his fork. And I'll tell you both if anything changes. I don't want to keep secrets from you. The virtue energy warmed slightly at his words. Harry blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected it to respond to such a simple promise. But then again, small choices mattered just as much as big ones, didn't they? We know you will, Pernell smiled, though concern still lingered in her eyes. Now, shall we see what Albus has written? Harry picked up the envelope, breaking the purple wax seal. The parchment inside carried the scent of lemon drops that always reminded him of Grandpa Dumbledore's office. Dear Harry, he read aloud. I trust this letter finds you well after your achievements at the exhibition. While I had planned to continue our occlumency lessons next week, recent developments suggest we might benefit from beginning sooner. Would tomorrow morning be convenient? Albus is right, Nicholas leaned back in his chair, sighing deeply. After what happened with Antoine. Harry, you removed a dark curse that skilled healers couldn't counter. People will want to know how you did it. Some might try to take that knowledge directly from your mind, Pernell added softly. Not everyone respects boundaries when faced with such powerful magic. Harry frowned, remembering the crowds that had gathered after he healed Antoine. The healers eager to study his methods. The desperate letters from families. And now this new angelic nature on top of everything else. I understand, Harry nodded, feeling the virtue energy respond to his acceptance of their concern. Not dismissing it, not pretending he could handle everything alone. I'll write back to Grandpa right after breakfast. Chapter 61, Occlumency Barriers. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office, feeling the slight shifting of the virtue energy in his dantian. It was flowing just the slightest along with his chi through his meridians, but it couldn't get very far before it stopped. There didn't seem to be enough virtue energy for it to accomplish one circulation through his meridians. Come in, Harry, Dumbledore called before he could knock. The office looked strange. The usual collection of whirring silver instruments had vanished from their tables, leaving open spaces that made the circular room feel larger. Even Fox Perch stood empty, though a few fallen phoenix feathers still glowed on the floor beneath it. Good morning, Grandpa. Harry smiled at Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk wearing robes of midnight blue decorated with tiny stars. You've redecorated. Fewer distractions, Dumbledore explained, rising from his chair. Today's lesson requires particular focus. We'll be working on maintaining your mental defenses while under various forms of stress. Harry nodded, remembering their previous sessions. He'd learned to detect mental probes, track their movements, even anticipate their paths. But actually blocking them. I've been practicing, Harry said. But I'm not sure how much progress I've made. We shall see. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Now, I believe you are familiar with the basic principle, awareness of your own mind, recognition of foreign intrusion. Today we add another layer of difficulty. Dumbledore conjured a simple wooden chair in the center of the cleared space with a flick of his wand. Please, sit. Harry settled into the chair, trying to center himself as he'd learned. First, Dumbledore said, I want you to maintain your mental awareness while solving this. He placed a small wooden puzzle box on Harry's lap. Inside is a chocolate frog. The box will only open when you've arranged all the sliding pieces correctly. They are charmed to make it more difficult. Harry picked up the box, examining the delicate wooden squares that shifted beneath his fingers. And you'll be testing your defenses, of course. Dumbledore smiled. Begin whenever you're ready. The wooden pieces slid beneath Harry's fingers as he started working on the puzzle box. He could feel Dumbledore's mental probe gently pressing against the edges of his awareness, searching for a way in. Remember, Dumbledore spoke softly, there are two primary methods of defense. You can either directly block the intrusion, which will alert the Legilimens to your resistance, or redirect their attention through misdirection. Harry nodded, choosing to attempt a direct block first. He gathered magic from his Po soul, letting it flow naturally toward his Hun soul where the probe was attempting entry. But, he could feel the magic gather, but shaping it into an actual barrier wasn't as easy as it seemed at first glance. Too rigid, Dumbledore commented as his probe easily broke past Harry's first attempt. Mental defenses require flexibility. Try again. Harry adjusted his approach, allowing the magical energy to spread more evenly rather than concentrating it in one spot. This felt more natural, his Hun soul seemed to instinctively guide the magic into a membrane-like structure. Better, Dumbledore encouraged. Now, what do you feel when I do this? The probe suddenly split into 3 separate tendrils, each seeking different memories. Harry's hastily constructed barrier held against 2, but the third broke through, bringing forth a clear image of playing tag with Krissa, which he naturally won. Harry paused, working through what had just happened. The barrier worked where I focused it, but I couldn't maintain it everywhere at once. Indeed. Dumbledore withdrew his probes entirely. Direct defense at this level requires covering your entire mind simultaneously. Many wizards find this exhausting, which is why misdirection often proves more practical. Shall we try that approach? Harry shifted in his chair, rolling his shoulders to release some tension. How exactly do I misdirect someone? Show them fake memories. Real or false memories can work, though authentic ones tend to feel more natural to the Legilimens. The key is choosing which memories to present while protecting those you wish to keep private. This time when Dumbledore's probe returned, Harry tried a different strategy. Instead of blocking the intrusion, he focused on memories of working on his exhibition piece, memories he didn't mind sharing. The probe paused, examining these surface thoughts. Good instinct, Dumbledore said. But don't focus so hard on what you're showing me. That makes it obvious you're hiding something else. Harry realized he'd been practically shoving the exhibition memories forward. He relaxed his focus, letting the memories float more naturally in his consciousness while quietly gathering magic in the depths of his Hun soul to protect deeper thoughts. The probe moved deeper, and Harry kept his focus relaxed while maintaining awareness of where it went. When Dumbledore's mental touch brushed against memories of his morning meditation, Harry let those surface naturally while subtly redirecting attention away from thoughts about his daily fire-bending exercises. Much better, Dumbledore said. Now, let's see how you handle multiple angles of approach. 3 separate probes pressed against different areas of Harry's mind. He breathed steadily, allowing his magical defense to spread like water, finding natural channels through his Hun soul. The first probe encountered memories of breakfast with the Flamels, the second found thoughts about his upcoming healing work at St. Mungo's, but the third probe stumbled upon a memory Harry hadn't thought about in months, Draco Malfoy being struck by that curse meant for him. The sound of Draco's pained cough echoed through his mind, and Harry felt a sudden surge of something. His virtue energy increased slightly as he thought about healing Draco, about removing a curse the boy had suffered through no fault of his own. The magical barrier in his Hun soul strengthened at the same time, just enough that Dumbledore's probe hesitated before breaking through. Dumbledore hummed slightly, and then withdrew all 3 probes. Your defense became notably stronger for a moment there. Shall we take a break? You've been maintaining focus for nearly 2 hours. Harry sagged in relief, not realizing how tense he'd become. Yes, please. My head feels like I've been painting with lightning for hours. Dumbledore conjured a comfortable armchair next to Harry and summoned a tea service. Lemon drop. Always. Harry grinned, popping the candy into his mouth. You know, Grandpa, I think I might finish all the theory books for the main classes before winter. The language comprehension really helps with understanding everything quickly, and the Flamels have finished teaching me the Hogwarts curriculum for potions and herbology. Is that so? Dumbledore poured them both tea, adding an extra sugar cube to Harry's cup. I remember it took me quite a while to get through advanced transfiguration theory when I was a student. Well, I've got nothing else to do during my reading time. Except maybe play with Krissa, but she sleeps most afternoons anyway. Harry took a sip of tea. Oh. That reminds me, I wanted to tell you something important. Something happened yesterday morning. Oh. I received another offer. Harry set down his teacup. But this one was different. It wasn't about power or abilities, not really. It was about becoming an angelic being. Dumbledore's hand froze halfway to his own teacup. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? An angelic being. With virtue energy that flows alongside my chi. Harry gestured vaguely at his meridians. That's actually what happened during our lesson just now. When I thought about helping Draco Malfoy, about healing him because he didn't deserve what happened 4 years ago, the virtue energy got stronger, and it made my occlumency barrier just a tad tougher too. The teacup remained forgotten as Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair. Harry, are you saying I haven't grown wings or anything, Harry added quickly. Well, not yet anyway. I'll probably get a halo and wings later, if I get enough virtue energy. But right now it's just this new energy that responds when I do or think truly good things. Nicholas and Pernell already know, I told them yesterday. Dumbledore removed his glasses and cleaned them slowly with the edge of his robe. An angel. My grandson is becoming an angel. Well, yes. Harry fidgeted with his teacup. But I don't really understand everything yet. The virtue energy responds when I do good things for the right reasons, but it's more than just being nice. Dumbledore replaced his glasses, blue eyes studying Harry closely. And this virtue energy, you can feel it now. It's inside my dantian. Harry thumbed towards his stomach. But there's not much of it yet. I think it's because I'm still figuring out my own understanding of virtue. The energy responded because I made a choice based on what I truly believed was right, not because of some rule about helping others. Interesting. Dumbledore leaned forward. And how do you determine what is right? That's the hard part. It doesn't seem to be about following rules or being good the way people expect. Harry frowned thoughtfully. When I healed Antoine, the energy grew stronger because I chose to help him based on my own judgment of what was right. Not because someone told me to, or because I wanted praise. You're developing your own moral framework, Dumbledore observed. Exactly. The virtue energy responds when I make honest choices aligned with what I believe is right. But I have to really understand why I'm making those choices. Harry gestured excitedly. Dumbledore took a long moment to consider Harry's words, quickly reaching for another lemon drop. And these choices, these personal judgments of right and wrong, they manifest physically. Well, sort of. Harry closed his eyes, looking back to the moment he received the offer. The offer mentioned that as my understanding and embodiment of virtue grows, I'll gain increasing access to my angelic nature, starting with a halo and wings. Nicholas saw the tiniest glimmer above my head yesterday when I was practicing firebending control next to the fireplace. I was thinking about how I've long realized that I didn't need overwhelming power for my art, what mattered was understanding exactly how much power each technique needed. No more, no less. That was also the moment I felt the virtue energy strengthen, and the moment Nicholas saw the small bit of light above my head. He said it might have something to do with the temperance virtue. I see. Dumbledore popped the lemon drop into his mouth. About young Draco, you understand the political implications of the boy who lived healing the Malfoy heir. Harry shrugged. I don't care about politics. I care about helping someone who's suffering because of a curse that was originally aimed at me. Because that aligns with your understanding of what's right. Yes. Harry opened his eyes. And because I've thought it through. I know I can heal dark magic now. I know the curse was meant for me. I know he's been suffering for years. So I made my choice based on what I believe, not what others might think about it. Dumbledore smiled, reaching for a piece of parchment and his favorite peacock quill. In that case, I shall write to Lucius immediately. But I suspect this will take several days of careful negotiations. A tap at the window interrupted him. A long-eared owl was flapping its wings outside, a sealed letter clutched in its talons. Speaking of the Malfoys, Dumbledore waved his hand, opening the window. The owl swooped in and landed on his desk. It seems they've heard about your recent healing successes, and decided to take the initiative. Harry stared at the owl, lips pressed into a thin line. Grandpa. I don't think this is a coincidence. The timing is too perfect, we were just talking about contacting them. He set his teacup down with a soft clink, leaning forward in his chair. Remember that blessing of fortune I received? I think this might be related. Ah yes, that offer. Dumbledore reached for the letter, breaking the elaborate wax seal bearing the Malfoy crest. Most interesting how these blessings of yours interact with each other. Harry nodded. The fortune blessing doesn't just give me luck. It creates opportunities, guides me toward what needs to happen. And right now. He gestured at the letter Dumbledore was unfolding. Well, we were just discussing how to contact the Malfoys about healing Draco. Dumbledore's eyes moved rapidly across the parchment, eyebrows rising slightly. Indeed. Lucius writes that news of your healing magic has reached him, particularly regarding young Antoine's curse. He requests an immediate meeting to discuss a personal matter regarding Draco. What exactly does he say? Dumbledore cleared his throat and began reading. Headmaster Dumbledore. News of Mr. Potter's extraordinary healing magic has reached my attention, particularly regarding the recent incident with the judge's son. As you are well aware, my son continues to suffer from injuries sustained during an attack at the yearly ministry gathering. An attack that might have been prevented had proper security measures been in place. Given Mr. Potter's apparent mastery over curse removal, I request an immediate meeting to discuss Draco's condition. My wife and I are prepared to receive you and Mr. Potter at Malfoy Manor tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I trust you understand the urgency of this matter. Lucius Malfoy, head of House Malfoy. Harry frowned at the accusatory tone. He's still angry about what happened. Lucius has never forgiven me for that day. Dumbledore folded the letter carefully. And I cannot blame him. A father watching his child suffer. He paused, looking at Harry. What do you think about meeting tomorrow? Harry didn't take long to reply. We were already planning to contact them. And if my blessing of fortune arranged this? He looked up at Dumbledore. I want to help Draco. The sooner the better. Even knowing how Lucius might try to use this politically. Mr. Malfoy can try whatever he wants. Harry straightened in his chair. My choice is about Draco, not about politics or old grudges. No child should suffer because adults can't get along. The virtue energy in Harry's dantian stirred at these words, and he noticed Dumbledore's eyes widen slightly. Did you see? A brief shimmer above your head, Dumbledore confirmed. How remarkable. Was that related to what you were saying? I think so. Harry touched the spot where he'd felt the energy move. The virtue energy responded because I meant what I said. About helping Draco regardless of politics. Dumbledore reached for a fresh piece of parchment. Then we shall accept the invitation. I'll write our response now. He dipped his quill in ink, but paused before touching it to the parchment. Harry, you understand this means we'll have less time for your occlumency lesson tomorrow. It's fine. Harry stood up, stretching his arms above his head. And I should probably rest anyway. Healing takes a lot of focus, and I want to be at full strength tomorrow. A wise precaution. Dumbledore began writing, the peacock feather quill scratching against parchment. I suggest you return to the Flamels and get some rest. We'll meet here at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Harry nodded, already thinking about what lay ahead. Healing Draco would be different from his previous cases, this curse had 4 years to settle in. But after succeeding with Charlotte's scars and Antoine's spreading crystals, Harry felt confident he could help. He had to. Grandpa. Harry paused at the door. Thank you. For supporting my decision. My dear boy, Dumbledore looked up from his writing, blue eyes twinkling. When my grandson tells me he's becoming an angel and wants to heal someone's son, well, who am I to stand in the way of virtue? Chapter 62, Malfoy Manor. Harry stood beside Dumbledore at the entrance of Malfoy Manor, watching white peacocks strut across the neat, well-cut grass. The iron gates swung open without a sound. I trust you are well rested. Dumbledore walked beside him in deep purple robes adorned with silver stars. The old wizard's eyes tracked the movements of another peacock preening near an ornate fountain. Yes, Grandpa. The Flamels made sure I went to bed early. Harry adjusted the sleeve of his formal healing robes, white silk embroidered with silver thread. Nicholas and Pernell had commissioned them specifically for his upcoming work at St. Mungo's, claiming proper attire helped set patients at ease. The gravel path ran between trimmed green hedges leading to a big mansion up ahead. Harry walked closer, and he saw how carefully everything was kept up, from the perfectly shaped bushes to the clean, shiny windows. The whole place looked spotless. A house elf appeared at the front doors with a soft pop. The creature bowed so low his long nose touched the ground. Sir Dumbledore and Sir Harry Potter, sir. Master and Mistress await you in the receiving room. His eyes stayed fixed on the ground. Please let us in, Dumbledore said gently. The elf's ears quivered at being directly addressed as he hurried to open the heavy front doors. The hall inside was very tall, with a black stone floor partly covered by fancy rugs. The people in the paintings on the walls watched them walk by, trying to hide their curiosity as they whispered to each other. Harry looked straight ahead, thinking about how Dumbledore had told him to stay calm and professional. The house elf led them to tall double doors made of dark wood. He knocked twice, and the doors opened to reveal a bright room with high windows. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy stood near an elegant fireplace, both wearing formal robes in deep green. Draco stood between them in black robes, trying hard not to cough. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Potter. Lucius stepped forward and gave a small bow. Welcome to our home, Lord Malfoy. Dumbledore inclined his head. Lady Malfoy. Harry bowed as Pernell had taught him. Thank you for having us. Please, be seated. Narcissa gestured to the comfortable chairs arranged around a low table. A different house elf appeared with a tray of tea and small cakes. Harry noticed how the elf's hands shook slightly as he set down the tray. Thank you, Harry said to the elf, meeting those huge eyes. The tea smells wonderful. The elf froze mid-motion, teapot hovering above a cup. Sir Harry Potter thanks Dobby. His voice rose to a squeak. Great Harry Potter is too kind to notice Dobby. Too good to speak to. Dobby. Lucius' sharp voice cut through the elf's rising hysteria. That will be all. The elf vanished with a crack, leaving the teapot to finish pouring by itself. Harry felt something odd. Among the constant stream of faith flowing toward him, a tiny portion felt different. More concentrated, more pure somehow. And it felt like it came from that house elf. My apologies. Lucius' lips thinned. Our house elf can be excitable. No need to apologize, Harry said. House elves deserve our thanks just like anyone else. Draco stared up at Harry from his seat next to Narcissa, eyes wide. You got really tall, he blurted out, then immediately looked down when his mother placed a hand on his shoulder. Harry smiled at the boy. I did. How are you feeling, Draco? A hacking cough interrupted whatever Draco tried to say. He pressed a handkerchief to his mouth, shoulders shaking with the effort to suppress it. Perhaps we should move somewhere more suitable. Narcissa stood up, worry clear in her eyes despite her composed expression. We've prepared a room upstairs. Of course. Dumbledore set down his untouched teacup. Harry. They followed the Malfoys up a wide staircase to the second floor. The room they entered was bright and airy, with large windows letting in the morning sun. A comfortable-looking bed stood against one wall, and several chairs had been arranged nearby. Will this be sufficient? Lucius asked, watching Harry examine the space. Yes, this will work well. Harry turned to Draco, who had started coughing again. Would you like to sit on the bed? This might take a while. Draco nodded, climbing onto the bed while trying to catch his breath. He looked even smaller against the large pillows, and Harry noticed dark circles under the boy's eyes. Have you been sleeping well? Harry asked, pulling a chair close to the bed. Not really. Draco glanced at his parents before continuing. The coughing gets worse at night. Narcissa sat in another chair near the bed, while Lucius remained standing by the window. Dumbledore settled into an armchair near the door, pulling out a small bag. Lemon drop, anyone? He offered the bag around with a smile. They do wonders for the nerves. No thank you, headmaster. Lucius turned from the window. How long will this process take? That depends on how deep the curse has settled. Harry placed his hand near Draco's chest, not quite touching. May I? Draco nodded, and Harry closed his eyes to refine divine energy through his Hun soul and start pouring it in. Right away, Harry could tell that the curse seemed to have spread through Draco's lungs over the past 4 years, making breathing harder each year. Harry could sense how it had become deeply attached to both the tissue itself, and his soul. This will take longer than usual, Harry said, opening his eyes. The curse has had time to really settle in. We might need several breaks. Whatever is necessary. Narcissa leaned forward slightly. Will it hurt? No, but it might feel strange. Harry smiled at Draco. Like breathing mint-flavored air, maybe. Just try to relax and breathe normally. Speaking of breathing exercises, Dumbledore spoke up. I hear the gardens of Japan are particularly lovely this time of year, Lucius. Have you visited recently? While Lucius and Dumbledore discussed Japanese gardens, Harry focused on healing Draco. He let soul resonance mist spread through the room, carrying gentle emotions that made everyone feel more at ease. 4 spheres of silver-white albedo flame appeared around Draco, revealing more and more of the imperfections in the curse. Not last year, Lucius answered Dumbledore. The Ministry has kept me quite busy with the new trade regulations. Ah yes, the restrictions on imported potions ingredients. Dumbledore nodded. I find myself wondering if... A small rattling breath from Draco interrupted him. Harry paused his work, watching the boy catch his breath. Water. Narcissa already had a glass ready. No, I'm okay. Draco took a deep breath. It feels a bit different now. Better. Harry smiled, and couldn't help but be surprised at the increase in potency of his divine energy when refined through Dobby's concentrated faith. If he had more of this kind of faith, he'd probably be able to heal Draco within 1 minute. We're making good progress. Ready to continue? Yet. Draco settled back against the pillows. Will I be able to fly again after this? Draco, Narcissa started, but Harry cut in. Of course. You'll be able to do whatever you want. Harry resumed his work, adding a touch more soul resonance mist to keep everyone calm. Do you like Quidditch? Yes. I want to be a seeker, Draco said eagerly. Father says I can try out for the house team when I go to Hogwarts. Harry felt virtue energy stir in his dantian as he continued healing. The activated energy started slowly flowing through his meridians, and he blinked in surprise when he discovered that his divine energy felt just a bit stronger. Which house do you think you'll be in? Slytherin, of course. Draco puffed up with pride, then deflated as another cough came. This one was lighter than before. Narcissa leaned forward, but stopped mid-motion. She blinked, staring at something behind Harry's head. A faint shimmer of light caught the corner of Harry's eye, his halo showing itself for a short moment while he kept painting around the curse with divine energy. Almost halfway done, Harry said, pretending not to notice Narcissa's reaction. The virtue energy continued building steadily, and now that he paid attention, he could see that his soul resonance mist was also a bit more effective from the way Narcissa blinked drowsily. The 4 albedo flames grew brighter. The trade regulations have been particularly strict regarding Asian imports, Lucius continued his conversation with Dumbledore, though his eyes kept darting to his son. The Japanese ministry insists on. Father. Draco interrupted, taking a deep breath. I can breathe better already. Lucius stopped mid-sentence, all pretense of casual conversation forgotten. He stepped closer to the bed, hands gripping the wooden footboard. Draco. Look. Draco took another deep breath, then another. No coughing. His voice cracked with excitement as he breathed deeply again and again. Narcissa reached for Draco's hand with trembling fingers. My dragon. She pressed her other hand to her mouth as tears welled up in her eyes. Mother, I can breathe. Draco bounced on the bed, face flushed with joy. A small laugh bubbled up from his chest, clear and free of any rattling. The sound made Narcissa's tears spill over. Harry kept working, the virtue energy flowing stronger now as he witnessed the family's raw emotions. The curse was almost gone, just a few tendrils left to unravel. The albedo flames pulsed with increased intensity, and Harry's halo flickered more visibly. Lucius stepped around the bed to stand beside his wife, one hand gripping the back of her chair. The mask of aristocratic indifference crumbled as he watched Draco take deep, untroubled breaths. Almost done, Harry murmured, focusing on the last remnants of the curse. One final surge of divine energy, strengthened by the steady flow of virtue, completed the painting, and the last remnants of the curse was utterly surrounded and purged. Harry lowered his hands, smiling at Draco. There. All gone. Draco jumped up and threw himself at his mother, wrapping his arms around her neck. Mother. Father. Listen. He took an exaggerated breath, then let it out with a laugh. Narcissa pulled him close, pressing her face into his hair. Lucius reached out and placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, squeezing gently. His other hand still gripped the chair, knuckles white with tension. I believe, Dumbledore spoke softly from his corner, this calls for celebration rather than trade discussions. A weak chuckle escaped Lucius. Indeed, Headmaster. He turned to Harry, voice rough with emotion. Mr. Potter, how can we possibly? No need for payment, Harry said, and felt virtue energy surge at his charity. The light behind his head brightened for a moment, making Narcissa blink rapidly. Being able to help was enough. But surely Lucius started. Thank you. Draco interrupted, pulling away from his mother to look at Harry with bright eyes. Can I really go flying now? Not today, Narcissa said quickly, wiping tears from her cheeks. You need rest first. But mother. Your mother is right, Lucius said, but a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps tomorrow, if you behave. Harry stood up, and dismissed both the albedo flame spheres and the soul resonance mist. The virtue energy too settled back into his dantian, leaving a warm sensation behind. Make sure to take deep breaths regularly for the next few days. It should help your lungs adjust. Mr. Potter. Narcissa rose from her chair, still holding Draco's hand. Whatever you say about payment, House Malfoy owes you a debt. You've given us back our son's health. Lady Malfoy, seeing Draco breathe freely is all the payment I need. Harry smiled as virtue energy stirred once more, making the air around him feel lighter. But I appreciate the sentiment. Well said. Dumbledore stood up from his chair. Perhaps we should let young Draco rest. Can't I show Harry the gardens first? Draco asked, a bright smile on his face. Please. Another time, Lucius placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. Mr. Potter has other appointments today, I'm sure. Harry nodded. I start at St. Mungo's next week. But maybe I could visit sometime. Of course. Narcissa smoothed Draco's hair. You'll always be welcome here. They made their way back downstairs, Draco chattering excitedly about all the things he wanted to do now that he could breathe properly. When they reached the entrance hall, Harry caught a glimpse of Dobby peeking around a corner. The elf's eyes were filled with such reverence that Harry felt a new surge of concentrated faith once more. Mr. Potter. Lucius extended his hand. Thank you for giving our son his life back. Harry shook Lucius' hand. You're welcome, Lord Malfoy. After final goodbyes and an enthusiastic wave from Draco, Harry and Dumbledore walked back down the gravel path toward the gates. The white peacocks watched them pass, and Harry could still feel Dobby's concentrated faith flowing toward him. Grandpa, Harry said once they were past the gates. I noticed something interesting about the faith I receive. Oh. Dumbledore's eyebrows raised. Do tell. Most of it feels normal, like what I'm used to. But there's recently been this small portion that feels more concentrated. And today, I felt an even stronger kind from the house elf Dobby. Harry kicked a loose stone on the path. It seems that the more someone worships me, the stronger the faith is. Dumbledore stopped walking, stroking his beard thoughtfully. And this concentrated faith helped with the healing. Yes. Harry thought back to the moment he refined Dobby's faith. The divine energy became more potent. And when virtue energy started flowing, he paused, remembering the warm sensation. Everything worked better. Even the soul resonance mist became a bit more effective. I noticed. Dumbledore smiled. Lady Malfoy could barely keep her eyes open near the end. And speaking of noticeable things, your halo appeared quite a few times. I know. Harry rubbed the back of his head. Today it was mostly charity, I think. And maybe a bit of justice, since the curse wasn't Draco's fault. Indeed. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Ready to return? Harry nodded, taking one last look at Malfoy Manor. The morning sun made the windows gleam, and somewhere inside, a little boy was taking deep, happy breaths for the first time in years. Dumbledore's hand tightened slightly, and with a soft crack, they disappeared. Chapter 63, Reflections of Virtue. Harry sat cross-legged in the room of requirement, surrounded by a tranquil garden that reminded him of his time in Japan. Small streams flowed between moss-covered rocks, and soft lights floated in the air like fireflies. He closed his eyes and focused on the virtue energy in his danshan. The room shifted slightly, providing a cushioned mat beneath him as he settled deeper into meditation. I need to know, Harry spoke into the quiet room. Not just what makes the energy stronger, but why. What makes an action truly virtuous? He turned his thoughts to some of his earliest memories. The first clear memory that surfaced was flying as an eagle over the grounds of Hogwarts, diving after a rabbit that had no chance of escape. He remembered the thrill of the chase, the satisfaction of proving his superiority over smaller, weaker creatures. The memory brought a sour taste to his mouth now. I wasn't hunting for food. I was showing off to myself, proving I could do it. Proving that I was strong. The rabbit didn't need to die, I wasn't even hungry. Not just that, there were many other instances, swooping down on mice, terrorizing smaller birds, using his larger size to bully other animals. Each memory made him more uncomfortable as he recognized the unnecessary cruelty in his actions. The virtue energy in his danshan stirred weakly, responding to his self-examination. The floating lights dimmed slightly, matching his mood. Harry remembered the day Theodore Nott had insulted him, saying that the only reason he could turn into an eagle was because he lived at Hogwarts. That at least he had parents. The rage he'd felt. Harry shifted on his meditation cushion, examining that memory more closely. He'd used fear mist to punish Nott for insulting him, and he'd enjoyed watching the other boy cower. The satisfaction of that moment felt wrong now, but the action itself. No, Harry decided. Making not face consequences for his cruel words had been right. Justice demanded that actions have appropriate responses. But the pleasure he'd taken in Not's fear, that hadn't been justice at all. That had been excessive pride, maybe even a touch of cruelty. The virtue energy pulsed stronger as Harry understood. Justice should be impartial, just like how his inner eye would show him the objective reality of the near future. It shouldn't come with satisfaction or pleasure. It should simply be what needs to happen. Harry stood up, needing to move. The room shifted around him, creating more space. He started a basic fire-bending form, letting blue flames trail from his hands as he moved through the forms. The physical movement helped clear his mind as he considered his time at Hogwarts. The hero's journal had guided him to many lost items over the years. A first-year's favorite quill, hidden behind a suit of armor. A Hufflepuff prefect's silver badge that had fallen between cushions in the library. Each time he'd returned these items, he'd felt good about helping, but had that been his real motivation? Harry launched a stronger burst of flame, watching it dissipate against the far wall. No, he'd wanted to test the journal's capabilities. He'd been curious about how it worked, treating the lost items as experiments rather than chances to help others. The people had been grateful, but he hadn't done it for them. Not really. But then there was Kiara. He'd stayed with her during the full moon, keeping her company in his eagle form while she suffered through her transformation. That hadn't been about testing abilities or gaining anything. He'd simply wanted to help someone who was hurting and alone. Virtue energy strengthened greatly at this memory. Harry paused mid-motion, a small smile forming as he remembered how Kiara had curled up, finally able to sleep peacefully. The room changed again, providing a window seat overlooking the lake. Harry sat down, watching the giant squid break the surface of the water. His thoughts turned to the elixir of life he'd given Grandpa Dumbledore. He remembered the moment clearly, offering the elixir, watching Dumbledore's initial refusal, then explaining how he wanted his grandfather figure to stay alive. Yes, he'd wanted to help Dumbledore live longer, but there had been fear too. Fear of losing him, fear of being alone. The gift hadn't been purely selfless, he'd wanted Dumbledore to stay alive for himself as much as for Dumbledore. Harry stood up and paced the room, which expanded to give him more space. The floor beneath his feet changed to smooth stone as he walked, matching his restless mood. But does that make it wrong? Harry spoke to the empty room. Can something good come from selfish reasons? The room shifted around him, transforming into an ancient Greek classroom. Marble columns rose from the floor, and at the center stood a perfect recreation of the oracle in the form of a statue. Harry froze mid-step, rage building in his chest at the sight. Azure flames burst from his closed fists. The statue caught fire, marble cracking under the intense heat. Harry poured more power into the flames until they turned white-hot, melting the stone to slag in a near instant. He stopped, breathing heavily. The remains of the statue glowed red, droplets of molten marble falling to the floor. If you were alive. Harry stared at the melted statue. I would burn you just like this. The virtue energy in his dantian surged strongly at this thought. Harry blinked in surprise, then understood. Yes, killing the oracle would be virtuous. She had tried to take over his very being, to replace him entirely. How many others had she done this to over the centuries? But the rage burning in his chest, was that virtuous? Harry asked the room to create another statue with a thought, and blue flames consumed it immediately. The crackling of the fire matched his anger. He remembered trying to heal Charlotte, wanting fame to become better at healing. The oracle had been right about one thing, understanding his abilities had been the correct path. But she had wanted to steal his existence, to resonate until nothing remained of Harry Potter. Harry melted a third statue, watching marble turn to liquid. The rage felt right. Natural. He couldn't just cut away parts of himself and still be whole. Rage at injustice, at those who would harm others, that was part of being human, or a wizard-angel hybrid, whatever he was now. The virtue energy pulsed again, stronger than before. If burning an ancient being to death while feeling rage was virtuous, then virtue wasn't about suppressing emotions. It was about whether the action itself felt right. Harry sat down on the marble floor, surrounded by cooling puddles of stone. The room shifted again, becoming a mix of all the places he'd visited, the streams from Japan, the columns from Greece, the garden from the Flamel's home. Something was changing inside him. The virtue energy in his dantian felt different, more alive. Knowledge flowed into his mind, clear as spring water. Within virtue recognition, the first stage, he had completed awakening virtue, its first layer of understanding. He'd been examining his actions honestly, trying to understand his true motivations without lying to himself. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the energy. Yes, he could feel it responding to his realizations. True virtue wasn't about following rules or suppressing emotions. It wasn't even about being perfectly selfless. The energy grew stronger as he understood, virtue was about doing what felt truly right, even if the reasons weren't pure. Healing Charlotte had been right, even when he'd wanted fame. Staying with Kiara during the full moon had been right, even if he'd felt scared. Burning the Oracle alive would be right, even filled with rage. The virtue energy surged, and Harry felt something crack inside him. Like a seed breaking open, new understanding bloomed in his mind. The energy began flowing out of his dantian, moving alongside his chi through his meridians. Harry opened his eyes. A soft golden light reflected off the marble floor, his halo had appeared. He could feel the virtue energy flowing through his body, separate from his chi but following the same paths. This was virtue flow, the second layer. To progress through this layer, he needed to maintain constant awareness of virtue in everything he did. The virtue energy would grow stronger with each genuinely virtuous act, eventually filling all his meridians completely. Only then would he break through to the next layer, whatever that might be. Harry raised his hand, watching from the corner of his eyes as the very faint golden light behind his head dimmed even further. Yes, he could control the halo now. Make it appear or vanish at will. But he sensed that any non-virtuous action would force it to disappear regardless of his wishes. And the halo wasn't just for show. Without it active, the virtue energy wouldn't amplify his existence. The previous layer had strengthened him by 10% during virtuous acts. Now, with virtue flow, that increase rose to 15%. Harry summoned a small crackling azure flame to his palm, feeling how the virtue energy's mere presence within him amplified the heat without mixing into the fire itself. The room provided a mirror, and Harry studied his reflection. The halo looked like morning sunlight through fog, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. He thought about the long path ahead. Maintaining awareness of virtue in every action wouldn't be easy. One moment of self-doubt, one act that Harry didn't truly, deeply believe was virtuous, and the halo would vanish. Harry shook his head, and left the room of requirement, finding Krissa sprawled across the corridor floor. The Nemean lion cub perked up at his appearance, padding over to bump her head against his leg. "Sorry for making you wait." Harry scratched behind her ears. "I needed some privacy to think." They walked through the quiet halls of Hogwarts together. Harry kept his halo active, barely visible, but present. Why hide it? He was already well known throughout the world because of the grand exhibition. The way the audience had gasped at his lightning warriors, how Master Chen himself had praised his innovation. The halo remained steady. Pride in genuine accomplishments felt natural, right? Harry smiled, reaching down to ruffle Chris's developing mane inherent to all Nemean lions as they approached the Great Hall. He paused at the entrance. Snape sat alone at the staff table, reading what looked like a potions journal while picking at a plate of sandwiches. The professor glanced up at Harry's entrance, then did a double take. "Potter." Snape's eyes fixed on the space behind Harry's head. "What exactly are you wearing?" "Good afternoon." Harry walked closer, Chris trotting beside him. "I'm not wearing anything unusual." Snape set down his journal, black eyes narrowing. "That, light effect behind your head. Remove whatever magical item is causing it." "I'm not wearing any items." Harry sat down at the front of the Gryffindor table. Krissa flopped down beside him, eyeing Snape's sandwiches. "It's just inherent magic." "Inherent magic?" Snape stood up, walking around the staff table. "You expect me to believe you've spontaneously developed a halo? Well, you've seen me create fire hot enough to melt steel and control lightning from the skies in the newspapers." Harry reached for an apple from the fruit bowl. "Is this really that strange?" Snape circled Harry, robes billowing as he searched for hidden enchanted objects. "Potter, I grew up in a Muggle household. I know exactly what you're trying to imitate." "I'm not trying to imitate anything." Harry bit into the apple, watching Snape grow more frustrated. "It just appeared some time ago." "Just appeared?" Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. "Like the lightning just appeared? And the fire? And the healing magic?" Pretty much. Harry tossed his apple core aside. Chrissa snapped it out of the air, crunching happily. Would you like to ask Grandpa that I'm not wearing any items? Snape stared at him for a long moment. You're serious? Always. Harry smiled innocently. Want a sandwich, Chrissa? The faint halo flickered and vanished as Harry spoke. He knew exactly what would happen next. Chrissa bounded over to Snape's abandoned plate before Harry could pretend to stop her. The professor made a strangled sound as she delicately picked up a sandwich between her teeth. Your oversized cat just stole my lunch. Snape's eyes narrowed at the now missing halo. She's a growing Nemean lion. Harry scratched behind Chrissa's ears as she returned with her prize, the halo reappearing as his mischievous moment passed. She needs the protein. Snape looked between Harry's returned halo, Chrissa, and his now empty plate. I give up. Just, try not to blind anyone with your new accessory. It's barely visible. Harry fed Chrissa another sandwich. Unless you're specifically looking for it. Which everyone will be, once word spreads. Snape returned to his seat, summoning a fresh plate of sandwiches. As if you needed more attention, spoiled brat. You really are just like your father, aren't you? Harry rolled his eyes. If Snape didn't compare him to James Potter at least 6 times every month, he'd worry the man had been replaced by a polyjuiced imposter. The professor's genuine spite was as predictable as sunrise. I've lived at Hogwarts since I was a toddler. Harry stood up, brushing crumbs from his robes. You've had plenty of time to notice I'm nothing like what you imagine my father was by now. Imagine. Snape's face twisted into an ugly sneer. I knew James Potter better then. No, you knew a teenager who bullied you. Harry met Snape's glare steadily. And you've spent years taking that hatred out on his son. But I'm not him, and we both know it. Chrissa growled softly, picking up on the tension. Harry placed a hand on her head, keeping his voice calm. Come on, girl. Let's go practice some fire painting. They left the Great Hall, leaving Snape to stew in his bitterness. At that moment, Harry's green eyes darkened. Wrought grease, Elden Ring, Solid Wilds costs 50 CP, 150 CP available to spend. Solidified grease made from a collection of rotten materials, smearing it on a weapon will allow it to afflict a target with the scarlet rot. It is considered a foul means of defeating one's foes, but when it comes to battle, the only thing that ultimately matters is who emerges victorious. You will receive a jar of this grease, which will replenish weekly. Harry paused in the corridor, considering the offer. Some kind of poison or disease that could rot enemies. But when would he even use it? He preferred keeping his distance in a fight, and he didn't have a melee weapon anyway. 50 CP could buy much better things. He remembered that each of the enchantments he'd received had cost much the same: 20% magic resistance, poison and disease immunity, and enhanced potion-making talent. This, wrought grease, seemed worthless in comparison. No, Harry said out loud, making Chrissa look up at him. Not worth it. Chapter 64, St. Mungo's. Harry touched the small glass case on his belt. Inside, a silver disc shone dully. Grandpa Dumbledore had insisted he take this emergency portkaya before allowing him to visit St. Mungo's alone. You're ready for some independence, Dumbledore had said the evening before. The hospital is secure, and you can activate the portkaya within a second if needed. Just break the glass and touch the disc. Now Harry stood in front of Purge and Dow's Limited, the abandoned department store that hid St. Mungo's hospital. The mannequin in the window wore a green pinafore dress that had seen better decades. Its plastic hand was missing 2 fingers. Harry Potter for healer in charge Smethwick, Harry said to the mannequin. The mannequin's finger beckoned. Harry stepped through the glass, walking into the hospital's reception area. A plump witch in lime green robes sat behind a desk, sorting through a stack of parchments. She looked up and almost dropped her quill. Mr. Potter. Yes, of course, Healer Smethwick is expecting you. She waved her wand, sending a paper airplane memo zooming down the corridor. Someone will escort you shortly. Harry nodded and sat down in one of the wooden chairs. He missed Chrissa already. The Nemean lion cub had not been happy about staying behind. But hospital rules were clear about no animals allowed. A young healer clad in the standard lime green uniform hurried into the reception area, pausing when she saw Harry. Mr. Potter? I'm Healer Brooks. Please follow me. Harry stood up, adjusting his white silk robes. The silver threads caught the light as he moved. I've heard so much about what happened, Healer Brooks said as they walked down the corridor. Crystal bubbles full of candles floated near the ceiling, casting warm light over the portraits of famous healers. The exhibition was incredible. I never knew lightning could be used that way. Thank you, Harry smiled. The lightning sculptures are fun to make. They passed a door that released green smoke into the hallway. Two healers rushed past, muttering about someone drinking 3 pepper-up potions at once. The research team is very excited to meet you, Healer Brooks said. She led him up a flight of stairs. We've prepared a private room on the 4th floor for the procedures. Will Healer Smethwick be there? Yes, he's reviewing the cases with Healer Nightshade now. They reached the 4th floor landing. She's leading the research team. Very brilliant witch, graduated top of her class at St. Mungo's Academy. Harry nodded, following her down another corridor. The sounds of the hospital grew muffled here, no more shouts about magical accidents or footsteps rushing past. Just quiet conversations behind closed doors. Healer Brooks stopped at a door marked Special Procedures. She knocked twice before opening it. Inside the room, 5 healers in lime green robes looked up from a table covered in medical charts. A tall wizard with silver-streaked hair stepped forward. Mr. Potter, welcome. I'm healer in charge Hippocrates Smethwick. He gestured to a witch with sharp features and dark hair pulled into a tight bun. This is healer Cassiopeia Nightshade, head of our research team. Please, call me Harry. He smiled at the group. I hope I can help today. We've selected 3 cases that conventional healing cannot address, Healer Nightshade said. She tapped her wand on a chart, making it float up. The first is Marcus Fleming. A cursed music box stole his voice 1 year ago. We've tried every counter curse in our records. Poor man hasn't made a sound since, another healer added. Has a 5-year-old daughter too. I'd like to meet him, Harry said. The silver threads in his robes glistened as he moved closer to examine the chart that had a picture of the man in question. Where is he now? In the private ward next door. Healer Smethwick opened a side door. His daughter visits every day. She's here now, actually. Harry walked into a comfortable-looking room with pale blue walls. A man sat in an armchair while a small girl with pigtails showed him a drawing. They both looked up when Harry entered. Mr. Fleming? I'm Harry. He knelt down next to the girl. And who might you be? I'm Sarah, she said, holding up her drawing. Look, I drew Daddy when he could still read me stories. That's beautiful. Harry smiled at the picture. Would you like to help me make your drawing come true? Sarah nodded eagerly, clutching her drawing. Behind her, Mr. Fleming leaned forward in his chair, hope clear in his eyes. What's that light? Harry heard one of the healers whisper. Behind his head. Some kind of charm, maybe. Another responded. Looks like a circle of light, but it's hard to tell. Harry focused on Mr. Fleming, letting the whispers fade away. This might feel a bit strange, he said, keeping his voice gentle. He reached out with his divine energy refined from both the usual faith and the small bit of potent faith from Dobby, letting it flow alongside his magic. The barely visible halo brightened just a fraction from the reflection of the divine energy. Is that mist? Sarah asked, pointing at the faint silvery wisps now surrounding her father. It's helping magic, Harry explained. He guided the imbued soul resonance mist around Mr. Fleming's throat, using it to disrupt the curse's hold on the man's soul just a tad. The albedo flames came next, pure silver-white fire that revealed the imperfections in the dark magic binding Mr. Fleming's voice. What spells is he using? Healer Nightshade asked, scribbling notes. I don't recognize. SHH, Healer Smethwick said. Let him concentrate. Harry had more experience now, and it wasn't difficult to paint around the comparatively weak curse and dissolve it in the divine energy that was amplified slightly by his virtue cultivation and then guided through his inner eye that predicted how the curse would react within the next 2 seconds. 1 minute later, Mr. Fleming's eyes widened. Sarah. The word came out rough, barely above a whisper. Sarah. Daddy. Sarah launched herself into her father's arms. You can talk again. The boy who lived fixed it. Mr. Fleming held his daughter tight, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, he said to Harry. Thank you so much. The surge of faith from father and daughter flowed into Harry, just 1 level below Dobby in potency. Behind him, quills scratched against parchment as the research team took notes. Very touching, Healer Nightshade said. But how did you identify the curse's anchor point? What spells did you cast? I just do what feels right, Harry said, watching Sarah show her father another drawing. The magic comes naturally. That's not an answer. Healer Nightshade's quill pressed harder into her parchment. What detection spells did you use? How did you determine where to apply the counter curse? I didn't use any specific spells. Harry turned to face her. I can't really explain it. Can't? Or won't? She stepped closer. Mr. Potter, we've been studying curse removal for decades. Every technique can be broken down, analyzed, replicated. You clearly have a method. I really don't. You said the magic comes naturally, she interrupted, triumph in her voice. So you do know what you're doing. You're consciously directing the magic, aren't you? Well, yes, but... Then you can explain the process. She turned to her colleagues. See? He admits he's controlling it. Healer Nightshade, Harry said. I direct the magic, but I can't teach anyone else how to do it. It's not something that can be copied. Nonsense. Her voice grew sharp. Every magical technique can be studied and referenced. Unless you're suggesting you're somehow special. That's not what I... Do you think being the boy who lived means you don't have to share knowledge that could help people? The words burst out of her. Or are you just too young to understand the importance of magical research? Harry's hand clenched at his side. He took a slow breath, looking straight at Healer Nightshade. I understand you want to help people. But insulting me won't make me able to teach you something I can't teach. Can't teach. She stepped even closer. Or won't. People are suffering, and you're keeping secrets because what? You think you're special? Better than us. Healer Nightshade, Healer Smethwick warned. That's enough. No, it's not enough. She gestured at Harry. He's clearly using some form of structured magic. Look at the residual traces. But he stands there, pretending he doesn't know what he's doing, like some mystical child. Harry's eyes narrowed. Hadn't he decided that punishing insults was just? He looked at her for a moment longer, giving her one last chance to stop. You're just a boy playing at being special, she spat out. While real healers... Mist surged from his open hand straight towards her face. Not the usual silver wisps, but dense fog that made her eyes go wide. She squealed, then screamed as whatever she saw in the mist surrounding her head made her stumble backward. The other healers reached for their wands, but before they could act, Harry let the mist dissipate. Healer Nightshade sagged against the wall, breathing hard. Was insulting me necessary? Harry asked quietly. I didn't want to do that. The room fell silent except for Healer Nightshade's ragged breathing. Virtue energy flowed strong through Harry's meridians, just like when he had healed Mr. Fleming. The same surge of power, the same sense of rightness. Both healing and justice increased his cultivation. Perhaps we should take a brief break, Healer Smethwick said, breaking the tension. The next patient. No need. Harry turned to another healer. You mentioned someone whose reflection is trying to replace them. Why yes. The young healer glanced at Nightshade, who hadn't moved from the wall. Mrs. Blackberry. She's in the next room. Then let's help her. Harry walked toward the door, pausing to look back at the research team. You're welcome to observe. But please remember, I'm here to heal people, not to prove anything to anyone. Before anyone could say anything, small arms wrapped around his waist. Sarah pressed her tear-streaked face into his white robes. Thank you, she whispered. Daddy can read me stories again. Harry knelt down and hugged her back. Which story will you ask for first? Babbity rabbity. Sarah pulled back, wiping her eyes. It's my favorite, but it wasn't the same when Mummy read it. Mr. Fleming walked over and placed a hand on Sarah's shoulder. We can't thank you enough. His voice cracked. Having my voice back, being able to talk to my little girl. Harry smiled at them both. Promise me you'll read her 2 stories tonight. 3. Sarah declared. Mr. Fleming laughed, a real laugh, full of joy. As many as she wants. Healer Smethwick cleared his throat. Mr. Fleming, we'll need you to stay for a few more tests. Standard procedure. He gestured to one of the junior healers. Please escort them back to the ward. Sarah and her father left, and Harry noticed Healer Nightshade had moved away from the wall. She stood rigid, not meeting anyone's eyes. The other researchers kept glancing between her and Harry. "Mrs. Blackberry is ready," one of the junior healers said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. The next 30 minutes passed in focused work. Harry purged Mrs. Blackberry's cursed reflection and helped Timothy Wheelhouse overcome the nightmare curse that had plagued him for months. Each success brought tears and hugs from grateful families, their faith flowing into Harry with surprising strength. Throughout it all, the research team maintained a careful distance. They still took notes, but their questions became purely technical, stripped of any personal interest. Healer Nightshade spoke only to record specific observations. Harry noticed how she shifted away whenever he moved in her direction, but didn't care too much. He didn't want to punish people, but if they acted in such a non-virtuous way, he needed to respond appropriately. He could excuse small things, and give people a chance, but she didn't want to take that chance. "That concludes our cases for today," Healer Smethwick announced, reviewing his charts. "The results are beyond our expectations. Mr. Potter." Healer Nightshade's voice cut through the room. Everyone turned to look at her. "What you showed me in that mist, was that really necessary? Was insulting me necessary?" Harry asked quietly. She looked away. "No. It wasn't. I am very young," Harry said, keeping his voice steady. "I understand that well. But that doesn't mean I deserve to be insulted. I gave you a chance to stop. I was frustrated." Healer Nightshade wrapped her arms around herself. "We've spent years trying to break these kinds of curses. And I understand that." Harry looked at each member of the research team. "But I can't teach you what I do. The magic comes to me in ways I can't explain to others. When you wouldn't accept that, you chose to insult me instead. You made me see." She shuddered. "My worst fear." "Yes." Harry didn't apologize, couldn't apologize for being virtuous. "Because that's what happens when people insult me. I won't let anyone treat me that way." The barely visible halo above his head brightened for a moment as more virtue energy surged through his meridians. "I hope we can work together again, but only if you remember that." Healer Smethwick cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should conclude for today. Mr. Potter, would you be willing to return next week?" "Of course." Harry smiled. "I want to help people. That's why I'm here." Healer Brooks escorted Harry back through the hospital corridors. The floating crystal bubbles cast different shadows now, making the walk feel longer than before. "That was impressive work today," she said. "With the patients, I mean." "Thank you." Harry touched the glass case on his belt. He hadn't needed the emergency portkey after all. "Will you tell them I said goodbye?" "Of course." She hesitated. "About what happened with Healer Nightshade?" "I didn't enjoy doing that." Harry looked up at her. "But I won't let people treat me badly just because I'm young." They reached the reception area. A wizard with steam pouring from his ears waited in line while the welcome witch directed a family toward the second floor. "Same time next week?" Healer Brooks asked. "Yes." Harry stepped toward the exit. "And please tell the research team they're welcome to observe again. As long as they remember what I said." He walked through the glass and into the empty Muggle street. The abandoned department store facade looked even more decrepit now. The mannequin with the missing fingers gave him a tiny wave. Harry touched his white silk robes, smiling slightly. The strong faith from the healed patients and the satisfaction of maintaining proper boundaries. Everything felt right. He pulled a small golden key from his pocket. "Flamal Gardens," he whispered. The special portkey activated, and the world spun around him. He landed softly in the cottage garden. A golden lion cub shot toward him from behind a rosebush. Harry grinned and relaxed his stance, letting Chrissa tackle him to the grass. "Did you miss me?" Harry laughed as the Nemean lion cub licked his face. She could have knocked over any human with her strength, but Harry was far stronger. Yes, I missed you too." Chrissa made a huffing sound and flopped down next to him, laying her head on his chest. "I see someone's happy you're back," Nicholas called from the cottage door. "How did it go?" Harry sat up, gently pushing aside Chris's head. 3 successful healings. And I had to punish someone for insulting me. Oh. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. "Tell us over tea?" "Pernell just baked scones." Harry brushed grass from his white robes and followed Nicholas inside. Chrissa padded next to him, bumping her head against his legs as revenge for pushing her away earlier. The smell of fresh scones filled the kitchen, where Pernell stood arranging a tea tray. "Welcome back, dear." She smiled and gestured to the wooden table. "Sit, tell us everything." Harry settled into his usual chair while Krissa curled up at his feet. He accepted a warm scone and began explaining the day's events, the successful healings, the research team's questions, and finally, Healer Nightshade's insults. "You used fear mist on her." Perinel's brow furrowed. "In the hospital. I gave her 2 chances to stop." Harry met her eyes. "She called me a mystical child, said I was just playing at being special. I've thought about this a lot, insults can't go unpunished." Nicholas set down his teacup. "That's quite a stance to take." "I know." Harry broke his scone in half. "But I've considered it carefully. Justice requires consequences for actions. I didn't hurt her, I just showed her what fear feels like. And my virtue energy approved." "Your virtue energy approved of frightening a healer?" Pernell asked quietly. "Yes." Harry fed a piece of scone to Krissa. "Because it was the right thing to do. She needed to learn that insulting people has consequences." "Harry." Nicholas leaned forward. "There's a difference between justice and retribution. Making someone face fear might not be the best way to teach them. But it worked." Harry straightened in his chair. "She apologized afterward. And my virtue energy grew stronger when I did it." "Virtue isn't always about punishment," Pernell said. "Sometimes it's about forgiveness." "I did forgive her." Harry frowned. "After she learned her lesson. But I couldn't just let her insult me and do nothing. That would be wrong." "Would it?" Nicholas asked. "You're incredibly powerful, Harry. Using that power against someone who can't defend themselves." "She chose to insult me." Harry's voice rose slightly. "I gave her chances to stop. She didn't take them." Krissa lifted her head at his tone, golden eyes watching the discussion. "We're not saying you were wrong to stand up for yourself," Pernell said. "But perhaps there were other ways." "No." Harry shook his head. "I thought about this. Justice needs to be clear. Direct. She insulted me, so she faced consequences." Nicholas and Pernell exchanged looks. "You can't tell me I was wrong," Harry said, heat rising in his face. My virtue energy agreed. "No, wait, that's not right. The virtue energy responds to what I believe is right, not what's objectively right." "That's very mature of you to recognize," Pernell said softly. "But Harry, you seem unusually passionate about this." "Because it's important." Harry's voice cracked on the last word, jumping up an octave. He blinked in surprise, one hand going to his throat. Nicholas and Pernell shared another look, this one tinged with understanding. "I just..." Harry felt strange, almost jittery. Why was he getting so worked up? "She shouldn't have what's happening to my voice." "Ah." Nicholas smiled gently. "Perhaps we should set aside the discussion about virtue for a moment. Your body might be going through some changes." Harry slumped in his chair, suddenly aware of how warm his face felt. "Changes?" "Your body is more mature than your age because of some of your gifts," Pernell explained. "Remember how we discussed this might happen?" "Oh." Harry looked down at Krissa, who nudged his hand supportively. "Is that why I feel so?" "I don't know. Everything feels more intense right now." "Yes," Pernell said. "Your body is about 12 years old now, and that means certain changes are starting. Emotions can feel stronger, harder to control." "But I'm 8." Harry frowned. "In my head, I mean. And sometimes I feel older than that too, but..." "This is why we wanted to talk about your reaction at the hospital," Nicholas said. "The anger you felt might have been amplified by these changes." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "So when I used my mist on her, was that because of this?" He gestured vaguely at himself. "Not entirely." Pernell poured him more tea. "You made a conscious choice based on your understanding of justice. But perhaps your emotional response to her insult was stronger than usual." "I don't like this." Harry's voice cracked again, making him wince. "How long will it last?" "A few years," Nicholas smiled. "But you'll learn to handle it. You're already showing good awareness by questioning your reactions." Harry stared into his tea. "Next week at the hospital. I should be more careful about my reactions." "Just be more aware of them," Pernell said gently. Question why you feel so strongly about things. It doesn't mean your feelings are wrong, just that they might be more intense than before. And remember, Nicholas stirred his tea, you can always talk to us about this. Or Albus. Harry nodded. The Nemean lion cub purred and snuggled against his side, the sound helping him feel more centered. He thought about the day, the joy of healing Mr. Fleming, Sarah's tears of happiness, the surge of anger at Healer Nightshade's words. Everything had felt so clear at the time. I still think she needed to be punished, Harry said finally. But maybe next time I'll count to 10 first to make sure it's not because of this. Nicholas chuckled. That's a good start. Chapter 65, Just Harry. 2 weeks later. August 27, 1988. Grandpa Dumbledore's probe slipped past Harry's outer barrier, only to find another wall waiting. Harry tracked the mental attack with his inner eye while maintaining 3 other defenses, each protecting different sections of his mind. A second probe, more subtle than the first, tried to curve around his defenses, but Harry had anticipated this. The memory of last week's breakfast lay exactly where Dumbledore expected to find information about Harry's breakfast earlier today. Well done, Dumbledore said, blue eyes twinkling as he sent a third probe toward Harry's deepest barriers. Your defenses have improved considerably. Harry didn't respond, focusing on maintaining his walls while tracking the movements of each probe. The third attack pressed against his innermost shield, searching for weakness. Harry let it brush against another irrelevant memory, this one about going through the 5th-year books in the library. A fourth probe appeared, heading straight for Harry's memories of St. Mungo's. Harry had prepared for this. The moment Dumbledore's probe touched the barrier, it found memories of Harry reading medical texts. The real memories lay deeper, protected by layers of more irrelevant thoughts. Your technique has become quite refined. Dumbledore withdrew 2 probes while maintaining the other 2. But what happens when the attack comes from an unexpected direction? The remaining probes suddenly changed course, aiming for memories Harry hadn't specifically protected. His inner eye showed him the trajectory 2 seconds ahead. They would hit an undefended section containing memories of his latest visit at St. Mungo's. Harry frowned. Something felt wrong about the prediction, the probes were too bold. He pushed his inner eye harder, drawing on the power of virtue. His prediction extended just beyond 2 seconds, just in time. The probes weren't heading where they appeared to be going. They would curve at the last moment, targeting his memories of the failed healing case instead. Harry smiled and shifted his defenses, presenting memories of studying curse theory while moving the real memories deeper. The probes hit exactly where he'd predicted, finding nothing of value. Very impressive. Dumbledore withdrew all mental contact. You saw through my misdirection. I can see a bit further ahead now, Harry said, relaxing his mental barriers. The virtue energy helps. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, reaching for a yellow tin on his desk. I believe you've gone far in the active defense phase, Harry. Not many wizards could maintain such barriers against multiple attacks. We'll keep meeting weekly to sharpen your skills, Dumbledore continued. But you've become a skilled Occlumens, Harry. And with that comes certain responsibilities, and certain truths. Lemon drop. Harry frowned but accepted the candy. After unwrapping it, he popped it in his mouth. When the Dementor attacked, Harry said, I heard my older self mention the broken prophecy. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes lost their usual twinkle. Now that you have learned Occlumency, I feel that you have a right to know of the prophecy that spoke of you and Voldemort. Even if it's supposedly broken. Harry gripped the arms of his chair. What exactly did the prophecy say? Perhaps it would be better if I showed you. Dumbledore stood and walked to a tall black cabinet. He returned with a shallow stone basin covered in decorative runes. This is a pensieve. It allows us to view memories. Silvery light spilled from the basin as Dumbledore placed it on the desk between them. Harry leaned forward, watching the strange substance that wasn't quite liquid and wasn't quite gas. The memory I'm about to share, Dumbledore explained, is from my interview with Sybil Trelawney for the position of divination professor. He pressed his wand to his temple and drew out a long, silver strand. It was during this meeting that she made a true prophecy. The silver strand fell into the pensieve, swirling in the basin. Harry's hands clenched tighter on the chair. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Together, they leaned forward until their faces touched the surface of the memory. Harry fell through swirling silver until his feet landed in a small, dusty room at the Hogshead Inn. A slightly younger Dumbledore sat across from Professor Trelawney, who looked different without all the shawls and beads she usually wore. The present-day Dumbledore appeared next to Harry. I must say, your credentials are... The younger Dumbledore paused as Trelawney went rigid in her chair. Her eyes rolled back, and when she spoke, her voice came out harsh and deep. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Harry stepped closer, unable to look away from Trelawney's blank eyes. The crazy woman who spent most days predicting student deaths over tea leaves now spoke with an authority that reminded him of the seer Alexandros in Greece, whom had similarly made a prophecy about him. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Do you think this power refers to the offers? Harry whispered to the present-day Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore could answer, the memory shifted. The door to the private room burst open, and Aberforth Dumbledore dragged someone away. The prophecy ended abruptly as Trelawney slumped in her chair. The memory dissolved around them, and Harry found himself back in Dumbledore's office. He sank into his own chair, and crossed his arms in deep thought. That man Uncle Abe dragged away. Harry looked up at Dumbledore. He told Voldemort about the prophecy. Only part of it. Dumbledore returned to his seat. He heard the first half, about a child born at the end of July to parents who defied Voldemort 3 times. He never learned about the marking or the power. Harry rubbed his forehead. But my older self prevented the marking. Yes, I suspect that is the case. Dumbledore poured them both tea. What that mark would have been, I cannot say. That intervention changed many things that night. He paused, stirring his tea. What concerns me more is that Voldemort may still be alive. What? Harry straightened in his chair. But the killing curse rebounded, and his body fell to the ground. And yet no body was found at the house. Dumbledore's voice grew grave. Only his robes remained. There are ways, Harry, terrible ways, to prevent death. You are well aware of that, and I believe Voldemort found such methods. Harry frowned. Like what the Oracle tried to do. Taking over bodies. Similar, perhaps. Dumbledore gazed at the Pensieve. But Voldemort went further. I'm not certain, but I suspect that he split apart a piece of his soul to anchor his existence to this world. The temperature in the office seemed to drop. Harry remembered the feeling of the Oracle trying to possess him, how wrong and twisted it felt. That's why you wanted me to learn occlumency first. In case anyone tries to. Yes. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. Your mental defenses are now strong enough to resist such attempts. But there's something else you should know. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Over the years, my sources have told me of whispers of a dark presence in Albania's forests. They suspect Voldemort is hiding there. Harry uncrossed his arms and gripped the edges of his chair. You think that's him? Just, existing as some kind of spirit. Looking for a way back. Dumbledore nodded. The prophecy speaks of neither being able to live while the other survives. Even if your older self prevented the marking, even if the original prophecy was broken. Voldemort believes in it. And that makes it dangerous. Harry leaned forward. Why can't we go to Albania and find him? If we know where he is. The forests of Albania span thousands of square miles. Dumbledore shook his head. Parts of it filled with dangerous magical creatures that would attack any search party. Dragons nest in the northern mountains, while vampire clans claim the deeper woods, and much more besides. But surely the Albanian ministry would not appreciate British wizards conducting operations on their soil. Dumbledore picked up another lemon drop. Even if I went through the ICW, and they granted permission, we have no solid evidence. Only rumors of a dark presence. The Albanian Aurors investigated twice already and found nothing. Harry sighed deeply. So we just wait for him to come back. We prepare. Dumbledore unwrapped the candy. We stay vigilant. And we remember that prophecies are tricky things, they rarely mean what we first assume. He popped the lemon drop in his mouth. Speaking of family connections, there is something else I've been meaning to discuss with. Harry's green eyes darkened. He held up a hand, stopping Dumbledore mid-sentence. Wait. Another offer just appeared. Just an old painter, I shall seal the heavens, costs 200 CP, 250 CP available to spend. How could anyone ever imagine that your seniority was anything but the failing life force of an elderly mortal? Not a shred of power, cultivation, or profundity could be found. And yet, that's not true at all, is it? You can completely control any and all traces or signs of power and significance that you might emanate. Even before mighty immortals and paragons, you get to choose exactly how you will appear, be it as nothing but a mortal man completely devoid of any power or relevance, as your true strength, or as something in between. Oh! Dumbledore leaned forward, setting aside the candy wrapping. It's about hiding power. Harry frowned. Being able to appear as nothing but a regular person even before mighty immortals and paragons. He paused. Which reminds me of something I never told you about the Oracle incident. What do you mean? When she tried to resonate with me, she touched something in my soul. Hidden memories. Harry shifted in his chair. From another world, where I grew up eating dire monster meat. It seems that the healthy eating offer didn't strengthen my body directly, but it had another version of me grow up there. That's why I'm so strong now, those benefits transferred over. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Another world. A world without wizards. Harry stared at the fireplace. They had key refiners and fiend gods instead. Cultivators who focused on either ki or their physical body. They had different realms of power, like my virtue cultivation has different stages and layers. And these? Immortals. Beings of immense power. Nothing like Uncle Nick's immortality through the stone. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. Nobody in Swallow Mountain knew any immortals personally, but they existed. And this offer would let you hide from such beings. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Even if none exist in our world. That's just it. Harry's voice grew quiet. These offers always have a point, don't they? Being able to hide before beings of such power, what if I need it someday? Tell me more about this other world. Dumbledore stroked his beard, eyes shining with curiosity. These memories you gained. Harry rubbed his temples. I grew up in Snowdragon Mountain, one of the top clans in the Swallow Mountain region. The elders there. He shook his head. They could destroy mountains without much effort. Some lived longer than any wizard. How much longer? It depended on their stage of cultivation. Harry counted off on his fingers. Hushan cultivators lived about 100 years without special medicines. Xiantian reached 200. Zifu disciples made it to 500, and Wangxiang adepts lived 800 years. He paused. Primal deists, it's unclear, but rumors say millions of years, maybe more. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Millions. The culture there was brutal. Harry stared at his hands. Rival clans and tribes fought constantly. Even the monsters, the dire monsters, could take human form after reaching the Xiantian realm. He looked up at Dumbledore. Most of the memories are fuzzy. But I remember enough to know that hiding power could mean survival. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, face pale. He opened and closed his mouth several times before speaking. Other worlds, millions of years. Harry, this is... He shook his head. The implications are staggering. I know. Harry watched Fox preen on his perch. The Oracle saw these memories in my soul. And now this offer appears. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. To hide power from beings that could live for millions of years. I should accept it. Harry straightened in his chair. We don't know what's out there. What if? Yes. Dumbledore cut him off, still looking shaken. Yes, you should accept it. The ability to hide your strength. He trailed off, lost in thought. Harry closed his eyes and accepted the offer. A strange sensation flowed through him as his Hun and Po souls shifted, expanding to encompass something new. He could feel how his existence resonated with the world, the magic, the virtue energy, his enhanced strength, everything that made him different. And now he could control it all. Hide it completely, show only parts of it, or let everything shine through. Like adjusting the flame of a candle, but with his entire being. Grandpa. Harry opened his eyes. Are you all right? You look. I'll be fine. Dumbledore drew his wand. May I? Harry nodded. He concentrated, pulling everything inward through his Hun and Po until none of his power resonated outwards. Dumbledore cast several detection spells. His eyebrows shot up. How odd. You register as a Muggle. He lowered his wand. Perhaps we should move on to other matters for now. This, Information about other worlds needs time to process. Of course. Harry let his existence resonate naturally again. Now, about what I mentioned earlier. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Your mother's family. Harry perked up. My mother had family. The words came out faster than he intended. He knew about the Potter side, but his mother's family. Yes. Your Aunt Petunia lives in Surrey with her husband Vernon and their son. Dumbledore pulled a photograph from his desk drawer. This was taken at your mother's wedding. Harry leaned forward to look. A thin woman with blonde hair stood next to his mother, wearing a blue dress and a strained smile. His mother beamed at the camera, radiant in her wedding gown. That's my aunt. Harry touched the photo. Why haven't I met her before? After that Halloween night, there was discussion about sending you to live with them. Dumbledore placed the photo on his desk. But circumstances changed when you transformed into an eagle and tried to flee from Hagrid. Would you like to meet them now? Harry picked up the photo again, studying his aunt's face. Yes. I want to meet them. He glanced at Dumbledore. Do they know about magic? About what happened to Mum? I wrote to your aunt after that night. Dumbledore folded his hands. She knew about magic already. Your mother received her Hogwarts letter while living at home, after all. What are they like? Harry set down the photo. My cousin would be about my age, right? I've never met them personally. Dumbledore smiled. If you'd like, we could pay them a visit this Saturday. A surprise visit might be best. Families often put up unnecessary formalities when given time to prepare. Harry nodded, still looking at the photograph. His mother waved at him, green eyes sparkling. The aunt beside her kept glancing at something off camera, smile never reaching her eyes. This Saturday. Harry smiled. The idea of meeting his mother's sister, of having more family. Should I bring anything? Just yourself. Dumbledore stood up. Now, I believe you wanted to go stretch your wings. Harry nodded and got up, still thinking about his aunt. When he reached the door, he turned back. Grandpa? Thank you. For everything today. Chapter 66, Disley's. Harry walked down Privet Drive next to Dumbledore, the Saturday morning sun warm on his face. The houses lined up like a row of identical toy buildings, each with the same pristine lawn and two-car garage. Aunt Min had helped him pick Muggle clothes for the visit, blue jeans and a plain shirt that almost made him feel like a Muggle. Almost. His heart beat faster with each step toward number 4. He rubbed his sweaty palms against his jeans, glancing up at Dumbledore who smiled encouragingly. A red bicycle lay abandoned on the front lawn next to a skipping rope, signs of the family he'd never met. Ready, Harry? Dumbledore asked as they reached the door. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. The doorbell chimed inside the house, followed by approaching footsteps. The door opened. A thin woman with blonde hair stared at them, her face draining of color. For a split second, their eyes met, then she slammed the door shut. Harry stared at the shut door and wondered if they got the wrong house. Behind the door, urgent whispers broke out. Vernon! They're here, that Dumbledore and. And? What? Here? Now? The neighbors might see. The door flew open again. Petunia grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him inside, Dumbledore following at a more sedate pace. She shut the door and pressed her back against it, peering through the small window beside the frame. Mrs. Disley, Dumbledore said. My apologies for dropping by unannounced. Petunia's eyes darted between them before fixing on Harry. She pressed a hand to her mouth, gaze locked on his bright green eyes. Heavy footsteps approached from deeper in the house. A large man with a bushy mustache appeared, 2 children half hidden behind him. The boy was chubby but not extremely so, while the girl, around 7 years old with brown hair and blue eyes, peeked around her father's leg with open curiosity. Vernon's face reddened. What's the meaning of this? Why are you? He cut off, staring at Dumbledore's long silver beard and bright purple suit. Harry swallowed hard and stepped forward. Hello. I'm Harry Potter, Lily's son. I wanted to meet you. His voice came out steadier than he expected. All of you. Petunia made a strangled sound. But, you can't be. Harry would be 8 now. You look. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who watched the scene with his usual calm demeanor. Magic, Harry said with a small shrug. Shhhh. Vernon hissed, looking at his children. Not here. Not in front of. Perhaps we could continue this discussion in the living room. Dumbledore suggested. Vernon let out a heavy sigh. Follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the house, the children scampering ahead of him. Harry stepped into a tidy living room. A large black box with a glass screen sat in one corner, wires running from it to a smaller grey box underneath. Toys lay scattered near the sofa, colorful bricks and what looked like small plastic people. Sit, sit, Petunia said, wringing her hands. She perched on the edge of an armchair while Vernon settled into another. The two children sat on the carpet, watching Harry carefully. Harry sank into the sofa, hands clasped in his lap. Dumbledore took a seat beside him. I'm Calla, the girl announced suddenly. That's my brother Dudley. Are you really our cousin? Calla, Vernon warned, but Harry nodded. Yes. My mum was your Aunt Lily. The one in the pictures. Calla jumped up from the carpet and ran to the mantelpiece. She pointed at a photo of two young girls, one blonde, one red-haired, standing in front of a flower garden. See? Mummy showed me. Petunia made a small noise. Harry stared at the photo, drinking in the sight of his mother as a child. She beamed at the camera, holding a bunch of daisies. What's that? Harry asked, pointing at the grey box under the TV. He needed to say something, anything to break the heavy silence. You don't know what a Nintendo is. Dudley spoke for the first time, eyes wide. It plays games. Look. He scrambled over and pressed buttons on the grey box. The TV screen lit up with bright colors, showing a small red and blue figure jumping over obstacles. How does it work? Harry leaned forward from the sofa. The figure moved when Dudley pressed different buttons on a small controller. It's Super Mario Bros., Dudley explained. You make Mario jump and run to save the princess. Want to try? Before Harry could answer, Vernon cleared his throat. Not now, Dudley. We need to discuss some things first. Dudley slumped back onto the carpet next to Calla, who still clutched the photo frame. Could you? Harry hesitated, looking at Petunia. Could you tell me about my mum? What she was like when she was young? Petunia's fingers twisted in her lap. She glanced at Vernon, then at her children who watched with rapt attention. She loved the park near our house, Petunia began slowly. The swings especially. She'd spend hours there, going higher and higher. She stopped, pressing her lips together. Did she like flowers too? Calla asked. Like you, Mummy. A ghost of a smile crossed Petunia's face. Yes. She'd find the prettiest wild flowers in spring. Made crowns from daisies. She paused. Mother used to say we both inherited her love for gardens. Harry's eyes widened. My grandmother? What were they like, you know, my grandparents? The room grew quiet. Petunia's hands shook slightly as she smoothed her skirt. They. She swallowed hard. Father worked at the bank. Mother stayed home with us. They were. She stopped again, eyes bright with unshed tears. Toonie, Vernon said softly. They died, Petunia managed. A car crash. 1 year before Lily. She stood abruptly. I'll make tea. Calla jumped up and followed her mother to the kitchen. The sound of cupboards opening and closing filtered through to the living room. I didn't know, Harry whispered, more to himself than anyone else. He stared at his hands, wondering how many other pieces of his family history he'd never learned. Dudley shuffled his feet against the carpet. Want to see my computer while Mum makes tea? He pointed to a desk in the corner where a bulky machine sat. Dad got it for my birthday. It's got games and everything. Harry looked at Vernon, who gave a slight nod. He followed Dudley to the desk, curious about the beige box with a screen attached. This is Space Quest, Dudley explained, pressing a button that made the machine whir to life. You're this space janitor who has to save the galaxy. His fingers moved across a board with letters. See? You type what you want to do. The screen showed a cartoon character in a white suit. Words appeared when Dudley typed, walk north. How does it know what to do? Harry asked, wondering if it used magic of some kind somehow. It's all inside, Dudley said proudly. Dad says it's got a processor and memory and stuff. Here, you try typing something. Harry carefully pressed the keys, look around. The screen filled with text describing a spaceship corridor. Calla returned carrying a tray of biscuits, followed by Petunia with tea. "I've got cool stuff too." Calla set down the tray and ran upstairs. She returned moments later with a small silver device and what looked like flat plastic cases. "Look, it's my Walkman. It plays music." She opened one of the cases and pulled out a black rectangle. "This one's my favorite, Madonna." Harry watched in amazement as she put the black rectangle into the silver device and pressed a button. She held up two small foam-covered circles connected by a band. "These go over your ears. Want to try? Is it like a radio?" Harry asked, taking the headphones carefully. "We have those at home at school." "Sort of," Calla said. "But you can carry it around. And choose what music to play." She frowned. "Haven't you ever seen a Walkman before?" Harry placed the headphones over his ears, jumping slightly as music filled them. The sound quality was a bit clearer than the wireless in his room at Hogwarts. "Where do you go to school?" Dudley asked, turning away from the computer. "You must have computers there, right?" Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who was engaged in quiet conversation with Vernon and Petunia. "And how come you don't know about Nintendo?" Dudley continued. "Everyone at my school has one." "Well, almost everyone. I go to a special school," Harry said carefully. "Up in Scotland. It's very traditional." "Traditional?" Calla wrinkled her nose. "You mean no computers or anything? That sounds boring." "We have other things," Harry said, removing the headphones. "Like like sports and What kind of sports?" Dudley perked up. "I play football with my friends." "Do you?" "Not exactly." Harry fumbled for an answer that wouldn't mention anything magic-related, considering they clearly weren't aware that magic existed from how Vernon reacted. Calla glanced at the adults, still deep in conversation, then tugged on Harry's sleeve. "Can I tell you a secret?" she whispered. "I heard you say magic earlier." Harry tensed, but Calla's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I can do magic too." She leaned closer, voice dropping even lower. "Sometimes when I play with my skip rope, it keeps turning by itself. Without me holding the ends." Harry's eyes widened. He looked at Dudley, who nodded. "I've seen it," Dudley whispered, joining their huddle. "We didn't tell anyone. Mum and Dad don't like talking about stuff like that." "One time," Calla continued, "I was really angry because Tommy from next door said girls can't play football. All the footballs in the schoolyard suddenly went flat." She giggled. "But don't tell Mummy and Daddy. They get weird about things like that." Harry blinked at that. His cousin was a Muggle-born witch. Like his mother had been. He glanced at Dumbledore, wondering if Grandpa already knew. "Does?" Harry hesitated. "Does anything else happen? When you're scared or angry?" Calla nodded enthusiastically. "Last week I turned another girl's nails blue. She was being mean to Sarah about her reading." She frowned. "Nobody believed it was me. They thought it was Di." "You're not surprised," Dudley said suddenly, studying Harry's face. "About the weird stuff she can do." Harry checked over his shoulder. Vernon and Petunia were still talking with Dumbledore, all three focused on what seemed like a serious discussion. "Watch this," Harry whispered. He cupped his hands together, letting a wisp of grey mist form between his palms. The mist swirled and took shape. A tiny Nemean lion, no bigger than a kitten, stretched and yawned silently. Calla's mouth fell open. Dudley leaned forward, almost falling off his chair. The misty lion padded across Harry's palm, shook its tiny mane, then dissolved back into nothing. Harry quickly lowered his hands. "That was brilliant." Calla breathed. "Can you teach me? How did you do that?" Dudley asked at the same time, eyes wide. "Is that why you go to a special school?" Harry started, but movement from the adults made him stop. Petunia was standing up, straightening her skirt. "Children!" she called. "Would you like some more biscuits?" Calla grabbed Harry's arm. "You have to tell me more," she pleaded in a whisper. "Yeah," Dudley added quietly. "We won't tell anyone." "I'll visit again," Harry whispered back. "I can't write about this kind of stuff in letters. But I promise I'll explain everything next time." Calla nodded eagerly while Dudley looked thoughtful. "More tea, Harry?" Petunia asked, holding up the teapot. She paused, noticing the three children huddled together. A worried frown crossed her face. Yes, please. Harry stood up and walked to the coffee table. While Petunia poured his tea, he noticed her hands trembled slightly. Your mother. Petunia set down the teapot. She would have been proud of you, of what you've done. Harry nearly dropped his teacup. It was the first time Petunia had directly mentioned his mother since they arrived. I have some photos, she said quietly. From when we were young. Would you like them? Yes. Harry said, louder than he meant to. He lowered his voice. I mean, yes. I'd like that very much. Petunia disappeared upstairs, returning moments later with a small wooden box. She sat next to Harry on the sofa and opened the lid. Inside lay dozens of photographs, some faded with age. Harry's breath caught as Petunia lifted out the first one, two young girls in matching summer dresses, standing in front of a rose bush. This was at grandmother's house, Petunia explained. Lily was 6 here. She'd just discovered the fairy rings in the garden. Harry touched the edge of the photo. His mother's red hair shone in the sunlight, a crown of daisies perched on her head. And this one? Petunia pulled out another picture. Our first day of primary school. Lily was so excited she barely slept the night before. Two girls stood by a brick wall, wearing identical uniforms. Young Lily beamed at the camera while young Petunia looked more reserved, but both held hands. Can I? Harry swallowed. Can I keep some of these? Petunia nodded, already sorting through the box. She picked out several photos, creating a small pile on the coffee table. Calla and Dudley crowded around, looking at the pictures over Harry's shoulder. Mummy, you look just like me. Calla pointed at a photo of young Petunia with pigtails. A small smile tugged at Petunia's lips. Yes, I suppose you do take after me. She paused, glancing at Harry. Just as you have Lily's eyes. Harry looked up from the photos to find Petunia studying him with an unreadable expression. I remember when these were taken, Vernon spoke up unexpectedly. He pointed to a picture of Petunia and Lily at what looked like a Christmas dinner. That was the first time I met your mother, actually. He cleared his throat. She had quite the sense of humor. Really? Harry asked. What happened? She turned my tie different colors throughout dinner, Vernon leaned forward and whispered. Thought I wouldn't notice because I was so nervous about meeting Petunia's family. Dumbledore chuckled softly from his armchair. Lily did have a particular talent for charms. Vernon stiffened at the mention of magic, but relaxed when he saw both children absorbed in the photos rather than listening to the adults. Will you come visit again? Calla asked suddenly. You could show me more. She glanced at her parents. More stuff. Like before. Calla, Petunia warned, but Harry noticed she didn't seem angry. Just worried. Perhaps, Dumbledore said, setting down his teacup, we should discuss certain matters that might arise in the future. He looked meaningfully at Petunia. Particularly regarding young Calla's unique talents. Petunia's face paled. Vernon grabbed her hand. We noticed, Petunia whispered, looking resigned to it all. The same things that happened with Lily. The flowers blooming out of season. Objects moving by themselves. She'll receive a letter, Harry said quietly. Like Mum did. When she turns 11. Calla's eyes widened. A letter? What kind of letter? Not now, dear, Petunia said. She turned to Dumbledore. Will someone come to explain? Like with Lily. Professor McGonagall usually visits Muggle-born families, Dumbledore explained. She can answer any questions you might have when Calla turns 11, though I suspect Harry will be able to explain as well. Muggle-born? Dudley asked. What's that mean? Vernon cleared his throat. We should discuss this another time. When we've had a chance to process everything. Harry gathered the photos Petunia had set aside for him. Thank you, he said, carefully placing them in his pocket. For sharing these. And for letting me visit. Petunia nodded, standing up. You can write. Through the regular post, I mean. If you'd like. I'd like that. Harry smiled. A real connection to his mother's family, even if it wasn't perfect. Can Harry see my room before he goes? Calla asked. Please. Vernon and Petunia exchanged looks. A quick look, Vernon said. Then they need to leave before the neighbors start asking questions. Calla grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him toward the stairs, Dudley following behind. Her room was painted light blue, with posters of pop stars on the walls. That's Madonna, she pointed proudly. And that's Kylie Minogue. Do you listen to them at your school? We have, different music, Harry said carefully. Will you really come back? Dudley asked from the doorway. To show us more stuff. Harry nodded. I promise. And Calla. He lowered his voice. What you can do. It's special. But you need to be careful, and not show any other Mew people. It's illegal to show people who aren't already aware, though family is always an exception. Children. Petunia called from downstairs. Time to say goodbye. Back in the living room, Harry found Dumbledore waiting by the front door. Petunia clutched an envelope in her hands. This has the address for letters, she said, holding it out. And a few more photos I found. From her wedding. Harry took the envelope, fingers brushing against Petunia's. For a moment, neither let go. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. Vernon stepped forward, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder. Right then. Well. Good to meet you, boy. He paused. You seem decent enough. Bye, Harry. Calla hugged him suddenly. Don't forget to visit. Yeah, Dudley added. Maybe next time you can try the Nintendo properly. Dumbledore opened the front door, checking the street was empty. Harry stepped outside, the envelope secure in his pocket next to the photos. Harry. Petunia called softly. He turned back. You have her eyes. Exactly her eyes. The door closed quietly. Harry stood on the path, sunlight warming his face, with a small smile on his lips. He felt Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder. Shall we, my boy? Harry nodded, and they walked down Privet Drive in comfortable silence. Once they reached the corner, out of sight from number 4, Dumbledore spoke. You handled that very well, Harry. Especially regarding young Calla's magic. Did you know? Harry asked. About her being a witch? Yes. The signs were there in our records. Dumbledore smiled. Much like they were for your mother at that age. Harry pulled out one of the photos from his pocket, young Lily and Petunia in the garden. She gave me pictures of Mum. His voice caught slightly. And my grandparents. Family is a precious thing, Dumbledore said softly. Even when relationships are complicated. Harry remembered Calla's excited whispers about her skip rope. She seemed happy about having magic. Unlike your aunt was in regards to Lily, all those years ago. Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps this time will be different. Chapter 67, No Hesitation. 2 weeks later. September 14, 1988. The library had that smell of old books and leather. A student, probably a 6th or 7th year, was making his way up one of the tall ladders to get a book from the upper shelves that reached all the way to the ceiling. Harry found a quiet spot at a corner table near the charms section, surrounded by stacks of 5th-year textbooks. He flipped another page, scanning the text about the growth charm. The information burned into his perfect memory within seconds. Harry moved his finger through the wand motion described a smooth upward spiral that gradually expanded outward, followed by a small flick upward at the end. A group of 5th-year Ravenclaws whispered at a nearby table, stealing glances in his direction. Harry ignored them, already used to the attention his faint halo drew. He grabbed another book from the pile and opened it. Most of the content wasn't difficult to understand. Books spent pages upon pages explaining the history behind the spell, possible uses, safety measures, and proper pronunciation, when the actual magic seemed straightforward enough. Use the correct wand motion, say the words, focus your intent. Transfiguration required more visualization and knowledge of various materials, but even that didn't seem too challenging. Harry smiled to himself. Once he got his wand, catching up to his friends shouldn't take long at all. He got up to get more books, walking between the tall shelves. The library was fuller than normal for a Saturday morning. Students sat in groups at tables, studying for their first tests of the school year. Excuse me. Harry turned to find 3 first-years staring up at him. 2 girls and a boy, all wearing new Hufflepuff robes. The blonde boy who spoke wrung his hands nervously. We were wondering. The boy swallowed hard. About the light behind your head. Harry glanced at the other two first years, who he could tell were Muggleborns just by the looks on their faces. The dark-haired girl nodded eagerly while her friend half hid behind her. It's just something magical you're born with, Harry said softly. Like how some wizards can change how they look, or see the future. So you were born with it. The blonde boy's eyes widened. Not really. It started happening recently. Harry shifted the books in his arms. Magic comes out differently in each person. The dark-haired girl raised her hand as if in class, then blushed when she realized what she'd done. Does it do anything? Harry considered how to answer, knowing that this would probably spread throughout Hogwarts. Maybe it'd be best if he mentioned something minor so people aren't as curious. It helps with healing magic sometimes. Nothing too special. That wasn't entirely true, but they didn't need to know the details about how his virtue cultivation amplified his entire existence. It was safer if people didn't know what he could really do. That's so cool. The quiet girl finally spoke up. We just learned about people who can change how they look in Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall said magic like that doesn't happen much. Harry nodded. They are, but you don't need to worry about missing out. Human transfiguration is something you'll learn in the last years of Hogwarts. All three first years beamed at him. Harry remembered his conversation with Calla about her accidental magic, how excited she'd been to learn she wasn't alone. I should get back to studying, Harry said, gesturing with his books. Good luck with your classes. The first years thanked him and hurried away, whispering excitedly among themselves. Harry watched them leave, thinking about how he might have been just like them if he'd grown up with the Dursleys instead of at Hogwarts. Not knowing anything about magic. He shuddered slightly, and walked back to his table, ready to continue memorizing spells he couldn't cast yet. Even if he liked the Dursleys, he wouldn't trade his current life for anything. Harry sat down, cracked open another charms book, and started flipping through the pages once he was sure he hadn't missed anything. At least the theory would be perfect when he finally got his wand. It was a shame he couldn't just instantly comprehend what he memorized, but that was life. Footsteps approached Harry's table, and he looked up to see Charlotte walking toward him with an armful of books. She smiled brightly and sat down across from him. I thought I'd find you here. Charlotte placed her books on the table. Still memorizing everything. Harry closed his current book and pushed it aside. Just finished the 5th year charms books. He grinned at her. How was Spain? Amazing. Charlotte's eyes lit up. Mum and I spent a whole week at the beach. The water was so warm, and we went snorkeling near these underwater caves. She rolled up her sleeves, showing off her unmarked skin. No one even looked twice at my arms. Harry smiled, not needing to ask what they were celebrating. Charlotte pulled out her transfiguration homework and started writing. Bill. Charlotte waved at someone behind Harry. Over here. Harry turned to see Bill Weasley walking toward them, followed by two younger boys with the same bright red hair. The taller one was Charles, who played as Gryffindor's Seeker. The shorter boy pushed his glasses up his nose, looking nervous. Hey Harry, Charlotte. Bill dropped into the chair next to them. He gestured to his brothers. You know Charlie, and this is Percy. He just started 2nd year. Nice to meet you. Percy stuck out his hand formally. Harry shook it, trying not to laugh at how serious the young Weasley looked. I've heard a lot about you both. Charlie leaned against the table. Percy wouldn't stop talking about finally meeting the famous Harry Potter. He smirked when Percy's ears turned red. And Charlotte, who helped deal with the ice and forest vaults. Charlie. Percy glared at his brother. What? It's true. Charlie ruffled Percy's hair. You kept asking Bill about them all summer. Percy straightened his glasses, clearly embarrassed. I just think what you did was very brave. Desperate to move past the awkward moment, he quickly thrust his hand into his pocket. Would you like to meet Scabbers? He's my pet rat. Harry froze as Percy pulled out a fat grey rat. The rat looked ordinary enough, missing a toe on one paw, fur a bit thin in places. But Harry's instincts told a very different story. This wasn't a pet rat, it was too dangerous for it to be that. This was an animagus in disguise, pretending to be a child's pet. Harry forced himself to stay calm. Why would an animagus pretend to be the Weasleys' pet? How long had this person been spying on them? He's interesting, Harry said slowly, looking at the rat. He noticed the rat wouldn't look back at him. Percy got him when he was little, Bill said. He's been with us for about 7 years. That's a long time for a rat, Charlotte noted, reaching out to pet Scabbers. The rat shrank away from her hand. He's very smart, Percy said proudly, not noticing his pet's strange behavior. And well behaved. Never tries to run away or anything. A wizard hiding as a rat for 7 years, starting right after Voldemort's defeat? This had to be a Death Eater. But why stay with the Weasleys? Unless... Percy, Harry kept his voice casual. What did you say about getting him? Dad found him in the garden, Percy stroked the rat's head. Right after I turned 5. He looked lost, so Dad let me keep him. The timing made Harry's stomach clench. Someone desperate enough to hide as a rat right when Voldemort fell. This wasn't just any Death Eater. This was someone who needed to disappear completely. He glanced between Charlotte and Bill, both focused on Percy's enthusiastic description of Scabbers' eating habits. Harry looked down at Charlotte's parchment and nudged her arm. He pointed at her quill and mouthed, "Let me use it." Charlotte raised an eyebrow but slid the quill over. Harry grabbed a blank piece of parchment and wrote quickly, "That rat is an animagus. Probably a Death Eater hiding since Voldemort's defeat." He showed the note to Charlotte and Bill. Charlotte's eyes widened, but she kept her face neutral. Bill read the message and crumpled the parchment in his fist, shoving it into his pocket. "So Charlie," Bill spoke up, clenching his fists hard beneath the table. "You were telling me about that dragon sanctuary in Romania you were interested in." Charlie launched into an excited explanation about Romanian longhorns while Percy nodded along. Harry watched the rat from the corner of his eye. Scabbers seemed perfectly calm, whiskers twitching as he sniffed Percy's sleeve. Charlotte scratched something on a new piece of parchment. "We need to tell the professors." Harry shook his head slightly and wrote back, "Can't let him escape. No apparition in Hogwarts, not a match for me. He's trapped." Bill leaned forward, pretending to look at Charlie's dragon book. He whispered so quietly Harry barely heard him. "You sure about this?" Harry nodded. The rat might look harmless, but he knew exactly how dangerous this wizard was. He could take him. Still, right now the animagus was completely unaware and vulnerable. Harry quickly wrote another note, "Keep them busy. I'll grab the rat. Both of you be ready with full body bind." Bill's eyes narrowed as he read the message, but he nodded. Charlotte gripped her wand under the table. "Charlie," Bill spoke up. "Show us that picture of the Hungarian horntail again. The one from that book you got." Charlie pulled out a thick book from his bag, flipping through the pages. "Here. Look at those spikes along the tail." He pointed excitedly. "They can grow up too." Harry moved fast. He snatched Scabbers off the table, gripping the rat firmly behind the neck. The rat squeaked and thrashed, but Harry held tight and held it towards Charlotte. "What are you?" Percy started to protest. "Petrificus totalis." Charlotte's spell hit the rat square in the face. The rat went rigid in Harry's hand. Percy jumped up. "Stop! What are you doing to Scabbers?" "Percy, wait!" Bill grabbed his brother's arm. "That's not really a rat." "What do you mean?" Charlie stood up too, looking between Harry and the frozen rat. "Of course he's a rat." Harry placed the petrified rat on the table. "He's an animagus. A wizard pretending to be a rat." He glanced around the library. Other students were starting to stare. "We need to get him to the professors." "You can't just..." Percy reached for Scabbers, but Bill pulled him back. "Trust me, Percy," Bill said firmly. "This is serious." Harry wrapped the frozen rat in his scarf, making sure to keep a tight grip. "Charlie, take Percy to Aunt Me Professor McGonagall's office. Tell her we found an unregistered animagus." He turned to Bill and Charlotte. "We'll go to Grandpa's office." But Percy's voice cracked. "He's just a rat. He's been my pet for years." "Exactly," Harry met Percy's eyes. "What kind of rat lives for 7 years? Normal rats only live for 2 or 3. Percy's face went pale. Charlie put an arm around his younger brother's shoulders. "Come on, Percy. Let's find Professor McGonagall." Charlie led the distraught Percy away while the other students in the library started whispering amongst themselves. Harry ignored them and headed for the library exit, Bill and Charlotte right behind him. "How did you know?" Bill asked as they rushed through the corridors. "About him being an animagus. I can tell when someone's dangerous," Harry adjusted his grip on the scarf-wrapped rat. And this wizard is definitely hiding from something big if he went this far to escape notice. They reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Harry spoke the password, sugar quills, and they hurried up the spiral staircase. Dumbledore looked up from his desk as they burst in. Harry? What? His eyes fixed on the bundle in Harry's arms, and his expression turned serious. Explain. This rat belongs to Percy Weasley. Harry placed the wrapped bundle on Dumbledore's desk. But it's not a rat. It's an animagus who's been hiding with the Weasleys for 7 years. Dumbledore stood up, drawing his wand. 7 years, you say? He waved his wand over the frozen rat. Indeed. This rat is human. Percy found him not long after you-know-who fell. Bill stepped forward. He's been pretending to be his pet all this time. A Death Eater hiding as a pet rat. Charlotte frowned. But why choose the Weasleys? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Perhaps to keep track of any news about Voldemort's defeat. He pointed his wand at the rat. Stand back, children. Harry moved away from the desk, pulling Charlotte and Bill with him. Dumbledore muttered an incantation, and bright white light shot from his wand. The rat began to twist and grow. Limbs stretched, fur receded, and within seconds a short, balding man lay sprawled across Dumbledore's desk. The man remained frozen from Charlotte's spell, but his small watery eyes darted around in panic. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore whispered. The usual twinkle in his eyes vanished. But you're supposed to be dead. Bill gasped. Pettigrew? The one Sirius Black killed. Harry watched the frozen man on the desk. Something felt wrong about this. If Pettigrew was supposed to be dead, killed by Sirius Black, why was he hiding as a rat? Why not just stay reveal himself if he was alive all this time? A knock at the door made them all jump. Ant-Man entered, followed by Charlie and a very pale Percy. Percy took one look at the man on the desk and stumbled backward. That's not. Scabbers. Charlie, Percy, come with me. Ant-Man placed a hand on Percy's shoulder. You shouldn't be here for this. She glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded. Percy looked like he wanted to protest, but Charlie gently steered him toward the door. Once they left, Dumbledore waved his wand in a circular motion. Blackened chains burst from the tip, wrapping tightly around Pettigrew. Another wave undid Charlotte's body bind. Pettigrew immediately transformed back into a rat, but the chains simply shrank with him. After a few futile attempts to squeeze free, he changed back into a man. Please. Pettigrew's voice came out as a squeak. I had to hide. Sirius Black, he's mad. He'll kill me if he ever escapes Azkaban. Tears streamed down his round face. I was scared for my life. Harry shook his head. The story made no sense. Why would an innocent man hide for 7 years? Not to mention that nobody had ever escaped Azkaban. And if Black wanted him dead, why not tell everyone he was alive? The Ministry would have protected him. Unless... Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out a small crystal vial filled with clear liquid. He had brewed this Verita serum months ago, practicing 7th-year potions. Now he finally had a use for it. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose as he looked at the truth serum in Harry's hand. Harry, where did you get that? I made it. Harry met his grandfather's eyes. We need to know the truth. Pettigrew's eyes darted between Harry and the vial. His whole body trembled. No. You can't. I'm innocent. Black was the secret keeper. He betrayed them. But Harry noticed how Pettigrew's panic seemed to spike at the sight of the Verita serum. Almost as if he was more afraid of telling the truth than dying. This is a restricted potion, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. The Ministry regulates. I know. Harry stepped closer to Pettigrew, who tried to shrink away. But we need answers. Real answers. He turned to Dumbledore. What if we've been wrong all this time? What if an innocent man has been in Azkaban for 7 years? Bill moved forward. Sirius Black was found laughing in that street. All they found of Pettigrew was a finger. He stared at Pettigrew's right hand, where the same finger was missing. You cut off your own finger, Charlotte whispered. To fake your death? No. Pettigrew struggled against the chains. You don't understand. Black was going to kill me. He betrayed James and Lily. Harry's hand tightened around the vial. Then prove it. Take the Verita serum. I. Pettigrew's eyes darted toward the window, as if measuring the distance. 3 drops will do it, Harry uncorked the vial. If you're telling the truth, you have nothing to fear. Dumbledore stood up from his desk. As Chief Warlock, I can authorize the use of Veritaserum in extraordinary circumstances. He pointed his wand at Pettigrew. This certainly qualifies. No, please. Pettigrew thrashed in the chains. You can't. I won't. Stupefy, Dumbledore's spell hit Pettigrew in the chest. The man slumped forward, unconscious. Harry, the Veritaserum, if you would. Harry stepped forward, hands steady as he carefully counted 3 drops onto Pettigrew's tongue. Dumbledore revived him with another spell. Pettigrew's eyes glazed over as the truth serum took effect. The room went completely silent. What is your name? Dumbledore asked. Peter Pettigrew. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? Yes. The word came out flat and emotionless. Bill sucked in a sharp breath while Charlotte covered her mouth with her hands. Did you betray James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort? Yes. Harry's vision blurred red. The temperature in the room spiked as his anger leaked into the chi escaping from his mouth. This man, this coward had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. Had framed an innocent man. Had lived as a pet while Sirius Black rotted in Azkaban. Red flames burst from Harry's skin, crackling with power. The portraits on the walls shouted in alarm as the temperature in the office soared ever higher. You killed them. Harry raised his hand toward Pettigrew. A massive wave of crimson fire roared forward, the heat so intense it warped the air. Pettigrew screamed, but the flames splashed harmlessly against a transparent shield. Dumbledore appeared next to Harry, gripping his shoulder firmly. Harry, Dumbledore spoke softly. You need to calm down. He deserves to burn alive. Harry's voice cracked. He betrayed them. My parents are dead because of him. The flames grew hotter as Harry drew upon the power of virtue. Books started smoking on the shelves. Bill and Charlotte backed away from the heat, faces pale. Dumbledore didn't flinch. Think about Sirius Black, Harry. We need Pettigrew alive to prove his innocence. He placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Let the law deal with him. He will spend the rest of his days in Azkaban. Pettigrew whimpered, tears streaming down his face as the crimson flames pressed against the shield. The metal objects in the room began to glow slightly from the heat. Harry's hands shook. Grandpa was right. Killing Pettigrew wouldn't bring his parents back. Wouldn't help Sirius. The flames flickered and died, leaving the office filled with smoke. He'll pay for what he did. Harry stared at Pettigrew with burning hatred. In Azkaban. With the Dementors. Pettigrew slumped in his chains, still crying from the intense heat. Bill and Charlotte exchanged worried glances, but Harry ignored them. He wouldn't kill Pettigrew. But he would make sure justice was served, no matter what. I need to contact the DMLE, Dumbledore said, heading toward the fireplace. Mr. Weasley and Miss Whitewood, please go back to your common rooms. Harry. I'm staying. Harry didn't take his eyes off Pettigrew. The rat-faced man flinched under his gaze. Charlotte squeezed Harry's arm before leaving. Bill paused at the door. Harry, mate, the Ministry will make this right. Chapter 68, First Virtue. The Ministry didn't make anything right 7 years ago. Harry turned away from the door. They threw an innocent man in Azkaban. Green fire flared through the office as Aurors walked out from Dumbledore's fireplace. The first, a broad-shouldered man with sharp features, scanned the room before focusing on Pettigrew. Behind him, a younger Auror with a long ponytail moved to secure the windows while the third, shorter and constantly blinking, stared at the chained man on the desk. Auror Roberts, Dumbledore greeted the first man. Thank you for responding so quickly. Chief Warlock. Roberts nodded toward the crying Pettigrew. I see the situation is well contained. His eyes caught the vial Harry had placed on the desk. Is that Veritaserum? The blinking Auror stepped forward. Chief Warlock or not, unauthorized use of Truth Serum is. As Chief Warlock, I have the authority to authorize its use in extraordinary circumstances, Auror Dawlish. Dumbledore's voice remained pleasant, but left no room for argument. I believe finding a supposedly dead man living as a child's pet qualifies. Dawlish opened his mouth to protest again, but Roberts cut him off. The serum's still active. At Dumbledore's nod, he pulled out a notepad. Williamson, document everything. Let's not waste this opportunity. Harry moved to stand beside Fox Perch, watching as Roberts approached Pettigrew. The rat-faced man whimpered, tears still streaming down his cheeks. State your full name, Roberts commanded. Peter Patrick Pettigrew. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? Yes. Harry's fingers dug into his palms. The room temperature rose slightly. How long were you spying for you-know-who before that? 8 months. Pettigrew's monotone voice made the betrayal even worse. I passed information about order movements, safe houses, potential recruits. Did you deliberately frame Sirius Black for your crimes? Yes. I knew everyone would believe he was the secret keeper. A small smile crossed Pettigrew's face. I laughed when I heard they dragged him away to Azkaban. The great Sirius Black, finally brought low. The fireplace roared to life next to him. Harry's whole body shook as he fought to contain the rage building in his chest. Fox trilled softly, and Harry forced himself to breathe. To listen. Every detail would help free Sirius Black. Williamson's quill scratched rapidly across parchment as Roberts continued the questioning. Each answer revealed new depths of betrayal, meetings with Death Eaters, information sold for protection, plans made to escape if anything went wrong. You chose the Weasleys deliberately? Roberts asked. Yes. Arthur works for the Ministry. I could hear any news about the Dark Lord's return. Pettigrew's glazed eyes stared forward. And they're blood traitors. No one would look for a Death Eater in their home. Dawlish cleared his throat. We can't rely solely on this information. Veritaserum isn't completely reliable, and any decent lawyer will challenge such questioning. He glanced at Dumbledore. We'll need more evidence to build a proper case. Then gather evidence, Harry snapped. All three Aurors started sweating from the heat as he stepped forward. Check his arm for the dark mark. Test his wand. Interview Sirius Black. Do whatever you need to do, but don't let him escape justice again. Mr. Potter, Roberts turned to face him. I understand your frustration, but we need to follow proper procedures. Otherwise, we risk Pettigrew walking free on technicalities. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. Aura Roberts is right. We must ensure justice is served properly this time. Fine. Harry glared at Pettigrew. But I want to know everything you do with him. Where he's held, who guards him, what evidence you find. Roberts raised an eyebrow at Harry's demands, but nodded. We'll keep the Chief Warlock informed of all developments. He gestured to Williamson. Secure the prisoner for transport. Maximum security protocols. Williamson approached with specialized restraints, and Pettigrew started struggling against the chains. No. You can't. He'll kill me. The Dark Lord will. Silencio, Dawlish flicked his wand, cutting off Pettigrew's protests. Harry watched as the Auror secured Pettigrew with additional restraints. The rat-faced man kept mouthing please, eyes darting between everyone in the room. When Williamson grabbed his arm to lead him to the fireplace, Pettigrew tried to transform again and was visibly stunned when nothing happened. Specialized cuffs, Roberts explained, noticing Harry's expression. He won't be escaping. Harry nodded, watching as Williamson grabbed Pettigrew's shoulder. The betrayer stumbled toward the fireplace, still trying to mouth silent pleas. Roberts threw in the flow powder, green flames erupting around them. Ministry of Magic, holding cells, Roberts spoke clearly. The flames swallowed them both. Dawlish went next, carrying the documented confession. Williamson prepared to follow with Pettigrew, but Harry stepped forward. You betrayed them, Harry whispered, staring into Pettigrew's watery eyes. You lived as a rat while an innocent man suffered in Azkaban. Now justice will come for you. The moment the words left his mouth, Harry felt something shift inside him. The virtue energy flowing through his meridians surged, no longer just running parallel to his chi but filling every pathway completely. His understanding crystallized. Justice wasn't about revenge or even punishment. Justice meant making things right, protecting the innocent, and ensuring the guilty faced consequences for their actions. A clear ring of light blazed behind Harry's head. Not the faint glow from before, but a proper halo that illuminated the office. Williamson's eyes widened. He shoved Pettigrew into the flames with perhaps more force than necessary, calling out their destination as they vanished. Harry. Dumbledore stepped closer. Are you all right? Better than all right. Harry touched his chest where the virtue energy flowed strong and pure. I understand now. Justice isn't just about punishing the guilty. It's about protecting people. Making things right when they go wrong. He looked up at his grandfather. And sometimes that means working within the system, even when we want to take matters into our own hands. Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling as he looked at Harry's halo. A wise observation. One many adults never manage to grasp. He walked to his desk and picked up some parchment. Now, I believe we should inform Nicholas and Pernell about today's events. They'll no doubt want to see you. Harry blinked, but nodded. Can I use your flue? Of course. Dumbledore held out the powder box. And Harry? I'm proud of how you handled this situation. Harry grabbed a handful of powder but paused before throwing it. What happens now? With Sirius Black. I'll contact Amelia Bones directly. She heads the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Dumbledore sat down at his desk. With Pettigrew alive and in custody, we can push for an immediate review of Sirius's case. How long will that take? Normally? Months. Dumbledore dipped his quill in ink. But given the circumstances and my position as Chief Warlock, I believe we can expedite matters considerably. Harry nodded and threw the powder into the flames. Flamel Cottage. The familiar spinning sensation grabbed him, and he walked out into the Flamel's living room. Nicholas looked up from his book. Pernell set down her teacup. Both stared at Harry's now bright halo. I see you've had an interesting morning. Nicholas marked his page and closed the book. What happened? Harry's legs suddenly felt weak. He stumbled to the couch and sat down hard, the events of the morning crashing over him. Pernell moved to sit beside him while Nicholas leaned forward in his chair. We found him, Harry's voice cracked. The person who betrayed my parents. He was alive this whole time, living as a pet rat in a wizarding family. His hands started shaking. Peter Pettigrew. He was supposed to be dead, but he faked it. He cut off his own finger and transformed into a rat while Sirius Black got dragged off to Azkaban. Oh, Harry. Pernell wrapped an arm around his shoulders. I almost killed him. Harry stared at his trembling hands. When he confessed under Veritaserum, I lost control. The flames just came out, and I wanted him to burn. I wanted him to suffer like my parents suffered, like Sirius suffered. Tears spilled down his cheeks. But Grandpa stopped me. And he was right. We need Pettigrew alive to free Sirius. Nicholas moved to sit on Harry's other side. You showed remarkable restraint, all things considered. Did I? Harry wiped at his eyes. I'm 8 years old, and I tried to burn someone alive. What kind of person does that make me? A human one, Pernell squeezed his shoulder. One who just discovered a terrible betrayal. When they took him away, Harry took a shaky breath. Something changed inside me. The energy flowing through me transformed completely, filling every pathway with new understanding. He touched his chest. I can feel it gathering here, teaching me about virtue and how to develop it. 7 virtues to master, each one building on the last. His voice grew quieter. I chose justice as my first. After today, it felt right. But I need to do better than just wanting to burn people who deserve it. Nicholas nodded. The halo is much clearer now. Justice without mercy is cruelty, Pernell brushed Harry's hair back. But mercy without justice enables evil. Finding the balance is what matters. Harry leaned against her shoulder, exhausted. An innocent man spent 7 years in Azkaban while the real traitor lived as a pet rat. Where's the balance in that? Sometimes there isn't any balance to find, Nicholas sighed. We can only work to fix what went wrong and prevent it from happening again. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the virtue energy flow through his meridians. Since breaking through to the moral codification stage and reaching its first layer, first virtue, something fundamental had changed in how the energy was created. Before, it had simply flowed aimlessly. Now, a special kind of justice virtue energy gathered within his dantian. The breakthrough had increased his amplification too, from 15 to 20% when acting in accordance with virtue. He would need to gather enough of this justice energy before he could progress further, but for now, this felt like the right path. I need to go back to Hogwarts soon, Harry straightened up. Bill and Charlotte will want to know what happened. And Percy? He rubbed his face. Percy just found out his pet rat was actually a Death Eater who betrayed my parents. Percy will need support, Pernell squeezed Harry's hand. Just like you needed support when you learned hard truths. I know. Harry stood up from the couch. I should. Nicholas pulled him into a tight hug before he could finish. Harry stiffened for a moment, then melted into the embrace as Pernell wrapped her arms around them both. The emotions he'd been holding back burst free, and Harry pressed his face against Nicholas's chest as quiet sobs shook his small frame. It's not fair, Harry whispered between tears. None of it's fair. No, it's not, Nicholas stroked his hair. But you're helping make it right. Harry nodded against Nicholas's chest, letting out all the anger and grief he'd suppressed during the interrogation. Pernell rubbed circles on his back while Nicholas held him steady, neither of them commenting on the growing wet spot on Nicholas's robes. After a few minutes, Harry's tears slowed. He pulled back slightly, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Thank you. Both of you. Always, Pernell kissed the top of his head. Do you want one of us to come with you to Hogwarts? No, I'll be fine, Harry stepped back from the embrace. I need to. His green eyes darkened. An offer appeared in his mind. Mantis style, one finger death punch costs 0 CP, 150 CP available to spend. Modeled from the movements of the aggressive praying mantis, created by legendary Shaolin monks. This style uses hooked hands and whip-like deflections with momentum to strike vital spots and nerve clusters. Speed and continuous attacks are paramount here. Harry accepted without hesitation. Knowledge and instincts filled his mind, stance transitions, striking patterns, the exact pressure needed to paralyze or kill with strikes to nerve clusters. His muscles twitched as they absorbed the movements. He blinked at the flamels. I know Kung Fu. Nicholas raised an eyebrow while Pernell covered her mouth to hide a smile. Just now? Nicholas asked. In the middle of our conversation. Mantis style, Harry held up one hand in the distinctive hook position. Created by Shaolin monks based on praying mantis movements. He dropped the stance. It was a free offer. Seemed useful for situations where I might need to be subtle. Your life never stays boring for long, does it? Pernell shook her head fondly. At least it's useful, Harry shrugged. Better than that jumping offer from a while ago. Before you go, Nicholas walked to his desk. I'll write to some old friends in the ministry. Make sure Sirius Black's case gets proper attention. He pulled out parchment and a quill. Albus will do his best, but extra pressure from different directions won't hurt. Thank you. Harry moved toward the fireplace, then paused. Do you think, will they let me meet him? Once he's free. I've heard he's your godfather, Pernell smiled. I'm sure that will be one of the first things he asks for. Harry nodded and grabbed some flow powder. The thought of meeting Sirius, whom he had thought had betrayed his parents for all of his life, made his stomach twist with nerves, but in a good way. He threw the powder into the flames. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. Chapter 69, Immortal's Influence. Minister Millicent Bagnold stared at the report on her desk, the words blurring as she read them for the fourth time. Her fingers brushed against the large blue gemstone of her necklace, a nervous habit she'd developed over decades in politics. Peter Pettigrew found alive. The words refused to make sense. She pushed back from her desk and walked to the charmed window overlooking London. 7 years of peace built on decisions made during wartime, and now. The door to her office opened. Minister. Her secretary poked his head in. Ora Roberts requests an urgent meeting. He says. Send him in, Marcus. Bagnold straightened her red houndstooth jacket, adjusting one of the gold buttons. Roberts entered with quick steps, jaw clenched and shoulders rigid. Minister, I assume you've received my preliminary report. Sit down, Gawain. Bagnold returned to her desk. Tell me exactly what happened at Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore contacted our office directly. When we arrived, they had Pettigrew restrained and under verita serum. Roberts pulled out a small notebook. He confessed to everything, being the secret keeper, framing black, living as an animagus for 7 years. And the boy? Harry Potter. Roberts shifted in his chair. Present for the questioning. He. A pause. There was a moment when Pettigrew confessed to betraying the Potters. The temperature in the room. He cleared his throat. The boy has significant magical power, Minister. And control beyond his years. Bagnold pressed her fingers against her temples. 7 years. We sent Sirius Black to Azkaban without a trial, while Death Eaters like Karkaroff received full hearings. She looked up sharply. Who else knows? Dumbledore, obviously. The Aurors present, myself, Williamson, and Dawlish. The Weasley family, since Pettigrew was living as their son's pet. A&D. Roberts hesitated. Speak freely, Gawain. Dawlish spotted Rita Skeeter near the ministry holding cells when we brought Pettigrew in. She didn't see the prisoner, but she definitely noticed the extra security measures. Wonderful. Bagnold stood again, pacing behind her desk. So we have hours, at most, before this explodes across the Prophet's front page. Sirius Black, heir to the ancient and noble House of Black, thrown into Azkaban without trial while his supposed victim lived as a child's pet rat. She stopped at the window. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, discovering his godfather's innocence right as Dumbledore becomes supreme mugwump. What are your orders, Minister? Before she could answer, green flames erupted in her office fireplace. Bartmew's Crouch stepped out, brushing ash from his robes. His mustache twitched as he spotted Roberts. Ah, Barty. Bagnold smiled without warmth. I was about to call you Minister. Crouch nodded stiffly. I've reviewed Aura Roberts' report. This situation requires immediate damage control. Bagnold's voice could have frozen flame. Like 7 years ago, when you decided proper trials were an unnecessary burden. Crouch's face reddened. We were at war, Minister. Decisions had to be made quickly to maintain order. And now we're at peace, with the most politically powerful 8-year-old in Britain discovering his godfather's wrongful imprisonment. Bagnold turned to Roberts. Has anyone spoken to Black yet? No, Minister. We're awaiting authorization to. The fireplace flared green again. Amelia Bones stepped through, her monocle glinting in the office light. She carried a thick folder stamped with the DMLE seal. Minister. Bones nodded to everyone present. I have the complete files on both the Black and Pettigrew cases. She placed the folder on Bagnold's desk. Including documentation of why no trial was ever held. Bagnold opened the folder and spread several documents across her desk. The silence stretched as she scanned the pages, each one revealing the hasty decisions made during those dark days. This is worse than I expected, Bagnold looked up at Crouch. No interrogation transcript. No evidence log. Not even basic processing documentation. She held up a single sheet of parchment. Just an emergency detention order with your signature, Barty. Crouch squared his shoulders. The evidence at the scene was overwhelming. Black was laughing when we found him, surrounded by dead muggles and Pettigrew's finger. A finger which apparently didn't stop Pettigrew from living quite comfortably as the Weasleys' pet rat. Bones adjusted her monocle. While an heir to a noble house spent 7 years in Azkaban without so much as a statement taken. The Veritaserum confession Roberts began. Won't stand up alone in court, Bones cut him off. We need corroborating evidence. Wand analysis, memories, testimony under oath. This has to be handled properly. Crouch's mustache twitched. Surely we can resolve this internally. A quiet review, some compensation to Black. Have you lost your mind? Bagnold slammed the folder shut. Harry Potter's godfather was wrongfully imprisoned while Death Eaters received full trials. The moment this reaches the papers. A knock at the door interrupted her. Marcus stepped in, face pale. Minister, I have Rita Skeeter's latest draft for tomorrow's Prophet. He placed a parchment on her desk. She's requesting comment within the hour. Bagnold read the headline and cursed under her breath. Boy who lived discovers godfather's innocence, ministry corruption exposed. Well, that answers that question. She looked at Bones. How quickly can you arrange a proper hearing? The full Wisengamot would take weeks to convene. Bones glanced at Crouch. The Council of Magical Law could meet sooner, but given the circumstances. No. Crouch stepped forward. The Council's authority might be questioned. This needs to be beyond reproach. Now you care about proper procedure. Bones raised an eyebrow. Enough. Bagnold raised a hand. Amelia, begin gathering evidence immediately. I want every detail documented. Gawain, increase security on Pettigrew, no chances of him disappearing again. She turned to Crouch. Barty, prepare a full report on why standard procedures were ignored. I need to know exactly what we're dealing with. And Black? Roberts asked. I'll speak with Dumbledore about arranging a preliminary interview. Bones made a note in her portfolio. We should have a healer examine him as well. 7 years of Dementor exposure. Marcus knocked again, carrying a stack of letters. Minister, urgent correspondence from several Wisengamot members. He placed them on her desk. Lord Arcturus Black has also requested an immediate meeting. Bagnold rubbed her temples. Of course he has. She picked up the first letter, recognizing Tiberius Ogden's seal. The old guard is mobilizing already. Tiberius Ogden. Bones leaned forward. He hasn't involved himself in ministry matters for years. Not just him. Bagnold spread out more letters. Griselda Marchbanks, Elphias Doge, even Bathilda Bagshot has written expressing grave concerns about this situation. She looked at Crouch. These are all respected members of the magical community, Barty. People who remember when your grandfather was just starting at the ministry. Crouch's face tightened. The war required decisive action. The war ended 7 years ago, Bones cut in. And now we have Lord Black himself taking an interest in his heir's imprisonment. She turned to Bagnold. We can't ignore Arcturus Black. He may be reclusive, but he still holds considerable influence. Especially with the older families, Roberts added. If he decides to make this public. Another knock. Marcus entered with more letters. From Gerald Greengrass and Cuthbert Mockridge, Minister. Both expressing support for a full investigation. Bagnold frowned at the growing pile of correspondence. Someone was coordinating this response, too many influential voices speaking up too quickly for it to be coincidence. She looked up at her assembled officials. This isn't going away with a quiet internal review anymore. We need to act before this becomes a full political crisis. Bagnold stood up and walked to the window. Amelia, draft an official statement announcing a full Wisengamot investigation. Make it clear we're taking immediate action now that new evidence has come to light. And Skeeter's article? Roberts asked. Let it run. Bagnold turned back to face them. Better to appear responsive to public concerns than trying to suppress the story. Merlin knows she'd find a way to make it worse. Marcus appeared at the door again. Minister? Lord Black's representative is insisting on an answer regarding the meeting. Crouch stepped forward. Minister, perhaps I should. No. Bagnold cut him off. You've done enough damage, Barty. Tell Lord Black I'll meet with him tomorrow morning. She glanced at the growing pile of letters. 9 o'clock. What about the Wisengamot members who've written in? Bones gestured at the correspondence. Some of these names haven't been active in decades. Bagnold picked up Griselda Marchbank's letter, scanning the elegant script. Someone's been reaching out to the old families. Not through official channels, these responses are too personal, too pointed. She set down the letter. Each one mentions different concerns, but they all lead to the same conclusion. A coordinated effort. Roberts frowned. Dumbledore. No. Bagnold shook her head. This isn't his style. Albus prefers direct action, not. She gestured at the letters. Not pulling strings from the shadows through personal connections like this. Crouch picked up one of the letters. Some of these seals. I haven't seen them used in decades. My father mentioned dealing with a few of these families, but they withdrew from public life long ago. Precisely. Bones adjusted her monocle. Whoever orchestrated this has relationships that predate most of our careers. They're calling in favors from people who haven't involved themselves in ministry politics since Grindelwald's war. Marcus entered again, this time carrying a single letter sealed with dark blue wax. From Madame Bagshot, Minister. She says it's private. Bagnold broke the seal and read quickly, her eyebrows rising. Well. It seems our mysterious coordinator has been quite busy. She folded the letter carefully. Bathilda mentions discussing this situation over tea with an old friend who expressed concerns about the precedent of imprisoning heirs of noble houses without trial. Just an old friend? Bones asked. She doesn't name names. Bagnold tucked the letter into her desk. But whoever it is has enough influence to make Bathilda Bagshot break decades of self-imposed isolation from ministry matters. Minister, Roberts straightened. Should we investigate these connections? And risk offending half the oldest families in Britain? Bagnold snorted. No. Whoever's behind this knows exactly what they're doing. Each letter comes from someone above reproach, someone whose age and reputation demand respect. She smiled grimly. We've been outmaneuvered by a master of the long game. What do you mean? Crouch asked, mustache twitching nervously. Bagnold stared at the stack of letters. We were all concerned when Dumbledore arranged for the Flamels to help raise Harry Potter. She met Bones' eyes. Do you know how old Nicholas Flamel is? The alchemist. Roberts frowned. 600-something. 662. Bones sat straighter. And his wife Pernell is 659. Crouch paled. Centuries of connections. Favors owed, friendships maintained, influence built up over generations. Now we know why Dumbledore was so insistent about the arrangement. Bagnold picked up Marchbank's letter again. The Flamels don't just have immense amounts of gold, they have relationships spanning centuries. How many of these letter writers owe them for past kindnesses? How many have shared meals with them since before our grandparents were born? And they're using that influence for Harry Potter. Bones smiled slightly. For his godfather. Of course they are. Bagnold leaned back in her chair. We thought they'd stay uninvolved in politics, like they have for centuries. But this isn't politics to them, this is about their ward's family. Marcus appeared with another letter. Another letter from Lord Greengrass, Minister. He mentions discussing the Black case with an old family friend from many years ago. Merlin's beard. Roberts wiped his brow. How deep does this web go? 6 centuries deep. Bagnold stood up. Every favor, every friendship, every connection they've built since before the ministry existed. She faced her assembled officials. We're not dealing with normal political pressure. The Flamels have watched ministers come and go for hundreds of years. They've advised many, taught generations of the world's finest minds. And now they want justice for Sirius Black. Bones finished. Crouch cleared his throat. Perhaps I should handle the initial review personally. Given my involvement in the original case, it would show accountability. You want to lead the investigation into your own mistakes. Bones raised an eyebrow. Not lead, Crouch straightened his tie. Merely assist. My experience with the Death Eater trials could prove valuable. I still have contacts in the Department of International Magical Cooperation who could expedite certain processes. Bagnold studied him carefully. What processes exactly? Documentation verification, witness statements from abroad. Crouch swiped at his forehead, gesturing quickly. Several Death Eaters claimed Black was in you-know-who's inner circle. We should review those testimonies, cross-reference them with Pettigrew's confession. A thorough investigation. Roberts nodded. Going beyond just the street explosion. Exactly, exactly. Crouch scribbled something in his notebook. We need to examine every angle. I could coordinate with our European counterparts, ensure we have a complete picture before proceeding. To do otherwise would be irresponsible. Bagnold exchanged a look with Bones. How long would such a review take? A few weeks, perhaps months to be thorough. We wouldn't want to rush and miss anything crucial. Crouch closed his notebook. I can begin making inquiries immediately. No. Bagnold's voice cut through the room. This needs to move quickly. The Wiesengamot will convene next week, no matter what. She turned to Bones. Amelia, you'll lead the investigation. Focus on the immediate evidence, Pettigrew's capture, the lack of trial documentation, witness statements from the arrest. Minister, Crouch stepped forward, nearly tugging his tie loose. The international angle. Can wait. Bagnold picked up a letter from her desk. Lord Greengrass makes an excellent point about the dangers of delayed justice. She met Crouch's eyes. We won't compound our mistakes by adding more delays. Crouch sank into a chair, staring dully at a wall. About the prophet, Roberts spoke up. We could pressure Barnabas Cuff to delay. No. Bones took the article from Marcus. Ministry takes swift action, new evidence prompts full investigation into Black case. She looked up. That should be our headline. Bagnold nodded. Better to control the narrative than fight it. We acknowledge past mistakes while emphasizing current action. The public will still question why Black never received a trial. Roberts glanced at Crouch, who sat unnaturally still. We blame the chaos of war. Bagnold picked up a quill. Emphasize how different things are now. Peace has given us the opportunity to review old cases, ensure justice prevails. And Harry Potter? Bones asked. Credit him for bringing new evidence to light, Bagnold wrote quickly. Show the ministry values truth no matter the source. It makes us look responsive rather than negligent. Crouch stood abruptly. If you'll excuse me, Minister. I should prepare my department's records. Of course. Bagnold didn't look up from her writing. Have everything ready for Amelia by tomorrow morning. The door clicked shut behind him. Bones waited a moment before speaking. He's planning something. Let him. Bagnold finished writing and handed the parchment to Marcus. Send this to Cuff immediately. Tell him it's an exclusive ministry statement to run alongside Skeeter's article. What about the international press? Roberts asked. Once this breaks, we focus on action, not excuses. Bagnold straightened her jacket. The ministry discovers evidence, launches immediate investigation, takes steps to correct past oversights. It's not perfect, but it's better than looking like we're hiding something. One more thing. Bones pulled out a file from her robes. The guard rotation for Pettigrew. I've assigned our most experienced orators, plus additional security measures. Good. Bagnold rubbed her temples. We can't afford any accidents. Speaking of which. Roberts moved toward the door. I should check on our guest. Make sure everything's secure. After both officials left, Bagnold walked to her window. The sun had set during their meeting, leaving London's muggle lights twinkling below. She touched the blue gemstone at her throat, remembering another crisis, years ago, when she'd first taken this office. Marcus knocked softly. Minister? Lord Arcturus Black's representative asked me to remind you about tomorrow's meeting. 9 o'clock. Yes, thank you Marcus. Bagnold turned from the window. And send a message to Dumbledore. Tell him. She paused. Tell him I know what the Flamels are doing. And that the ministry will ensure justice is done properly this time. Chapter 70, Preliminary Hearing. Harry stabbed at his lunch without appetite. The Great Hall was filled with whispers and stares, students passing copies of the Daily Prophet between them. Charlotte sat next to him, reading her own paper with a frown. Boy Who Lived uncovers ministry cover-up, Bill read from across the table. In a shocking turn of events, Harry Potter has discovered that his godfather, Sirius Black, was wrongfully imprisoned without trial while the real culprit lived as a pet rat. He looked up at Harry. Skeeter's really going for the dramatic angle. At least the ministry statement seems reasonable, Charlotte pointed to the smaller article. New evidence prompts full investigation. They're not denying anything. Charlie leaned over to read. Percy's still not coming to meals. Can you blame him? Bill shrugged. Finding out your pet rat was actually a Death Eater who betrayed Harry's parents. I'd want some time alone too. Harry's fork scraped against his plate. The sound of metal on ceramic drew concerned looks from his friends, but he ignored them. Pettigrew's confession kept replaying in his mind, and he was still feeling an urge to burn him alive no matter if it hurt Black's chances of getting out. A group of Slytherin first years walked past, all clutching their pets closer. One girl had wrapped her cat in a blanket, only its head poking out as she hurried to her table. Everyone's paranoid now, Charlotte set down her paper. Professor Kettleben had to cancel his lesson because 3 students refused to work with any animals. Did you really catch him in the library? A small Hufflepuff boy stopped at their table, eyes wide. My sister said you used some kind of special magic to trap him. Go back to your table, Bill pointed at the Hufflepuff table. The boy scurried away. Harry pushed his plate aside, still full. I don't want to talk about Pettigrew. The ministry's taking it seriously, Charlotte touched his arm. Mom sent me an owl this morning. She says. She hesitated. She says things might get complicated. Complicated? Harry clenched his fists under the table. They threw an innocent man in prison. What's complicated about that? Harry. Bill glanced around before lowering his voice. During the war, a lot of people were imprisoned without proper trials. It wasn't just Sirius Black. The temperature around their table rose slightly. Charlie loosened his tie, but didn't comment. So because it happened to others, that makes it right. Harry's voice stayed quiet, but his eyes blazed. They didn't even check. 7 years in Azkaban, and they never even questioned him. More students walked past their table, whispering behind their hands. A few pointed at the Prophet's front page, where Harry's photo stared back seriously. The article painted him as a crusading hero, uncovering ministry corruption while seeking justice for his family. The Wisengamot's meeting next week, Bill said. Dad says they're fast-tracking the whole thing. Good. Harry stood up. I need some air. His friends exchanged worried looks as he walked away. The whispers followed him through the great hall, but he barely heard them. His mind kept returning to Pettigrew's smile when he'd mentioned Sirius being dragged to Azkaban. He made it halfway across the entrance hall before Ant-Man caught up with him. Harry. She adjusted her glasses. Dumbledore wants to see you. There are some matters regarding next week's proceedings that need discussion. Harry nodded, falling into step beside her. They walked in silence, but he could feel her concern. When they reached the gargoyle, she placed a hand on his shoulder. Whatever happens next week, Ant-Man squeezed gently, remember that you're not alone in this. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase. Harry took a deep breath and started climbing. Dumbledore stood by Fox Perch when Harry entered, stroking the phoenix's feathers. Ah, Harry. Please, sit down. He moved to his desk as Harry took his usual chair across from him. I assume you've seen this morning's papers. Everyone has. Harry slumped in the chair. The whole school's acting weird about it. Understandable. Dumbledore picked up a copy of The Prophet. Rita Skeeter has quite the talent for stirring public sentiment. He set the paper down. But we need to discuss what happens next. Harry straightened. The ministry statement mentioned a Wizengamot meeting next week. Yes. As my ward, you have the right to attend. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's. But before you decide, there are some things you should understand about the situation. What's there to understand? Pettigrew confessed. Sirius Black never got a trial. After Grindelwald's defeat, Dumbledore spoke quietly, many of his followers were imprisoned without formal trials. The magical world was in chaos. Evidence was often lost or destroyed. Waiting for proper procedures meant risking more deaths. Harry frowned. But that was different. They knew those people were guilty. Did they? Dumbledore pulled out an old newspaper from his desk. This man was imprisoned for 3 years before new evidence proved his innocence. By then, his family had already fled to America. He showed Harry the article. The ministry had sworn statements from multiple witnesses who saw him torture muggles. All false memories, planted by the real culprit. But Pettigrew confessed under veritaserum. And some will argue that such information was obtained through an unreliable method. Dumbledore set the paper aside. Others will point out that during the war with Voldemort, emergency powers allowed for immediate imprisonment of suspected Death Eaters. Harry's fingers dug into the armrests. So they'll try to keep him in Azkaban? Even with proof he's innocent? No. Sirius Black will be freed. Dumbledore leaned forward. But some people want to use his case to challenge every wartime conviction. Others want to ensure those emergency powers remain available for future conflicts. He sighed. And a few hope to limit the damage to only this specific case. I don't care about politics, Harry snapped. I care about justice. Justice is rarely simple, especially after a civil war. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. If every wartime imprisonment is questioned, some truly guilty people might escape punishment. If emergency powers are completely stripped away, the ministry might be helpless in future crises. Harry stood up and paced in front of the desk. So what am I supposed to do? Just sit and watch while they argue about laws and procedures. You're supposed to understand that justice requires more than truth alone. Dumbledore watched Harry pace. It requires wisdom to know how that truth should be applied. What about the truth that an innocent man spent 7 years with Dementors? Harry stopped pacing. What wisdom makes that right? Nothing makes it right. Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. But ensuring it never happens again means changing the system carefully, not tearing it down in anger. Harry dropped back into his chair. I want to attend the meeting. Very well. Dumbledore nodded. But remember, many people will try to use your influence for their own goals. Some genuinely believe they're fighting for justice. Others. He trailed off. I understand. Harry straightened his shoulders. When do we leave? The preliminary hearing is in 3 days, Dumbledore rose from his desk. That will give you time to prepare. Harry spent those days in the library, reading everything he could find about wizarding law and the Wizengamot. Charlotte helped him sort through dusty legal tomes while Bill dug up old prophet articles about the war trials. Even Percy emerged from his self-imposed isolation to share what he knew about ministry procedures from his father. Between research sessions, Harry practiced with his quintessence flames in the room of requirement. Krissa watched from a cushioned corner as silver-white spheres flickered into existence above his palms. The transition to 5 albedo remained challenging, any loss of concentration caused the spheres to dissipate. Focus on the imperfections, Harry muttered to himself, maintaining 4 stable albedo spheres. See what needs to be purified. His eyes narrowed as he attempted a 5th sphere. The first 4 wavered, but held steady. Slowly, the new sphere stabilized, revealing the same pure silver-white light as the others. All 5 hung in the air, casting no shadows. Krissa let out an approving growl. Harry grinned at his lion cub, but kept his attention on the spheres. 5 was his new limit, any more caused all of them to collapse. Still, it marked progress. The morning of the preliminary hearing arrived cold and grey. Harry stood in Dumbledore's office, adjusting the formal robes Nicholas had sent over. They were deep blue with silver trim, cut to fit perfectly. Remember, Dumbledore checked his watch, this session is mainly procedural. The full hearing next week will address the actual evidence. Harry nodded, scratching behind Chris's ears. The cub had refused to stay behind, and Dumbledore agreed she could attend as Harry's familiar. Will they question me about finding Pettigrew? Possibly. But you're not required to answer anything today. Dumbledore held out a small pot of flow powder. Shall we? Harry took a handful of powder, then paused. What if they try to keep him in prison? Even with the evidence. Then we ensure justice prevails through legal means. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. We have more support than they might realize. Harry threw the powder into the flames. Ministry of Magic, Atrium. Green flames spun Harry through the flow network until he stepped out into the Ministry Atrium. Krissa pressed against his leg, growling softly at the crowd of witches and wizards rushing past. Dumbledore walked out from the fireplace behind them, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. This way. Dumbledore guided them toward the security desk. The preliminary hearing is on level 2. Heads turned as they walked. People stopped mid-conversation to stare at Harry and his lion cub. A witch dropped her stack of papers when Krissa glanced her way. The whispers followed them to the golden gates of the lifts. A witch with elaborate blonde curls strode toward them, an acid green quill floating beside her. Her jeweled spectacles glinted as she approached. Mr. Potter! She called out. Care to comment on today's proceedings? How do you feel about Miss Skeeter? Dumbledore stepped between them. The press will receive official statements after the hearing. The lift arrived with a clang. Harry and Krissa squeezed in beside 2 elderly wizards who kept shooting nervous looks at the lion cub. The lift descended slowly, and Harry noticed how the other occupants arranged themselves, ministry workers in one corner, people with top-quality robes in another. Level 2, a cool female voice announced. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They stepped out into a corridor lined with heavy oak doors. More people waited here, gathered in small groups that fell silent as Harry passed. He recognized some faces from the Prophet, ministry officials, Wisengamot members, old pure-blood families. A tall old man with sharp features stepped away from the crowd. His elegant black robes, fastened with silver clasps, spoke of old wealth, and his grey eyes studied Harry with genuine interest. Mr. Potter, he said warmly. I'm Arcturus Black. I've been hoping to meet you. He offered a slight but welcoming smile. Your grandmother Doria was my dear cousin, you know. The Blacks and Potters have a long history of friendship. Harry looked up at the elderly wizard. Lord Black's face showed deep wrinkles around his eyes and mouth, but his grey eyes remained sharp and alert. Lord Black. Harry remembered his etiquette lessons. I didn't know that about my grandmother. Few do, these days. Arcturus leaned on an ebony cane. The war scattered many old alliances. He glanced at the watching crowd. Perhaps we could speak privately for a moment? These corridors grow tiresome for my old bones. Dumbledore nodded slightly when Harry looked his way. Of course, Lord Black. Arcturus guided them to a small alcove away from the main crowd. His breathing came heavier from just those few steps. You have her demeanor, you know. Doria would have been proud to see you standing up for family. Sirius is innocent, Harry stated firmly. He deserves justice. Justice. Arcturus smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you know why no one questioned Sirius's imprisonment? Why the great House of Black stayed silent when our heir was thrown into Azkaban? Harry frowned. The evidence seemed clear at the time. The evidence? Arcturus coughed, steadying himself on his cane. My grandson Regulus died serving the Dark Lord. My niece Bellatrix proudly bears his mark in Azkaban. The Blacks were seen as dark, dangerous. He met Harry's eyes. Who would believe us if we claimed Sirius was innocent? But now we have proof. Arcturus straightened despite his obvious fatigue. And more importantly, we have you. The boy who lived, demanding justice for his godfather. He lowered his voice. The House of Black remembers its friends, Mr. Potter. And its debts. Chrissa pressed against Harry's leg, watching the old man carefully. Harry felt the weight of unspoken expectations in Lord Black's words. What exactly are you asking? Asking? Nothing at all. Arcturus smiled again, warmer this time. Merely offering the friendship our families once shared. The Blacks may have fallen far, but we still have influence. Resources. He paused. Knowledge that might prove useful to a young wizard finding his place in our world. Before Harry could respond, a gong sounded through the corridor. Arcturus sighed. Ah, they're ready to begin. We'll speak more later, I hope. He turned to leave, then stopped. One last thing, watch Crouch carefully today. He'll try to bury this under procedure and paperwork. Harry nodded. Thank you for the warning. Family looks after family, Mr. Potter. Arcturus stepped back toward the crowd. Remember that. Dumbledore rejoined Harry as the crowd moved toward the courtroom doors. An interesting conversation. He said to watch Crouch. Harry petted Chris's head, making her purr slightly. And something about the Blacks remembering friends. Arcturus Black was once among the most influential wizards in Britain. Dumbledore guided them through the doors. Age and circumstance have reduced that influence, but not eliminated it. Harry followed Dumbledore into the large circular courtroom. Rows of plum-robed Wizengamot members filled the rising stone benches, creating a wall of purple around the central floor. Chrissa stayed close as they made their way to the visitors' gallery. Dumbledore squeezed Harry's shoulder before heading to the raised platform at the front. As Chief Warlock, he would preside over the proceedings. Amelia Bones adjusted her monocle from her seat beside Minister Bagnold, both women deep in whispered conversation. Dumbledore struck a small silver gavel once, and silence fell across the chamber. Preliminary hearing of September 18, 1988, Dumbledore spoke clearly. Regarding the matter of Sirius Black's imprisonment and the capture of Peter Pettigrew. He looked around the chamber. Are all relevant parties present? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is ready to proceed, Amelia Bones stood. We have prepared initial evidence reports regarding Peter Pettigrew's capture on September 14. The Department of International Magical Cooperation requests time to gather additional documentation. Crouch rose from his seat. Given the serious nature of these allegations, we should review all available records before proceeding further. What documentation exactly? Bones turned toward Crouch. This is a domestic matter involving British citizens. The Dark Lord's followers had international connections. Crouch adjusted his tie. Several imprisoned Death Eaters made claims about Black's activities abroad. We should verify. Delaying tactics. An elderly witch Harry recognized as Griselda Marchbanks from his research spoke up. The preliminary evidence is clear enough. Pettigrew lives, which makes Black's conviction questionable at best. Madam Marchbanks, Crouch kept his voice steady, during wartime, many Death Eaters operated across borders. The Rosiers in France, the Karkaroffs in Eastern Europe. He pulled out a thick folder. These connections must be thoroughly investigated before. The point of a preliminary hearing, Bones interrupted, is to determine if sufficient cause exists to proceed with a full review. Pettigrew's capture alone was based on the use of Veritaserum, Crouch countered. A fact that raises serious procedural questions. Chief Warlock, a younger wizard in Wizengamot robes stood. The Department of International Magical Cooperation raises valid concerns. If we rush this review, we risk setting dangerous precedents. The precedent already exists, Tiberius Ogden spoke from his seat among the elders. Emergency powers were meant for immediate threats, not indefinite imprisonment without trial. With respect, another Wizengamot member stood, these measures protected our society during desperate times. Dismantling them requires careful consideration. Harry noticed several younger members nodding. A witch in the middle row rose next. The Aura office still relies on these provisions for ongoing investigations. Any review must consider current security needs. The Department of International Cooperation, Crouch shuffled through his papers, has concerns about how foreign ministries might interpret hasty changes to established procedures. This isn't about procedures, Bones countered. This is about an innocent man in Azkaban while the real culprit lived freely. Precisely why we must be thorough, Crouch looked up from his documents. To prevent such mistakes in the future, we need proper safeguards. International oversight could provide additional perspective. Lucius Malfoy shifted slightly in his seat. Harry caught the barely perceptible tension in the man's shoulders. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bones held up her folder, has sufficient evidence to proceed now. Pettigrew's capture alone raises questions about evidence gathering, a younger wizard interrupted. If we accept Veritaserum testimony without proper protocols, what prevents its abuse in other cases? More nods from the younger members. Harry watched Crouch remain silent, letting others voice these concerns. Perhaps, Crouch finally spoke, voice measured, we could focus our immediate attention on reviewing Mr. Black's specific case. A thorough but expedited process, while broader policy discussions continue through appropriate channels. Whispers of agreement filled the chamber. Even some of the elder members looked relieved at this apparent compromise. A focused review, Ogden nodded slowly. With all relevant evidence considered. The department would require 3 days to organize our findings, Crouch added. To ensure everything is properly documented. Harry felt Arcturus Black sigh beside him. Ah, Arcturus whispered. Well played, Barty. Well played indeed. What do you mean? Harry asked quietly. He just protected every other wartime conviction, Arcturus kept his eyes forward, while appearing to champion proper justice. Watch, they'll all agree now. Sure enough, the chamber had shifted. Even Bones looked ready to accept these terms. Dumbledore surveyed the chamber, blue eyes moving from face to face. The motion before us is to conduct a focused review of Sirius Black's case, with evidence to be presented in 3 days. He paused. Does any member object to these terms? Harry felt the tension in the room as everyone waited. Chrissa pressed closer to his leg, sensing his growing frustration. What evidence will be permitted? Marchbanks asked. Beyond the Veritaserum testimony. All relevant documentation, Crouch answered smoothly. Arrest records, witness statements, any international intelligence reports. And Peter Pettigrew's questioning. Bones fixed Crouch with a steady gaze. Under proper ministry protocols, Crouch nodded. Conducted by licensed officials. The original testimony should stand as well, Dumbledore added. To establish probable cause for this review. Harry noticed how Crouch's supporters exchanged quick glances. They hadn't expected Dumbledore to preserve the initial evidence. A fair addition, Crouch recovered quickly. We want a complete record, after all. Then we shall put it to a vote, Dumbledore raised his gavel. Those in favor of proceeding with a focused review of Sirius Black's case, to begin in 3 days. Hands rose across the chamber. Harry counted quickly, more than 2/3 supported the motion. Those opposed? A scattered few hands, mostly from members who didn't seem all that interested. Motion carries. Dumbledore struck his gavel once. The full hearing will convene in 1 week. Until then, all departments will prepare their evidence according to proper procedures. He looked directly at Crouch. Without delay. The chamber filled with movement as members rose from their seats. Harry stayed still, processing what had happened. Politics, Arcturus Black spoke softly, is rarely about winning everything. Sometimes victory means losing the right battles. But other innocent people might be in Azkaban, Harry whispered back. And that weighs heavily on my heart, Arcturus placed a frail hand on Harry's shoulder, his grey eyes filled with genuine sadness. But today we've learned how to help them all. First Sirius, then others, each case building on the last, each victory making the next one easier. He squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. Your father would have been happy that you helped make this a reality. Harry looked up at Lord Black, studying the old man's face. You knew my father. I knew your grandmother better, Arcturus smiled, lines deepening around his eyes. Doria had quite the temper when roused. You remind me of her, actually, that same fire in your eyes when speaking of family. He leaned more heavily on his cane. She would visit me for tea every Sunday, even after. He paused, a shadow crossing his face. even after the families began taking sides. What was she like? Fierce. Brilliant. And absolutely devoted to what she believed was right. Arcturus reached into his robes with a slightly trembling hand. I have some photographs, if you'd like to see them. From happier times, when the Blacks and Potters still gathered for family dinners. Harry started, but Dumbledore approached from the podium. Harry, we should return to Hogwarts. Dumbledore glanced at Arcturus. Unless Lord Black requires a moment. No, Arcturus straightened with visible effort. I've taken enough of young Mr. Potter's time. Perhaps. He pulled out a small envelope. These are copies of some old family photos. You might enjoy looking through them. Harry accepted the envelope carefully. Thank you, Lord Black. The Black family remembers those who stand by us. Arcturus inclined his head. Your grandmother taught me that, long ago. Good day, Mr. Potter. Chief Warlock. Harry watched Lord Black move slowly toward the exit. The envelope felt heavy in his pocket, and questions about his grandmother burned in his mind. He wanted to know more about his family. An interesting morning, Dumbledore guided Harry toward the chamber doors. I suspect you have questions. Crouch got what he wanted, didn't he? Harry stepped into the corridor, Chrysa padding beside him. He made it all about Sirius. He limited the scope of review, yes. Dumbledore nodded to several departing Wizengamot members. But in doing so, he showed us exactly how to proceed with future cases. Like Lord Black said, one case at a time. Precisely. They reached the lifts. Sometimes the path to justice requires patience. Harry pulled out the envelope as they waited. Inside, he found several magical photographs. A young woman with black hair laughed at something off-camera, her eyes bright with mischief. In another, she stood between two men in formal robes, one of whom Harry recognized as a much younger Arcturus Black. Your grandmother Doria, Dumbledore peered at the photos. She had quite the reputation for speaking her mind. The lift arrived empty. As they stepped in, Harry tucked the photos away into his pocket. Lord Black said she visited him even during the war. Family meant everything to Doria. Dumbledore pressed the button for the atrium. Much like it means everything to Arcturus now. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Consider why he approached you today. The lift began to move. The Black family has fallen far since the war. Sirius in Azkaban, Bellatrix imprisoned, Regulus dead. Dumbledore looked down at Harry. But now they have a connection to Harry Potter. The lift stopped at the atrium. The most effective politics often grow from real emotions. Harry stepped out into the crowded atrium, frowning slightly. So many questions. About his grandmother, about the Blacks, about justice and politics and family. Ready to return? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, following him toward the flues.
Thanks for listening.